put your name on the deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the gold. You'll get everything you ask, it only costs your soul. So come on. So come on. Log on, tune in,
finish. I love this song, so I'm letting it finish. Everyone, welcome to the stream. It is wonderful to see all of my lovely, lovely imps. Big Orange Jew, Ugly Pie, Socialist Potato, Sleep Deprived Frog, Pan Sabi, Uncle Gumbald, Spinkle, Moss Meow, Vermin Hands, Fab Jenny, Temple, Annie, Aska, Morganzon, Sleep in Void, Devious Chilster, Karaz, Twos, Metroplex, Asylum, wow, excuse me. That Vegan White Rose, Leaf Cardinal, Critical Prole, Thandria, Uncle Gumbald, Brawlerella, Hyan, Gayfesh, Somniostatic, Emerald Queen, Jellied, Schnurples, Roomy Red, Baphomet, Hollow. From the YouTube chat, we have, God, why did I'm choking on my own spit. Big Steppy, Evie the Purple, Lillian, Indicat, Ridge Requiem, Beortrick Rex, Furcifer, Falmer Flamingo, Espen. You'll probably have to scrap the planned content to use the whole stream on the new Vaush Noah Samsen drama. No, actually, though we might talk about that a little bit. Welcome, everybody. It is wonderful to see you all today. Please, if you are here, make sure that you're subscribed to my channel, that you have rung the bell, and most importantly for today, that you press the like button on the stream. The like buttons bring in the new viewers, and I would like new viewers because I would really like to you know, I would really like to have viewers to make money and have a decent life in this capitalist hellscape that we all live in. We have a lot of things to talk about today, and none of them are particularly serious. And there's a reason for that. Those of you who are trans in my audience, those of you who are gay in my audience, you know that the current news cycle is particularly depressing. Those of you who are following the Ukrainian, the war in Ukraine, the Russian war on Ukraine, know that that is about as depressing as you can possibly get. In fact, last night, my entire timeline was full of pictures of dead bodies, which is really depressing, like unbelievably depressing. And so today, we're going to be having fun. We're going to be laughing at things. We're going to be goofing on people that we don't like. We're going to maybe do a little bit of drama. We're probably going to talk about some fluff. Yeah, so we're going to have a good day today. Today is going to be one of those days where we go hog wild and I have a lot of fun. Maybe we'll do Elden Ring duels. To be fair, I had a lot of fun with the Elden Ring duels. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Rhodes. There's a plethora of anti-trans legislation going on right now, which we will be talking about on Monday, okay? So we're not going to talk about that extensively today. Needless to say, the situation in America with regard to trans people is getting worse and worse. And when I say this, I mean in red states, it's getting worse and worse. On a federal level, it's staying more or less the same. And in blue states, it's fine. Yo, Indicat, thank you so very much for that incredibly generous $50. Indicat, you are the one making it possible today for this stream to happen. So thank you very, very much. Truly. The donos are deeply appreciated. This weekend, I am probably going to be purchasing a new microphone. So, this microphone has served me very well. This is an AT2020, but it has limitations. And one of its limitations is that it is very, very bad at noise control. So you all often hear random shit in the backdrop, and also it means I have to have the mic directly in front of my fucking face at all times in order to be understood. So what I'm probably going to be going with is what is the one? Fuck, I have to look it up real quick. I have it on my list. Let me tell you which one I'm looking at right now. I've had it on my list for a while. I've had this recommended by a number of people. This is the one. Here we go. It is the Shure SM7B is the one that I'm looking at, which is to be fair, a significantly nicer microphone. And yeah, I'm looking at purchasing that so that we can have nice, clean. Yeah, see, Danny loves it. See, you recommended it to me. My best friend recommended it to me. I had it recommended from a blog that I was reading about improving audio quality. The Shure seems like the one to go with. It's very warm, which I like. I like a warm audio. It has really, really good like background sound control without having to use any crappy plugins. See, the thing is, I hate using plugins that filter noise because they always inevitably filter out part of your speech. And I like my voice to be heard because I think I have a good voice. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Is that the Vaush mic? I don't think so. I think Vaush has this mic, if I'm not mistaken. Yo, Asphodel! Been a VOD frog for the last year. Thought it was about time to make an account and sub. Welcome! Everybody shoot some impo loves and some hugs towards Asphodel. Thank you very much for joining. We're so happy to have you as a live imp, though all of our VOD viewers are deeply, deeply appreciated. So, yeah. Welcome, Asphodel, and thank you very, very much. There's a couple, I wanted to talk about a couple things we're going to talk about today. As you all know, I tend to do a little warm-up welcome to the stream while we wait for people to come on in, and we have a good time. We get cozy. This is the beginning of the stream. For those of you who aren't here usually at the beginning of the stream, at the beginning of my stream, I always say this, which I understand if it gets a little repetitive. I always say this part, and I always say, we always welcome everybody in. We do like 30 to 40 minutes at the beginning of every stream where I just talk about whatever. Talk about my life. I talk about my ideas. I talk about stuff that we're going to do for the day. And we usually have a real good time. It's like a little cozy warm-up. You are not white named, Amerife. Thank you very, very much. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. Did I miss a dono at one point? I may have missed a donut at some point. So, oh my God, there's so many things to, oh God, there's so many things to talk about. Fuck. We can talk, okay, so, okay. Oh, yeah, oh, from Amerife. Sorry, Amerife, I'm sorry if I missed your dono. Where was it? Let me double check. Maybe it was before stream? I don't see it in here. Anyway, Amerife, thank you very much. I'll go back and check behind it. A long time ago, you mentioned a particular type of frog that was cute. What frog was that? There's a lot of cute frogs. There's a lot of cute frogs. I don't know which one I was referring to specifically. It was just a minute ago. That's weird. Yeah, a lot of frogs are really, really cute. I mean, personally, I love tree frogs. Especially like North American tree frogs are so cute. It was probably the tree frog that I was talking about. The reason why it was probably the tree frog is because when I was a kid, I was obsessed with trying to catch a tree frog in the wild, and I actually went out in rainy weather with my rain boots and an umbrella and a raincoat and all that shit to try and find frogs on the trees. Of course, I never succeeded at finding any tree frogs on the trees, but I did try. Have I talked about the Will Smith ban? Not yet, but we're going to be. So, yeah. Yeah, yeah. We will be talking about the Will Smith slap soon because there's been a ban, which a lot of people have opinions on, and so do I. Can we get a Yoda update? Yes, Yoda is doing very well. Yoda's tail is on the mend, and soon I'll be able to pick her up and bring her onto here. We're trying to be careful and not pick her up a lot because her tail has been agitated. I've mentioned this before. She got an infected, she bit her tail by accident while like chewing at an itchy spot. she bit her tail, and we couldn't see it because it was under her fur, so she got an infected spot, and they had to shave it off and give her some medication for it. So her tail has been very tender. She's doing very, very good. Yes, I've heard about that, Rioma. Demented things. Truly demented things. Yeah. Tonight, so tonight's stream will probably be a little bit shorter than usual. And the reason for that is that I'm going to be finally doing a network update to my home network that has been desperately needed. That's going to be later tonight. But don't worry, we got plenty of hours ahead of us. It's just that I want to fix my home network, and I'm having a friend come over tonight to help me with it. So that's going to happen tonight. And then remember, everybody, next Wednesday is the all-day trans call-in stream. That's going to start at 1 p.m. PST, so we're going to have an extra early stream start and an extra late stream end. On Wednesday of this coming week, I already have invited tons and tons of trans content creators. The entire goal is to basically get lots of trans content creators in the same place, give all of my followers some people to listen to, some people to follow, to sort of, the goal is to increase the interconnection between trans content creators in this space and also trans viewers. So, because we're going to be giving a little bit of a priority to content creators, with obvious reason, given that I want you all to be able to find new people to watch, etc., etc. But we're also going to be taking call-ins throughout the day from viewers as well who want to talk about trans issues, who are trans themselves, etc., etc. So that's going to be really fun. And yeah. So that's going to happen. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about today is it has come to my attention that not only do we have a new episode of Milo Yiannopoulos' Christian infomercials, which is amazing, by the way. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you are in for a real treat. I always have a hard time advertising these streams, specifically because the content is so weird, but I'm telling you, it is amazing. So the first thing we're going to do is you're going to get to see the former darling of the alt-right, Milo Yiannopoulos, try and sell you Christian knickknacks on an infomercial. And it is amazing. It is fucking incredible. So stick around for that, because I'm telling you, it's the funniest shit you've ever seen. It is so fucking funny. So we're going to do that. But guess what else? Legends have it that in the ancient times, two cringy Christian medias were created. The first was known as VeggieTales, and though it was cringe, it was also delightful and high effort. But there was another, a shonen, made by a Catholic cult, starring a fish. Now, some of you are already spamming the emotes. It's been a while. A lot of you newcomers don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I don't know how to tell you this, but there is a Christian comedy skit show out there known as The Holy Mackerel, and it is a shonen about a anthropomorphic fish that doesn't want you to eat meat on Fridays. You think I'm kidding you, but I am dead serious. And I'm going to give you a little introduction, and we're going to watch some of the new season, because while we've been busy with all of this other stuff, an entire new season dropped. Holy shit. So we have like fuckloads to do with regard to that. We're going to go back and watch a classic. We'll do a little recap. We'll talk about like the storyline so far, and then you guys get to see the fresh stuff. Now, the last time we checked in, we hit both the best and the worst arcs of this particular shonen. And those of you who've seen it already, you all are uniquely in the know, and you get to be the wise and quiet monks who already know what the fuck I'm talking about. In the last one, not only was there a number of direct references to Metal Gear Solid, but a character literally became like a punished youth pastor, basically. There was a youth pastor that got sent back in time. A character got obliterated from existence because they were traveling through time trying to be godly. It is, oh God, it is so ridiculous. There was a mind controlling, in the last arc, there was an old lady who mind controlled people. No, a hypno old lady who would mind, oh my God, it's so fucking absurd. Oh yeah, they Thanos snapped meat out of existence at one point. It is off the rails, okay? This show is ridiculous, and we're gonna watch it today, and you're gonna get to be in the know. God, it's so amazing. And so maybe we'll go back and watch one of the classic ones to catch some people up. Sorry for those of you. Oh, you're gonna have to watch another one of those episodes again. Anyway, it's really funny and cool, and cringe as shit, because remember, oh yeah, the video game arc. There was a video gaming arc where fucking Mario appeared on the walls. There was a episode about they did an episode where one of the characters got addicted to video games, and so they had this whole arc where one of the characters was trying to exploit the other character's video game addiction, and the other one was trying to help them get over their video game addiction. It is, oh my God, it's so wild. Yeah, oh God, it's gonna be so great. What the hell is a Holy Mac? Yes! Like, almost 40% of the audience has no fucking clue what I'm talking about, and that's amazing! The Holy Mac art is still, oh, it's gonna be good. All right, it's so oh, it's gonna be so much fun. I cannot wait to show you all Holy Mac, okay? You're in for a real treat. I know it sounds like nonsense right now when I say Christian anthropomorphic fish shonen, live action shonen. You go, what the fuck? And that's exactly what you should be doing, because it is just as weird as you think, but it is 10 times as funny as you expect. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Semi-Mighty Duck says, Holy Mackerel is the surviving edged weapons of Christian shonen. It literally is. It's so bad that it's good. It's, it's so fucking good. Oh, I can't wait. I just can't wait. Okay. Yes, the trans rosary. Okay, yes. And also, I'm pretty sure that I'm literally the only person who has ever actually reacted to Holy Mac, which means we might be the only community. They might literally be communicating directly to us, because I think we're the only YouTuber of any note that has ever reacted to this at all. There is it's really weird, but there was a trans flag rosary in the video, which really weirds me out because they are definitely anti-trans. Like, their cult is horrible. We're going to talk about all this. We're going to get into all of it. It is so off the rails. I don't even know. It's so wild. Okay. Then also today, I want to talk about the Will Smith thing. I want to do, if we can, a little bit of, Cooking Mama. I've been gathering up some Cooking Mama videos. I'm really super interested in doing perhaps a little bit of Cooking Mama at the end. And then I kind of want to do one other thing. So, this whole Noah Samsen thing. Y'all know, oh my God, why am I hiccuping so hard right now? I'm very sorry. You all know about this Noah Samsen thing? Oh, mail time. Yes. Where's my mail stack? Okay. Is it here? Yes. Also, real quick shout out. I have received the panacea. That's correct. A fellow Menku has messaged me, and in the mail, I have received one of the only copies of the cure for the sand pest. Thank you very much, Crabe. I now know that I have nothing to fear because I have the panacea of a true Menku. For those of you where none of those words mean anything, that's okay. Someday you'll play Pathologic 2 and you will understand why this is so important. This, made with the blood of Earth itself, incredibly powerful artifact. Thank you. Truly. And it came with another thing, too, which you all are going to get to see in the future. The butcher is real? There's more than one of us. Did I ever show the fetus? I did. It's actually, it's a little hard to show on stream, but it's back there right now. I did show it off. The blood of the earth, the blood of the bull. So yeah, that's the thing. So there you go. Yes, I received a small animal fetus as a gift. It's a pickled animal fetus. It's very interesting and cute. Well, no, 10-letter name. You should just get a copy of Pathology 2. It's not that expensive. Now, yes, it's an opossum. Yes. Okay, so the Noah Samsen thing. Noah Samsen. I missed the first entire wave of the Noah Samsen drama. And I caught up only after the fact. But this time, a new Noah Samsen video came out, and I watched it last night. You know? I watched the Noah Samsen video last night. And I have a lot of thoughts about it. But I don't know if you guys care. So, are you all gonna be open to me talking about the Noah Samsen thing? Okay, let's do it. Let's just here quick. Let's do. Oh, somebody's already doing it. Okay, let's see. Damn. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Damn, chat's divided. It's not very long. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Ah. Mmm. 50. Jesus Christ. It comes to me then. No matter what decision I choose, I will be damned. This is the burden of being Demon Mama. That no matter what I choose, some people are going to be very angry at me. Today, I choose 50% of you. We're going to watch it. All right, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it and react to it. Now, there's a reason why I want to react and talk and do it, okay? And listen, hey, we did democracy, okay? We did democracy and it failed. Okay? It's not my fault that your democracy failed. You didn't vote. The young vote just didn't get out, okay? Not my fault. Not my fault. If you wanted it more, you should have voted harder. Sorry. I am using my I am being a girl boss right now. What you are witnessing is pure Demon Mama girl boss energy. I am making a decision, a unilateral decision that I know will piss off some of my fan base, and that's okay. So, let's talk about this real quick. We're at the 30-minute mark, but let's before we actually do this, I want to talk about this a little bit, okay? There has been an ongoing drama around a bunch, actually a handful of content creators. One by a okay, you're allowed to, Gay Fish. Democracy wins now. Congratulations. Democracy is actually good now that I allowed Gay Fish to correct his incorrect vote. There we go. So there's a couple of things I want to talk about with regard to the Noah Samsen video, because I think there are actually, and now keep in mind, I watched this last night. I rarely ever will react to videos that I already watched on stream, but I want to do that with this one. honestly, the video itself, well, we'll watch it, okay? Let's watch it together first, and we'll react, okay? Let's do the watch. Let's just get right into it. You know what I mean? Like, we've already had 30 minutes. Let's get right into it, okay? I want to talk about this, and I'm gonna just change the title. The Vaush question. No, wait, that's too spicy, isn't that? That's way too spicy, isn't it? The Vaush effect by Noah Samsen? Question mark? There we go. Mama reacts. Here we go. There we go. So, the Vaush hypothesis, a VDS case study. Maybe. We're going to react to this, and we're going to talk about this, because there's a lot of things I want to talk about with this video. There's a lot of things I want to touch on. And there's another thing I'm going to be doing this stream, which is we're also going to be talking about a recent conversation that I had. I didn't mention this, and I didn't even put it in the title because I wanted you all to be surprised, which is the recent conversation I had with VeganGains has led to an absolutely unbelievable amount of toxicity in my comments. It's actually hilarious, and we're going to talk about that as well. And I think, interestingly, this video might serve as a really interesting starting point. Heads up for what Samson's edit in as evidence in Twitter. Oh, we'll talk about it. Don't worry. Oh no, don't worry. I'm going to read you some of the funniest comments. I'm serious. It is hilarious. They were so fucking mad. Yeah, the dude who filmed his dying grandpa is a bunch of people. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Okay, but before we ramp up to this anymore, let us react to the Noah Samsen video, because I as much as I'm not going to be devoting all that much time to it, but I still really want to talk about it. Who is worse, Steve commenters or Richard commenters? They are identical. They literally are identical, and we're going to talk about that as well. We'll get there. But let's watch this video, okay? So this is a video called The Vaush Effect by a bread tuber by the name of Noah Samsen. This is Noah Samsen right here. You can check out his channel if you want to. It's here. Just search Noah Samsen. He's a huge channel, significantly larger than me, blue check, etc. And he made a video recently that says, this is not a drama video. It's called The Vaush Effect. Now, this video actually, interestingly, has to do with a lot more than just Vaush. And I wanted to talk about this video because it touches on some things I've talked about, but from a very different angle, okay? It's a drama video. Now, I will say that opening your video by saying this is not a drama video is one of the worst ways ever to open a video at all. Like, ever. Just don't start your video that is specifically about drama by saying this is not a drama video. Okay? Just saying. That's just an immediate criticism. But let's move on. Let's watch the video and we'll react, very much.
Microscope. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Check out how green everything is. Check out how green all that stuff is. Check out how green everything is. Check out how green all that stuff is. So, a little while ago, I released a video called Solving the Debate Bro Problem. This video set out to criticize two left-leaning political live streamers, Vaush and Xanderhall, for behavior that I found problematic. I looked at a few different examples, so Vaush's interaction with the smaller video essayist Professor Flowers, Xanderhall's video that was critical of myself and some other lefty content creators, and various elements of their
Now, I barely commented, by the way, on the first video, but I feel like Xanderhall got weirdly shoehorned in to the first video. And also, there was stuff repeated about Xanderhal in the first video that I think is genuinely misinformation and also extremely wrong to do to Xanderhal. And you all know I'm rather fond of Xanderhal as a person. We get along. We're going to be doing a podcast together. And I understand completely lots of people have their critiques with Xanderhal. Xanderhal beefs with people on the internet just like anybody else. However, I think there are certain lines that shouldn't be crossed, and granting credence to a completely false slander, or I don't know if that's the right word, but a slanderous lie about Xanderhal is, in my opinion, really, really not good. Now, as I understand it, Xanderhal's pretty mad at Noah Samsen. I don't have any personal beef or any personal interaction with Noah Samsen. What I'm going to say is I can completely understand why Xanderhal would be really mad at Noah Samsen, and I'm going to comment on that as we go on. But I just wanted to get that out of the way. Even if you feel like Xanderhal has some bad opinions, or like Xanderhal has done some bad things at certain points, which, by the way, I don't think Xanderhal has really ever done anything particularly egregious to my knowledge. He's had a few beefs with people. He's said some things that were a little out of line. Usually he's been willing to apologize if he's out of line. But continuing allegations about the fake allegations about Xanderhal running a sex cult is, in my opinion, really bad. And Noah did engage in some of that. So I think that that's really shitty. I just want to say that because before we get into anything else, totally independent of this video itself.
Active community's behavior. After the video's release, Vaush and Xanderhal both reacted to it live on their streams in videos that have since been uploaded to YouTube. They had many criticisms. I went on to Vaush's stream to talk with him about some of those criticisms. Vaush also released another video on the subject titled Solving the Video Essayist Problem, which was critical of my video's argumentation, or lack thereof, some say. Some say that, not me though. I would never say something.
True, Gayfesh. I
I've
mean,
linked
no,
all
not
those in
true.
the description if you're sort of a creep that wants to watch all that stuff. The video's reception was, well, divisive might be the right word. On the one hand, you had a lot of people who understood where I was coming from, who empathized with my frustrations about these spaces, or just were able to have a laugh at the way I went about highlighting them. Vine boom sound. Vine boom sound. Vine boom sound. Vine boom. On the other hand, though, a lot of people didn't like the video. This dislike ranged from, hey man, normally like your videos, but this one was a miss. This wasn't it, Chief. Mr. Chief, this was not it. Mr. Chief. Halo 7. Marriage, all the way to this is the worst video essay of all time that should be wiped clean from the internet along with your channel. The latter response was basically the takeaway from the streamers themselves.
I am not joking when I say to all of you with full sincerity that this is quite possibly the worst takedown I've seen.
It's really disappointing how much of the online left can be convinced by such stupid arguments if they're said by somebody with a nice mustache and some bisexual lighting and the
This was something I noticed in my first watch through as well. Neither of these content creators, let's keep watching.
Lo-fi chill music in the background.
Vaush at one point even offered me a cash reward of double the
Neither of those content creators echoed the sentiments that were showed before. Now that's something that caught my eye the first time I watched through, and I think I'm willing to be a little harsher in this particular case. Initially, what was said was, some people told me to delete my channel, and this was the opinion that was put forward by the content creators. And then 2 clips were shown in which the content creators did not advocate for anyone deleting anything. Now, to be fair, there is an example here, which is going to be discussed in depth, of Vaush requesting the video be taken down. We'll get to that.
The video's ad revenue to take it down.
If Noah Samsen deletes the video and publicly retracts the information within, then he can screenshot the AdSense info within it, and I will give him money so that he doesn't lose a cent from deleting it. I'll double it.
So naturally, I took it down. I got the money, and then I put the video back up. I plan on doing that a few hundred more times. Vaush just keeps paying me. Unlimited money glitch. Motherload. Just kidding.
Okay, that's a little funny. Okay, the delivery on that joke was not good, but that's kind of a funny joke.
That whole thing was a joke. I can't take money from the CIA. I still use TurboTax. It would be a mess. But okay, why are we here today, Noah? Why are we talking about your last video? grow up, move on. Well, I want to talk today about what I experienced in the aftermath of making it. I want to do this because after I released the video, frankly, some weird stuff happened and some bad stuff happened. And I want to talk about that and connect the weird, bad stuff to the experiences of other people. I want to outline how this happens, what the backlash from debate streaming communities looks like, what's at stake for some of the people who
Yeah, I thought that was a funny joke. I was not a fan of the delivery, but I do think the joke was funny. Like, I think that's a funny joke.
experience it, and maybe
No doubt.
what can be done about it eventually. Probably not today, but someday. So yeah, super vague, but I will get into it. Right after, we quickly take a moment of silence for all those lives lost during that one thing, and then we take a moment to thank the sponsor of today's video, Casetify. If you like having a phone that isn't all fucked up and gross and weird, then you're gonna love Casetify. These phone cases are the bee's knees. Casetify's new line of impact and ultra impact cases are made from 65% recycled and plant-based materials. They come in 100% recycled packaging, made with recycled paper and non-toxic soy ink,
Casetify,
which comes
wow.
from soybeans. You hear that? I can feel the soy. I'm becoming a man. These cases are just solid, man. They're like really
Soy?
well made. They look good. Yes, I do have an Android.
No,
and
I'm
yes,
not
it
gonna
is
skip their fucking ad. Like,
corny to
I
make
only
fun
do
of
that to
people for in
conservatives, okay?
2022.
I only
the
do that
cameras
to
on them are
conservatives. Come on.
fine now. Look, there's
Soy.
three of them. This is the latest Android, and as you can see, the video quality is virtually lossless. Casetify's QI Tech 2.0 technology offers drop protection of up to 9.8 feet. The cases are
Damn.
also wireless charging and 5G compatible. You can feel the 5G when you put your phone to your head. It's airdropping Kimberly Crenshaw PDFs into my frontal lobe. They have a whole bunch of cool styles, and they offer custom ones as well. Here's my custom ones. Pretty cool, right? Check it out, everybody's favorite game, Fortnite. The cases have an antimicrobial coating that kills 99% of bacteria. No more germs on your phone. So Casetify wanted me to do a drop test with their case.
they
to
do
make sure
that?
my phone
Is that
survives and
legal?
lives on another day. So let's do it. Why not? I don't give a fuck.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Looks fine. Thank you. Buy the product. Go to casetify.com.
I would not do
Noah
that.
Samsen to get 15% off your order.
I
Save your
should get a
phone
Mama
so you can
Bad
call your
case.
family or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, back to the video now. All right. So after all of the events that I went over, which was my video, the responses, the debate, and the other content, I started seeing one comment pop up in different places on the web. The comment says that basically in my conversation with Vaush, I walked back my entire video, admitted to it being full of lies and misinformation, and should therefore delete the video. I've received versions of this comment hundreds of times, maybe thousands at this point if we're counting tweets, from not only fans of these creators, but from the creators themselves. So is this what happened? Did I walk back my video in the debate? And at first, I wasn't sure. So I watched it back, only to discover that, no, this did not happen. In my conversation with Vaush, I conceded 3 points, and none of these points stand in the way of my video's main arguments. The driving issues behind my video, the reasons why I made it, were Vaush's treatment of Professor Flowers and Xanderhall's problematic language. The 3 points that I conceded in the debate had nothing to do with these. It has been a little while, so if your memory's a little hazy on it, I encourage you, go back and watch the debate. That is
Okay, yeah. I mean, these were all issues that I heard and that I saw myself with the original video. So those are concession points that are fair. Interspecies. Hey, would you be interested in discussing some points you brought up in your VeganGains debate sometime? Not today. I'm working on school stuff. In a future stream? Yeah, absolutely, interspecies. Just let me know. I'm totally open to having chill, not ridiculous conversations about veganism. I just never want to talk to somebody like VeganGains ever again. Like, ever again. I never want to talk to a vegan like that person ever again. So, yeah.
what happened. And yet, here we have countless people jumping into my comment sections to self-righteously proclaim something that is demonstrably false, and using this falsehood as a justification to force my hand into deleting a video. That seems a bit weird, right? Lest this come off as me saying that no, I did not get owned actually, as I slowly shrink into a corn cob. That's not true. I did get owned. Roughly 1 million people on the internet think I'm the worst video essayist of all time, and I'm fine with that. Honestly, I am. What I'm not a big fan of, though, is...
Okay, I do think that that's shitty. And we're going to talk about this specifically. This chapter, the narrative control, is, in my opinion, the most interesting part of this video. And we'll talk about why
being bullied.
in a little
and
bit.
sometimes it's hard for me to tell when that's happening.
Would I do a sponsorship? I've already said my show is free and is free for all viewers, and we don't do any ads unless if I get contacted by a company I genuinely enjoy, a company that I think is relatively in line with my values, I would consider doing a sponsorship. But no, I don't take sponsorships generally. I'm open to a company that I genuinely enjoy. Yeah, like Pathologic or something like that. Or if Kojima asked me to do something, or if FromSoft asked me to do something. Interspecies, I don't know why that would be an issue. If there's anybody on the mod team, can one of you try to figure out what's up with interspecies? I don't know why the alt-identifier won't work. That's weird. Anyway, let's continue. We're going to continue with this. I'll try and get one of my mod team members to help you out with that interspecies. If not, just DM me on Twitter and we can work it out from there. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
And I have since realized that it did happen here. Now, here one might object, well, Noah, you went onto the debate stream and you were conciliatory. You didn't argue for your positions well, and you backtracked enough points that if people got the impression that you don't believe what you said in your video, can you really blame them? And initially, I actually agreed with this point. I was like, you know, yeah, I guess this is just kind of what happens when you go on debate streams. Especially if you go on unprepared and unseasoned in the art of debate, as I was and still am. I'm not coming back on, guys, so don't ask. I should have known better than to go on that stream. Ultimately, this might be my fault, or so I thought. When I actually took a step back, though, and thought about it, and then watched the debate a few more times, I realized that no, that's bullshit. People should not be allowed to lie about stuff just because I didn't go full debate lord in the debate realm. That should not be standard procedure. I entered that conversation attempting to seek understanding. I felt bad, frankly, after seeing how poorly my video was received.
Like, what the fuck is that?
And how if my goal was to put a stop to bad behavior I tried to call out, then the video was a failure. I went on wanting to try to, like, I don't know, figure out what went wrong, I guess. And when this audience of people saw me do that, what they saw was weakness, and they took that weakness as a sign to go on the attack. And that's what they did. They took whatever they could to discredit me, and now because of this, they feel justified, vindicated even, in bullying me into silence. Cancel culture, the woke Twitter mob strikes again. One thing that's been brought up a few times is the question of where do we draw the line between criticism and harassment? Where does warranted punishment for having a bad take turn into abuse? I think making this distinction at times can be difficult, but I think in the case of larger streamers like Vaush, there are factors about their medium which can elevate standard criticism into harassment territory quicker and more easily than creators in other mediums. It can also sustain this harassment for longer than it might elsewhere. And this is really more of a theory derived from what I've seen these creators say and my own experiences. But like, okay, you have a few thousand people watching you, giving you positive feedback, and that feedback is...
Did he actually get abuse or harassment? I would guarantee that he did. That would be my guess. Every single conflict in the debate sphere at the current time yields some level of harassment and abuse, especially when you're dealing with large content creators and especially when it carries beyond their community. So, for example, if I have a debate with Vaush, for example, that debate will almost assuredly be watched by other streamers, and those streamers' communities may also engage in that shit. It's just a fact of reality. Now, some communities are better than others. Some communities control it better than others, but the fact of the matter is that you're always going to get some. When I even do just random react videos to conservatives, my comments get full of fucking hate messages. There's just a lot of hateful people on the internet. But we're going to talk about that. So I just wanted to comment on that comment real quick from the chat.
Reciprocated. The chat's like, oh man, they're doing you dirty, man. It's super fucked up what they're doing to you, dude. Oh, they're really bad. And sometimes the streamer's like, you know what? Yeah, they are fucked up, dude. Fuck these guys. I hate them. Spit on them. And the chat's like, yeah. A lot of times the chat wants blood. This is something that has been acknowledged within the community. Now, I'm really not trying to point the finger of blame in any one direction here. This process has a lot of moving parts. You have the creators themselves, their orbiters, the communities, the subreddits, the forums, the hours and hours and hours of streams, the comment sections, where the spiciest, most sycophantic takes are rewarded with the sweet, sweet dopamine of likes and faves and retweets and reposts. And all of it coalesces into one single force field that incentivizes drama farming and misrepresentation. Maybe we could term this the Vaush effect or something, because I think a lot of time...
Okay. That's fucking dumb.
Criticisms against him are actually criticisms of this effect. But this energy bounces back and forth between fandom and creator until narratives are formed. And then those narratives are used as justification for all kinds of bullying, harassment, and coercion against perceived adversaries. And given the distance and speed at which these narratives can travel, a lot of times there's enough space between the actual harassment going on and the
Okay, like, this was the point in the video where I was like, I feel like this really does a disservice to the point that's trying to be made. Like, by titling this section the Vaush effect, first of all, that solidifies that this is indeed a drama video. But secondly, why would you name a phenomenon about not even the most prominent person who engages in that type of thing? It just sort of screams of... It just sort of screams of a lot of personal burn being sorted out and hashed out in this not a drama video. Which again, you know me, I'm not above engaging in drama, but come on.
creators that it's really difficult to hold people accountable. But what's worse is that sometimes you get creators directly calling for the harassment, dogpiling, or brigading of other creators. If you're familiar with these spaces, you're probably familiar with this approach. Recently, Vaush did this to a creator some of you may know. Her name is Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoints, LeftTube's mom. In the aftermath of the Vaush J.K. Rowling ironic misogyny debacle, none of those words are in the Bible, Natalie criticized Vaush for centering himself in the conversation on trans advocacy. And then, during his stream, Vaush said this.
The thing that really bothers me is, like, is this not exactly like all of the woke scolds who would reply to ContraPoints and say stuff like, are you done invalidating the voices of trans women who have been hurt by your content? It's such a shitty, presumptuous woke scold kind of behavior because you're presupposing, yeah. The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this.
Okay, so that fucking take, you guys know I criticized that one. You guys know I fucking criticized that particular moment.
So what he did here is harassment. With 7,000 people watching.
What I'm trying to say is that, yes, that is an example of somebody specifically engaging in telling your audience to go do something. I think that does qualify as a call for harassment. I think the stakes in this particular case are really low. Saying like, oh, tell her she's wrong about this particular thing. I think that's pretty low stakes. It's annoying. It's a little obnoxious at best. And it does, I will say, it does build into a narrative. But I don't think this is the like kill shot that Noah's looking for here. And also, I still think that there's a major issue with framing this entire bit about Vaush that cheapens the ultimate message. But let's continue.
He made an explicit command to his supporters, telling them to go pile onto Natalie with support for his position until she changed her mind, or, you know, bent the knee, as it were. And lo and behold, his audience followed suit. And shortly after this, Natalie ended up locking her Twitter account and blocking Vaush. Now,
again, if you go on your stream and you directly say, go heckle this person until they change their mind, that is going to provoke a rational negative response from whoever you said to do that.
A mind reader, okay? I can't pretend to know exactly what her motivations here were for doing these things. But what I can tell you, as someone who has gone through what I would consider a similar experience, being dogpiled by Vaush fans, this response does not surprise me at all. In the face of being flooded with massive amounts of undue condescension, I completely understand the decision to go private and block him. It doesn't matter how big your platform is or how experienced you might be, this stuff can really take a toll on you. This dogpiling is one of the things that drove Lindsay Ellis, another prominent video essayist, into quitting YouTube altogether. I mentioned before how Vaush offered—
Okay. Again, Lindsay Ellis's situation is, I hate that people invoke Lindsay Ellis so frequently. Lindsay Ellis, no one who invokes Lindsay Ellis is doing so correctly. Lindsay Ellis has endured some of the worst harassment on the entire internet for longer than most of us have even been on the internet. Lindsay Ellis was fucking making videos on that guy with the glasses like 15 years ago, getting endless early internet, woman on the early internet harassment. Lindsay Ellis was making videos through Gamergate. No one who's talking about this should invoke Lindsay Ellis at all. It makes me cringe so hard. It made me cringe when Vaush did it. It makes me cringe when Noah Samsen is doing it. It is not even close to the same. The amount of hate that Lindsay Ellis got for the stupidest shit is a level of derangement that none of us can even engage with. Not even ContraPoints can engage, can understand to the fullest the level of hatred that has been directed towards Lindsay Ellis over the years.
Me a cash bounty of double my ad revenue if I deleted my video. Well, when I did actually take the video down for a short period of time, he made a point to say that while his offer did still stand, it wasn't meant to be like a threat. It was intended as more of a chest-beating mafia-style sort of bluff.
That's a little weird, isn't it? Wait, is that true? The Posadas John says Noah also technically told his fans to go spam Zan's chat with Squid Gang, which is really low-stakes nonsense. It's the same. That is, telling someone to go spam someone else's chat with your little icon or whatever is the same thing as telling somebody to go on Twitter. It's the same thing. That's the same thing.
thing.
It does make me look bad though. It was meant to be kind of like a mafioso chest beating thing, which I only did because I've been sort of compromised by this, you know?
Which, in a way, I understand. I didn't see it as a malicious thing. The problem with that, though, is what this sentiment results in. When Vaush says stuff like this, he might be using ironic bravado or whatever, but his following, when they say it, when they call me a spineless loser that should delete his channel and make fun of me for stuttering and various other bad stuff, they mean that shit. These people become emboldened by this rhetoric to act in a manner that might, on the surface, just seem abrasive, but in actuality ends up being just genuinely abusive and coercive. And much like how each tweet from his fans that went after Natalie all berated her with the same message, that she's wrong, with the intent of bullying her into changing her mind, each comment on my video was essentially a copy and paste of his statements, with the intended goal of bullying me into deleting it. I'm not liking this floof here. How do I get rid of the floof? Haircut? Is that how you do it? It does make
Okay,
me...
I will say one thing. This happens fucking constantly in debate spaces. And it absolutely is not limited to Vaush. In fact, I don't even think that Vaush is even close to the worst offender on this front. Not even close. This thing where people just copy paste exactly what was word for word. Guys, if you go look at the comments on the VeganGains debate, you will see exactly what he's talking about here. Like, straight up, in the comments of the VeganGains debate is VeganGains fans restating word for word what VeganGains said on his stream. It's so fucking annoying. This is a real thing. Like, the idea that people just literally repeat word for word, it's so fucking annoying. Holy shit. Yes, DGGers are notorious for this, of course.
Wonder, like, how much of this is motivated by his fans' genuine beliefs, and how much of it is them just following orders. And while the exact ratio may be tough to find, I do know that were he not to make these statements...
Can someone deserve harassment? I don't know. Like, yes and no. I don't know. I think that pestering conservatives and conservative politicians is totally fine. I think that harassment is something that has to be considered contextually, right? And also, as with all things, it has to be fair, right? Like, if somebody makes a minor critique of a huge content creator, is it fair for that content creator to blow up their entire social media with harassment? Nah, come on. Come on. Zan pointed out, but that following orders comes off as a subtle dog whistle. I don't think it does. I think that's just, yeah. I think that's, you know. I think that I think the word harassment is used very broadly, but I do think that harassment is incredibly common on the internet. I think that it's something that we all need to think about more in general, but especially as more and more people get into streaming culture, as more people watch streaming culture, I do think it's important for us to discuss harassment. As you all know, I repeat this constantly on my streams. Imps only raid with love. That's it. I never want imps to go and harass people unless they're in... No. Sorry. I should say this. I want imps to never harass anyone. I do want imps to contact their politicians. I do want imps to make their voice heard to public figures of large size who are threatening them. But that's very different, and I don't think that's harassment. I don't think that it's harassment to when a politician is putting forward a genocidal law to voice your concerns even angrily to that law. But I do think it's harassment when people have a minor disagreement on the internet and then somebody's life has to become overwhelmed by sort of like active encouraging of people to go and pester that person. Is it harassment to ratio the shit out of J.K. Rowling? No, especially because J.K. Rowling lives by the sword, so to say. All that J.K. Rowling does is harass people on the internet. Yes, absolutely. I would love to do that at some point. People spend a lot of time, like, think about it this way. People spend a lot of energy and time going and writing essays in the comments of random YouTube content creators. Like, guys, I received multiple essay length, like a multitude of essay length comments on my VeganGains debate a VeganGains debate that took approximately 30 minutes and was a giant shit show of him coming in and boasting with toxic masculinity, and people wrote essays about that. That is not a good way. It's not a good use of energy. It's just, whew. It's just, wow. Yeah. Again, J.K. Rowling, all that J.K. Rowling does is instill harassment. J.K. Rowling retweets people all the time that she doesn't like. She has millions of followers. It's ridiculous. You got off the VOD to go see the Will Smith takes, and holy shit, the comment section is crazy. Yeah, it is. Of course, it's fucking wild. Yeah, people. Oh, I'll show you one of the comments. It was absurd. We'll read one after this because I think it's important that we talk about this type of shit. Let's keep going.
Commands, this dogpiling would not be taking place. It's precisely this effect, the collective Vaush unconscious, that had me legitimately doubting my own intentions with my video. The influx of this type of stuff in the week after its release is part of what led me to actually taking the video down for a little bit. If you read things like this enough times, it really starts to get into your head. The combination of them being so confident that they're correct, while airing these feelings of victimization with such condescension, this is what eventually results in people being forced to fall in line by this community. It results in damage control when things come out that make them look bad, and it's a really problematic dynamic. Another more recent example of this dynamic can be found in an extremely long and complicated interaction that Vaush had with the YouTuber Cat Black. To be clear, this one was a mess. As such, I'm only going to look at one specific example from it that relates to what I'm talking about here. I will try to give as much context as is necessary. So, around the time of Vaush's JK Rowling stuff, Cat made a tweet thread asking specifically trans women in her audience about the efficacy of the ironic misogyny Vaush displayed. So, basically asking, what do we think about this? Vaush eventually messaged her about the thread, and they went back and forth. Cat ended up leaking these DMs when she felt that Vaush had misrepresented their contents to his stream. So during this exchange, Vaush's community attempted to rewrite the order of events with the goal of discrediting Cat by painting her as a—
By the way, this particular point, I also called out. You guys will probably recall that. I was very frustrated at the Vaush community for reinforcing a totally false narrative. A narrative that to my knowledge, not even Vaush was pushing. This was just something that the sort of community invented on its own. The idea that that Cat leaked sexts, for example, the idea like that was I have seen people still pushing that line today. Like within days, I've seen people actively saying, "Oh yeah, Cat Black leaked sexts," but that didn't happen. That was invented by the fan base. And I think that sort of a thing, that sort of like propagation of false narratives is something we should be concerned about at times. I don't think it's unique to any one content creator, though I do think there are actions that can make it worse. We'll talk about that. Let's continue.
A sexual abuser. Their justification for this accusation was that Cat had made sexual comments about Vaush without his consent, pictured here. What this accusation is leaving out, though, is that what she said here was directly responding to Vaush saying this on his stream while referencing Cat.
Yeah, Vaush, pretty much exactly what Cat states he's into. All right, are you guys ready for the mildest hot take in the universe? Okay. Super idpol, like lefty black women who are like really condescending to white people in terms of their ability to engage in political discourse. Love fucking white dudes. It's the exact same reason that racist white guys all watch interracial porn to jerk off to. It's the exact same thing. It's identical. There's no difference. It's literally the exact same goddamn thing. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. People who have like racist thoughts tend to like weirdly fetishize like interracial race shit for like probably reasons they should be more critical of.
So neither of these things are good, right? Weird, sexually charged, invasive race play fetish rants are bad. Body shaming and leaking DMs are also bad, generally speaking. Her reasoning for leaking the DMs justifies the leak, in my opinion, but that's just me. However, while people can argue back and forth about which of these is worse, the point here is that the offensiveness of what Vaush said was almost completely ignored, while the offensiveness of what Cat said has been singled out and used as a line of attack. I'm not making a comment about which is worse. We shouldn't do either, but the point stands. Especially given that her tweet is directly responding to this invasive rant from Vaush. He said that stuff first. There is a difference.
I understand why some people come to the conclusion that it's sexual harassment. What my problem was, and I stated this pretty clearly in my video on the matter, my problem was people holding up a double standard, saying that Cat Black, tweeting about whether or not Vaush's dick was underwhelming or not is just as much sexual harassment as speculating publicly on your live stream about whether or not somebody that you had intimate relationships with is into race play. In fact, stating that as if you know that, as if you're revealing something. Now, maybe Vaush was just guessing, but it sounded it sounded to me, and it sounded to many other people, like he was talking from the experience he had with Kat. That is just as much sexual harassment as what Kat did. So that's my problem. If we're going to call it sexual harassment, which I recognize that some people can adequately use that term, but it should be even-handed. They both engaged in that. So, I do think that it's fair to criticize what Kat Black did, but I don't think it's fair to do so without also criticizing the other party. Yeah, I tend to agree with you on this particular one, Nuts, I guess. All I'm saying is, if we're going to use that term, use it fairly. If people are going to engage in that. Noah left out PF's comment, which led to that comment. Well, I don't know about PF. PF isn't the same person, right? That's a different person altogether. Anyway, let's continue.
Standard being applied here by this audience of people, and that's bad. Also, what's important to note here is that Kat later acknowledged her mistake in making this comment about Vaush in a tweet thread, but did Vaush acknowledge making any mistakes here, like talking about her in that manner on his stream? I don't know, and I have no plans of watching a 7-hour stream to find out. Maybe he did, but based on how his community still calls her a sexual harasser to this day, I have my doubts. And okay, so another thing somebody might say here.
Okay, but I will note something here. The allegation of sexual harassment is different than the allegation of like revenge porn or leaking sexts. Those are two very different allegations, and I think they're being conflated here. Some Vaush fans have been saying that that Kat leaked the sexts. That is just a lie that has been propagated out of whole cloth. I don't know where that idea came from. But that is different than some Vaush fans coming to the conclusion that tweeting publicly about someone's dick is sexual harassment. While given the context and the heat on the thing, I don't really know if I'm comfortable saying like this is a clear-cut example of sexual harassment. I can completely understand why people come to that conclusion, which is different than criticizing the people who are coming up with shit out of whole cloth. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is reasonable for someone to come to the conclusion that, hey, this comment constitutes sexual harassment. It is not reasonable for someone else to completely invent something that didn't happen and use that as a character attack. I hope that makes sense.
As well, Noah, doesn't your video encourage people to dogpile on?
The kid the kid from chat says, I'm going to admit something that I'm ashamed of. As someone who didn't follow the drama much, I genuinely did think that Kat leaked the nudes, even though I knew I didn't have proof and didn't believe it 100%. But the fact that the idea she could be is gross. A lot of people have that experience. That's why we have to be careful what we say. That's why it's important to be careful with these types of messaging, because if big allegations get out of hand, you know. But again, there's also another aspect of this, which is something that I'm going to talk about once we finish the react, which is that there's a lot of hyperbole in these spaces in general. When people are in fights, they say shitty things about each other, and sometimes the fan base doesn't do anything with that, and other times they turn it into a never-ending cancellation. It's very weird.
The debate bros, it does paint them in a pretty bad light. Why is what you've done just considered criticism, but when we do it, it's harassment? And the thing is, you would be right to ask these questions. I'm willing to acknowledge that videos like mine contribute to this culture. They create negative impressions that can lead to dogpiling. It took me going through all of this to realize that this is one of the responsibilities of having a platform, and it's something I plan on taking seriously moving forward. You can't control what everyone does online, obviously, but you can take steps to be more responsible. So something like making it clear to my audience that if they're going to comment on someone's work who I'm criticizing, don't do it unless you're going to be constructive, or at least not be a dick. But my video's lack of disclaimers is so much different than Vaush actively weaponizing his audience against other creators, dogpiling them and coercing them into getting what he wants. And I think that difference is worth taking into account. And despite this difference, despite the fact...
See, I feel like that's a little bit leading. We'll talk about
my
it.
video
We'll get to the
essay
whole
did
thing.
not explicitly call for any public action against Vaush, as he's done here. I do recognize that it still could have had the same effect, which again is why, not just for streamers, but video essays too, and really everyone on this platform with a large audience, we need to be more responsible, especially when we're dealing with
Lonnie.
people who don't have our same level of protection. Now, I do want to be clear here. Once there was some communication between Vaush and I, once he was at least aware that the video...
He literally told everyone to not to watch debate streamers. That is a call to action. Yeah, That's a call to action. I mean, I think that he's conveniently sidestepping his engagement with Xanderhall in here, and I think that does a disservice to the video. But again, that's something, this is a narrative thing, isn't it? In this video, we are experiencing the phenomenon that he's talking about himself, which is that in the retelling of this event, he is able to leave out certain things that he engaged in because he controls the narrative in this space. I didn't hear him talk about any of the things that he said that were not correct about Xanderhall. So,
made did not set out to attack him unjustly. This condescension died down. After around this time, as far as I know, he didn't go out of his way to stir up drama on his stream. The wave of these comments slowed. Also, a war started, so that could be part of it. But I didn't do that, so I would never do that. I hate war. He addressed our conflict on a recent stream and did so in what I felt was a fair manner.
Noah Samsen. I don't think that he's dumb. A lot of people in my community have said that he's dumb. I don't actually think that. I think that snark, when applied unwisely, can often come across as dumb because it gives the impression of a sort of confident ignorance of a subject, you know. We'll see how things play out with him.
And I do appreciate this, but there's something missing here if I were to just leave it at that. Because while I'm willing to acknowledge that in our direct interactions, Vaush has been fair to me, what I can't look past is the way that through the mobilization of his community, he has caused harm. Not just to me, but to other more vulnerable people. The backlash has been exhausting for me. I hit a low point during the weeks following my video's release, which was the lowest I've been in a long time. But the thing is, no matter how bad this experience might have been for me, ultimately, I've had it easy compared to others. And there are a few reasons for this. I am someone who already has a decently sized platform. I have a base of online support, and from this, direct material stability. I do this full time, and I have the freedom to take breaks when things get heavy. What's more is that I am also afforded certain protections that a lot of other people are not. I cannot be attacked in the same way that marginalized creators can, with the weight of actual discrimination and persecution compounding on top of these attacks, with the attacks themselves being capable of levying transphobia, homophobia, sexism, or racism, of attacking people for who they are. They can't do that to me. What this means is that there's a certain amount of deferential treatment going on here that I think is worth exploring. The deferential treatment in this case being from the communities that are motivated by Vaush's actions. If you want an example of what this deferential treatment looks like, all we have to do is look at what happened to Professor Flowers. Professor Flowers released a video last week that goes over her experience of dealing with the backlash from debating Vaush. In it, she describes how difficult it's been for her to get back to making videos. It's taken her over 6 months to do so, and one of the reasons for this is the racist harassment that she has experienced. And regardless of...
By the way, I don't doubt that there's been a lot of racist harassment directed towards Professor Flowers. I don't doubt that at all. But also Professor Flowers didn't just disagree with Vaush. Professor Flowers had multiple debates with multiple large communities. It wasn't just Vaush. Her one with Vaush was certainly the most, I would say, the most spiciest one. But do you guys not recall the conversation that happened with Hinged? Hinged's video got seen by a lot of people. Hell, we watched Hinged's conversation with Professor Flowers. And I feel like that conversation was arguably worse than, in some ways, than the one with Vaush. So while I don't doubt even a little bit that Professor Flowers, I know for a fact that there was a bunch of racism in the harassment, I don't think this is even close. I don't even think it's close to honest to try and frame this as an only a Vaush thing. And there's a couple of reasons for this. But again, without digging into the nitty gritty, it's going to be really hard. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, exactly. Like, would you call it the heme effect? I don't know. Lonnie says Noah won't even acknowledge that what Professor Flowers says in those debates was worthy of criticism. That's something I noticed about this video as well. As I was listening to this, there's a lot of attention paid to subject related critiques of Vaush and other people, but there isn't. It's just sort of gone when Professor Flowers comes up. And you all know my reaction to the Professor Flowers situation was that I think that Professor Flowers was in the wrong. I think there was a lot of miscommunications, like a lot of really bad miscommunications that happened between Vaush and Professor Flowers. But I think the way that Professor Flowers went about it was the worst of the two options. I think that Professor Flowers' engagement with that was toxic. And also, Professor Flowers has continued to do that with other people in very similar ways. And yes, that's true, Lonnie. Literally opened the conversation, making it toxic, which, you know. But we're going to talk about all of this in the discussion segment, so let's continue.
How you feel that she portrayed herself in their debate or in any subsequent videos or streams, this is something that should be unacceptable. I do recommend that you go watch her video. I'll leave it linked in the description. One of the most frustrating parts about this whole thing is the fact that even by just mentioning her in this video, I have to contend with the fact that I might be reigniting some level of harassment against her and any of the people I mention. And that's just really shitty that that's how this has to be. I did get her permission to include her in this video, but the fact that I felt the need to ask, I think, says something. Anyways, let's look at one example of differential treatment from her situation. So this is a thumbnail from a prominent Vaush Clips channel featuring an image of a photoshopped black Adolf Hitler. The video that this thumbnail is on is a segment from Vaush's debate with Professor Flowers. The video is titled, "Vaush owns a black white supremacist in this debate."
This shit is so cringe. Okay, this is so fucking cringe right here. By the way, the okay, the clip channels are so fucking cringe. I really hope that okay, first of all, I already know my clip channels, the clip channels that clip my stuff are funnier and cooler, but this is so fucking cringe.
It has been deceptively edited to make it seem as though Professor Flowers says things that she doesn't say. This includes a moment where they make it look like she calls her own father an oppressor because he's white. Many viewers took this at face value, commenting how messed up it was that she talk about her family like that, even
that's scummy. That's really scummy. Clip channels do this all the time, by the way. Like, clip channels do the deceptive editing all the time, and because they're a clip channel, they get away with it, and it genuinely starts fuckloads of misinformation because a lot of people, like, a lot of average viewers on the internet don't know how to look for deceptive editing. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying this is on Vaush. I recognize the clip channels are their own thing. Like, clip channels, I despise clip channels.
though she never did. The account admits to having done.
To be fair, Thorbia does say he made that up in the own video. Well, okay, but come on. Yes, the "my dad is an oppressor" part is edited, but only because it's funny and she probably believes it anyway. This is a bad excuse. In my opinion, this is unironically bad. Like I would denounce this type of behavior for anybody. Yeah. That's just lying. It's just being like, I lied, but I think it's funny because I don't like that person. I think that's bad.
This, but says that it's fine.
It's not just a bad look, it's bad behavior. That's not just a bad look. This is just patently dishonest. And look at this. 25,000 people. How many of them actually read this? That's kind of shitty. I gotta say, I don't like this.
According to them, she probably believes it anyway. This is something that should be unacceptable. And before you say that it is, that this sort of behavior is denounced and that members of Vaush's community are purged if they're found acting in racist ways, the channel has 25,000 subscribers. This is more subscribers than Professor Flowers herself has. Professor Flowers tweeted a screenshot of this thumbnail, which made the rounds. The video itself has 25,000 views and a 98% like to dislike ratio, and Vaush follows this account on Twitter. They know about this, they just don't care, or they don't see the racism. And I'm not really sure which one of these is worse, but I think
that's tenuous.
Both should be unacceptable. A related example here of this sort of differential treatment is with a creator that I mentioned earlier, Cat Black. Now, in the past month or so, following this interaction with Vaush, Cat has mentioned how she's experienced racism from white leftists even more than she's seen from racist white conservatives. Now, for context, Cat is someone who's been around on YouTube for a long time, since 2005 to be precise. Goober Noah for scale here. This is me in 2005.
Hello.
Technically YouTubing, so that's cool. But my point is, Cat has been doing this for a while. She was on YouTube at the height of the anti-SJW wave, through all the reactionary and alt-right stages of content creators.
Okay, that's kind of cute. All right, that's kind of cute. Little Zoomer kids fucking YouTubing. That's being a child and YouTubing is a nightmare that I never experience and never will experience. But it's funny to see elsewhere. Okay, it's funny and cute. Okay, there you go.
And she's still uploading today. So when she makes this comment that she's received, quote, way more shit from white leftists than she does from racist white conservatives, immediately following this conflict with Vaush, with his identity politics arguments being spat at her online, well, that's something that should probably ring some alarm bells, no? A similar sentiment was expressed last month by Professor Flowers during another wave of harassment from Vaush fans. She wrote on Twitter, "I've literally experienced less racism growing up around white conservatives. There seems to be some..."
I mean, it is true that numerically, I have received more transphobia from so-called leftists in my life than I have from conservatives. But all of the transphobia I've ever received from so-called leftists was online comments, and the vast majority of the transphobia I've received from conservatives was conservatives actively trying to destroy my life. So I don't know. I don't know about this point. I don't know that this point really says anything.
Sort of pattern here that may be worth noting. I don't know what it is, but it's super crazy. Oh my gosh, what happened? I don't know. One of the ways that Vaush and his community operate that serves to control the narrative is by outwardly and loudly condemning harassment when it is made public. I remember tweeting a screenshot of some harassment I received on Reddit DMs from a Vaush fan a while ago. Members of his community, like mods, immediately came in and sort of made received on Reddit DMs from a Vaush fan a while ago. Members of his community, like mods, immediately came in and sort of made a display of the fact that the person harassing me had been banned and that they didn't tolerate that type of stuff. And while I'm inclined to say that this is a good thing, that this is what is supposed to happen, at the same time, I can't help but wonder, why is this still up? Obviously, they know about it and they haven't done anything. And my guess is that when it comes to people that they've collectively decided are okay to punch down on, people like Professor Flowers, then there's no real incentive to crack down on this stuff. When the people at the top have signaled that being mean and dogpiling the bad people is okay, then why would anyone say anything? If it's not advantageous from a PR perspective, then why bother? A related point here, and something that Lua brings up in her video, is that examples like these really make you wonder just how much racist shit goes on in these spaces unchecked. How many so-called leftists from this community have felt emboldened by Vaush or any one of his orbiters to pile on to Professor Flowers, and how many of them are going to get away with it? How many of them will say years down the line, oh man, that Professor Flowers drama was really crazy, right guys? It was fun while it lasted though. Meanwhile, 6 months of racist harassment that almost resulted in Lua quitting YouTube and worse. And that just really doesn't sit right with me, And I hope it doesn't with you either. I hope this causes you to wonder, like, hey, why does stuff like this only seem to be a problem when people shine a spotlight on it? Are we okay with this sort of deferential treatment for marginalized creators just because it's been greenlit from the top? These are things that I feel like we should be thinking about, but I don't.
See, this shit right here. Okay, we're gonna.
But I don't know. But I don't know.
Let's
anything,
finish the video.
Actually,
we're gonna
so
get to it.
Don't listen to me. So time has passed, right? And as I said, things have mostly calmed down for me, but I still wanted to speak on this experience, not just because it has been exhausting, but really because I know I haven't seen anywhere close to the worst of it. And that genuinely worries me. It worries me for the people that may experience this without the protections that I am afforded or without the support base of being somewhat established as a content creator. It saddens me for the people who have already gone through it, people who I know are just trying to do good with the odds stacked against them and being nearly driven off of the platform because of it. I really don't want to see that happen to anyone, and regardless of your opinions of any of the people that I mentioned here, I hope you can understand where I'm coming from when I say that. This video is not a personal attack on any of the creators that I've mentioned. All of this does stem from my concern over mistreatment in online spaces, and thus mistreatment in any form in my name is don't do it, okay? Don't do it. Don't be little freaks, okay? Okay, well, be little freaks, but not that kind. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thanks again to Casetify for sponsoring this video. Go to casetify.com/no.
All right, so we've watched the Noah Samsen video. I was going back and forth on whether I wanted to watch this on stream, but I'm glad that we did. And I think this has prompted us to talk about a couple of interesting things. Like I said, today was going to be fun, low-stakes drama. Not low-stakes, funny content that we can have fun with. Let's talk about this, okay? Because one of the things that Noah talks about in this video, I think is actually a really good point, okay? So I'm going to open with what I think is the good, and then we'll go into what I think is the bad, okay? The good. I do think that Noah Samsen is onto something accurately about how narratives are so important, not just in the world in general, but specifically in debate spaces. And we've seen this as somebody who's experienced a fucking incredible amount of harassment on the internet since I became a public figure. Like, I can tell you that this is definitely a thing. The idea that narrative setting is the most important part. Like, you guys know, the narrative on me that was set by my most notable opponent was that I'm like a genocide-denying, pink-haired SJW who actually hates trans people because I think that like binary trans people are bad or something. that I believe that you can just cook insulin at home in your meth lab, and also that at the same time, I also am secretly a tanky, and I also believe that you should make up mental illness to get medication for free. See, these are all the things, these are the narratives that have been set around me, many of which are totally falsified, some of which are distortions of something that I actually said that has been asserted by somebody else. Online, it is, the narrative setting effect is wild. For example, actually, I can give a specific example. Do you guys all remember the RGR situation? Those of you who were here in the RGR situation, that is a perfect example of a narrative being set. I had a debate with RGR after RGR was on my stream for over 3 hours. At the very end of that very long period, RGR and I butted heads on an issue. However, when this video, when people started reacting to it, they reacted without any of the context. So all they saw, they started watching where I got angry at RGR, and they didn't start watching at everything else that we talked about. So the narrative was set that I did a debate with RGR, not that RGR came on my show and then said, I'm about to drop my hottest trans take ever, and then I said, oh boy, and then it ended up becoming an argument. The narrative was set that I went out of my way to go debate RGR, and that I was the one who was being aggressive and all of these things, that people said that I went onto RGR's show when it was actually the other way around. So this idea that a narrative can get set that can never be undone is something very true. And I think that Noah Samsen's video does a disservice to this idea, because this video doesn't really actually talk about that. Instead, it sort of fixates on framing Vaush as like the poster child of this effect. But this effect is visible even in Noah's video. Noah is setting the narrative for how the Cat Black situation went. Noah is setting the narrative for how the Professor Flowers situation went. Noah is even setting the narrative for his own video. So this idea of narratives being very important, interestingly, is one of the reasons why I do drama mamas. For those of you who have watched my show in a long time, the reason I do a drama mama is because for me, it's very important that the narrative that is set is as accurate as possible before we give our takes on it. So I get all the receipts that I can. I try to get the story out in the most accurate way as possible when possible. We don't always have both sides. We don't always have everything. And that's why I do that, is because of this specific effect. Now, I think there's a lot of mistakes in this video. I think that it's inaccurate and also petty to call this video the Vaush effect. I don't even think it's good clickbait. I don't think that, I mean, a lot of the examples that are brought up to show, to like sort of demonstrate what Vaush is doing here are, in my opinion, not very good examples. Also, I want to go on the, I also want to go on the record here and say, and say specifically that, that I think Vaush's community does a pretty good job addressing bad harassers. Like, I really do. I think that White Nervosa, Mythaldu, and the mod team generally take it very seriously. However, some of this is undone by examples like what Noah showed in here. Even if you have a good mod team that takes down genuine harassers, when you also go on stream and say, jump in this person's comments, let's bombard this person until they're wrong, that does a disservice to your own mod team. Yeah. I think that does a disservice to the mod team. I think that was a mistake. And I think it's okay for people to, I think it's okay for people to bring that up. Now, one of the things that frustrates me about this particular video is that there are a lot of better examples in immediate reach. There are so many examples of this that could have been not Vaush, and that would have been just as valuable in the clickbait. This video could have been made about Keemstar. This video could have been made about Destiny. This video could have been made about Lauren Southern. This video could have been made about Steven Crowder. This video could have been made about a lot of different people. And I think it's extremely weird to call this the Vaush effect when Vaush isn't even the best example of this happening. Or Leafy, or any of these other massively vicious harassers. And this is something also that I would say that I understand where actually, I'll just say this. I totally get where Vaush is coming from in being displeased with the way things have gone with Noah Samsen. And let me explain why. How many of you have seen videos that purport to be about a topic, and then it's more or less just an excuse to yell at me? How many fucking haters of mine have done a video that's literally has basically nothing to do with the politics? They just say, "Oh, we need to deal with the Demon Mama issue," or they'll say, "Actually, I think I could give you an example of this right now. Hold on, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you some examples of this sort of thing.
Right
Like,
now,
even present here. Hold on, let me see if I can get it right here. Okay. Where's this shit here? Is it on this channel? One of the React channels had a video. Oh, actually, perfect example. Rose Wrist did a video that purported to be about supply lines, but it was literally, there was nothing about the topic at hand. It was just going after me. And that's what's happening in this video, I think, with Noah Samsen. This is a video that uses a serious topic as a sort of way to just, I don't know, try and settle a drama with Vaush, and I just don't think that's a very good way of doing it. Let's be real. We all do this sometimes, right? Every single YouTuber uses drama as a jumping off point to talk about other things. But there are worse examples, and this, I think, is one of the worst examples. Online harassment, especially online harassment, the scale to which people like Lindsay Ellis, ContraPoints, and even Vaush himself have to deal with is not well served by a conversation in a video titled The Vaush Effect, which implies both in the argument and by the title and by the chapter title and by the graphics that this is a sort of effect that is characterized by Vaush and his community when it really isn't. And you all know, guys, I'm going to be completely honest with you. My debate with Vaush led to a lot of Vaush fans getting very angry, okay? The #1 place on the internet to be mad at Demon Mama is now the Vaush subreddit. That sucks. Also, a fuckload of Vaush people have gotten really mad and said, "I'm unsubbing," and they have. I think that sucks. I'm somebody who's got, I mean, the Vaush community does not like me anymore. Sucks. Yeah, I would know from experience, but I genuinely think that this video does a disservice to the topic by being overly fixated on Vaush and by not talking about the other things. Also, in a broader picture, by sidestepping some of the claims that Noah himself made about others and some of the actions that Noah himself took. So, I can't say I'm a huge fan of this video. I think that it really misses on a couple of points, and I think that a lot of the examples that it uses are just the worst examples. There are so many. It would be easy to talk about examples of harassment, to talk about examples of brigading and dogpiling, but it feels like in order to make this video about Vaush, there had to be a lot of stretches involved. I mean, I saw some people who also watch my show show up in the screenshots. Socialist Potato, thank you very much for the $10, or for the $9. DM, I saw someone on Twitter trying to make a narrative that you and Keffels call everyone transphobic. It's really funny. I've been very reluctant to call anyone transphobic. But yeah, let me give you an example of the type of stuff I'm talking about, okay? Like, here, let me give you an example from my personal experience, okay? I'm gonna read you guys a wild-ass comment I got, okay? This is a really... Here we go. Let me just read you a wild-ass comment, okay? Here we go. Hold on, let me crop this down so we don't have any names or anything in there. Crop the selection. Here we go. All right, we ready? Here we go, everybody. I'm I'm aspirationally anti-murder. I try not to murder people, but I have anger management issues, so that makes it hard not to stab people to death whenever I get the chance to. Also, people die every day due to lack of food, lack of access to affordable healthcare, homelessness, warfare, and many other preventable causes. So how is one little individual like me being a murderer really gonna affect anything? And then the quote says, Charlotte Demon Mama Manson in her 2023 court trial after her court trial for murdering 12 rival bathtub insulin dealers in a gang war. Like, I'm not making this up. And this is not even, this is just one of many large comments that I received. And you see, there are those narrative elements in there. There's like the, like Demon Mama is a bathtub gangster, a bathtub insulin gangster who's pro-murder. Like, literally, how do you get to that? And the answer is, well, people buy into a micro-culture war. People buy into this, like, this internet culture war where their opponent is the worst person who's ever existed, and they're the stupidest person ever, and everything they are has to be caricaturized to a degree that it no longer matches reality. And, you know, that just seems a little bit fucked up. That just really feels a little wild. By the way, if you're here, please press the like button on the stream. We have 303 viewers right now. You're all awesome. Happy to have you as imps. Press the like button, please. And so I don't know. Yeah, of course. Like there's all these things that I don't know. You get these comments, you get these people, and unfortunately, this is like the most deranged example of the comments. You know, this is like one that's really off the rails. But there are literally dozens of comments on my videos that are just restating a completely fake thing. Like they will repeat this idea that I said things I never said, and all of this is because of narrative setting by content creators. Ultimately, that is how it happens. The content creator is the head of a community, and so if you set a narrative, that's how it goes. And that falls for me as well. But you all know that one of the things I try to do is be as thorough and clear as possible. And also, I'm very open about when I'm talking my opinion versus when I'm trying to state something that actually happened. So what I'm trying to say with this is that I think Noah's video is touching on something important, but fails because it is too fixated on Vaush. And, yeah. And that's not to say that there aren't videos that can be done that focus on a single content creator. But if that's the case, I feel like you'd have to have stronger examples than what was brought up here. For example, the Thermia clip, like the Thermia clip is a great example of a channel doing something shitty. But why would that be tied to Vaush at all? in the video, Noah Samsen ties it to Vaush as though Vaush is the one who runs that channel, but he's not. This is part of the thing on the internet, is that people can react to your content. People can make content in response to content that you make, and sometimes it's really fucked up. The last of the like 3 cancellations I've had to go through on the internet have been random people making unbelievable claims about things that I said, that they say that I said, and then it turns out that's not what I said. But by the time they've made the video on it and their fans are angry about it, the narrative's already been set. So I think one of the problems is that you have situations like this where even in a video that talks about the problems with setting narratives and how misinformation can become like functionally like de facto truth on the internet in the minds of many people, that the video also engages in this. It's just very frustrating. And as a result, I don't think very highly of the video. I don't think it's like the worst thing ever. I don't think Noah's like a bad person or anything. I just think that there were a lot of decisions in the making of this video that seem to want to talk about a bigger issue, but that is limited by the conflict with Vaush. And that's unfortunate. Square Symbol says, the problem is we cannot confirm nor deny that Vaush is aware of that image, but I saw it spread around the internet when it happened. Yes, but even if he's aware of the image, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as Vaush putting it out himself. Okay, that's true, Nisrathi, as well. But, you know. He can DMCA it. Okay. Square Symbols, I'm really sorry, but that is an extreme reaction. Even if you don't like a video, even if a video is bad, DMCAing a channel is a legal process. Not only can that fuck the user of the channel, but if it goes badly, it can fuck the person who files the DMCA. That is really, in my opinion, that's extremely over the line. I really don't think that's worth it. Ada Stardust says, even if Noah wanted to talk about the idea that Vaush's engagement with black creators could or has led to more harassment of black creators, the black nationalism discourse would have been miles better than PF. I agree. That's another thing that was weird to me. I don't know why Professor Flowers was the go-to here. I don't understand that. And I think that the Professor Flowers conflict is a bad example of this particular thing. Vaush should have publicly executed Thermia. How dare he? Yeah, I think people might be getting a little out of hand with some of these claims and desires. PF is Noah's friend. Okay, that kind of explains it. Professor Flowers picked a fight with Vaush and Vaush matched her. I largely agree with that read. I think there were issues in the conversation with some of Vaush's arguments. As you know, I talked about this, but whatever. Unrelated, will you ever make a video about anarchism? I make lots of videos about anarchism, but yes, someday I will make a more focused one about that. You know? Yeah, for sure. It's interesting to me. Basically, what I'm saying is I don't think that Noah's video does a good job convincing. It certainly doesn't convince me. It doesn't seem to do a good job of educating people about the phenomenon, and it honestly seems a bit more like, well, a drama video, which is what it claimed not to be in the beginning. As you all know, I'm fine with drama videos to a certain degree. Obviously, some drama videos get out of hand, but in and of itself, I don't think drama is necessarily a bad thing. People say things about you online, you want to respond to them, that's fine. But I do think it's very silly. I do think it's very silly to I think it's silly to make a video that claims to be that's called the Vaush effect, that claims to not be a drama video, that tries to aim at a larger topic but ends up just fixating on Vaush, and then really try to say with a straight face that that's not a drama video. Professor Flowers is also bringing back the drama by leaking DMs she had with Hinged. That was weird. That is a really weird thing. I don't understand their conflict. It honestly feels like Professor Flowers just doesn't like hinged. And also, guys, this is another hot take. Ready? Here's a hot take. I think the way that a lot of content creators in the like video essayist space engage with Zan is really unironically toxic. Oh, true, Marinara. That's a good point. It's also an emphasis on people instead of systems. Square symbols. Square symbols. Do you really feel like that's what's going on here? Do you really feel like this space condones racism? I feel like that's not, I don't feel like that's a fair space. I don't feel like that's a fair thing at all. I really don't think that this is a good example of that. Do I think there are a lot of people who look the other way when racism happens? Yes, but I don't think this space condones racism. I think that's a bit much. I don't think you can accept the reason why Xanderhall gets so much shit. I know the reason why Xanderhall gets so much shit. But if I say it, it will make me seem bad. So I'm going to say it anyway because everybody already thinks I'm bad, which means I get to speak the truth. The real reason why people get really mad at Xanderhall is because he's a young guy on the internet. He's a young guy and they see him and they perceive him as like a fair target. He's a young white guy, so they think, okay, yeah, we can bully on this. And it's interesting, isn't it, that most of the people who go after Xanderhall are older dudes. Dudes who are older than him with a bigger platform, and they punch down on him. It's the little brother effect. I know, I'm sorry, I know this is probably going to sound condescending, but I unironically believe this. I think a lot of internet dudes have like unaddressed toxic masculinity, and that makes them go really hard on Xanderhall because they see him like a little brother they can push around. I'm sorry, I know. Sorry, Xanderhall. I'm sorry if that's a little condescending to you, but I just genuinely think that's true. I've seen so many examples of people randomly punching at Xanderhall for no fucking reason. And they go so hard. The people, like the Graugot video was a perfect example. I reacted to the Graugot video specifically because it was so out of line. It's unfortunate. And this is something that happens, by the way. It's like a weird, it's not hazing, but it's in that same, environment. It's this idea that like, oh, Zan's like a young guy. And also Zan kind of plays up his image as being like a young gamer guy who like, he wears like, you know, the Sonic hoodies and stuff like that. Like he plays that up a little bit and that's fine. But some people respond to that by being like, yeah, it's okay for me to pick on him. It's really weird. It's a really weird thing. And I've seen it a lot. I've seen a lot of weird, toxic big guy, like toxic man putting the kid in his place. I find that very silly. A shadow onesie, whatever, you know what I mean. Has there been times where Xanderhall has been cringe? Of course. We've all been cringe. And there have been moments where Xanderhall, I think, has been out of line, and I think there are moments where Xanderhall has been a little cringe, but that doesn't mean that it justifies this weird shit. And guys, there is a weird fixation. I can tell you this firsthand. There was a group chat I used to be in with a bunch of lefties. This was a long time ago. I was in a group chat with a fuckload of lefties, and those motherfuckers, all they did was talk about Xanderhall, and I made fun of them for it before I left the group chat, because this was a lot of people who were just sitting there all day long shit-talking Xanderhall. It's weird. It was weird as fuck. I found that so weird. That was part of what informed me to do the Graugot defense of Xanderhall in the first place. It's fucking weird. People are weird. And by the way, this shit is absolutely not just contained to debate bros. It is not just contained to any one community. Weird parasocial people crossing lines is universal online. It's very fucked up, and we should push back against it wherever it happens, but especially when we see it getting picked up by people with platforms. Oh, nuts. To be fair, I did see that, and I did hear that that was a funny... I saw that clip, and it made me laugh, okay? I don't know what the context of that clip was, but the clip where I swear... that clip made me laugh, okay? It was funny. I don't know what the hell was going on there, but saying that like saying that you're like what white pass? No, it wasn't white passing, was it? It was something else. It was was it white passing? No, it was something else. It was another term. White presenting. It was white presenting. White presenting. That's what it was. That's what made it so funny. Is the term used was white presenting, which made me laugh really fucking hard. That was hilarious, okay? It made me laugh really fucking hard. Like saying to an Asian guy, like, you're white presenting. Bad look. Big mistake. But I think I know what Joe was trying to say. It just came out really, really bad. It ended up being really cringe. I feel bad. I know he didn't mean it that bad. I know he didn't mean it like that, but it came out really bad. It was very funny. So, anyway, final take on the Noah Samsen Vaush situation. I didn't think the video was very good. I think that it does a disservice to the topic at hand. I do think that it's an important topic to discuss. I think we should be careful about this. And I do think that, video aside, not just Vaush, but any large content creator should be very careful about how they utilize their ability to set narratives. It is cool to have power, isn't it? But if you use power poorly, well, you're just being like everyone else who wields power poorly. So, use it well. Square Symbols, you seem to have a lot of problems with my takes on this. I feel like my take on this is relatively calm and straightforward. I don't think this video did a good job of criticizing either Vaush or the topic at hand. I think that a video could be made criticizing Vaush specifically. I think that some of the things that happened during the Cat Black drama are things that you could make a very useful critique of Vaush with, but that wasn't brought up here. They were mostly slanted over. And additionally, I don't think this video manages to really demonstrate the problem that I think is going on and that also Noah seems to have identified in this space. But because it's so fixated on Vaush, it can't talk about the wider phenomenon. So it lands in this area where it's both too fixated on Vaush and not detailed enough about Vaush to function as either a non-Vaush video that isn't a drama video or a drama video. It's just stuck in a weird purgatory. You feel like the framing of the vid is biased? Maybe. I mean, I think that's a little hard to avoid. But I just wanted to get that out there, my position on it. I think the video, again, final say is, I just think that it does a disservice to its own. It's not a well-formed video. If you wanted to talk about Vaush and you wanted to do an expose on Vaush, do that. Just do the drama video, and if you have the receipts, you will win the drama war. And if you didn't want to do a drama video, then just talk about the phenomenon and don't call your video the Vaush effect and then name the thing that you're trying to describe in the video the Vaush effect when it is very clearly not even close to limited to Vaush. There you go. There's the final take. So, no bad feelings towards anyone involved. No, nothing, whatever. Unless you want a ton of views. But did that work though? Like Lonnie, like I don't even think that worked. I think that he could have put a bigger YouTuber in the title and gotten even more views. I just think it's very short-sighted to talk about, like, how long has Vaush been streaming? A few years? Oh, sorry. Posadas John says, important conversation about parasocial and online harassment aside, I'm very sad that you didn't mention me when you talked about the Vaush mods team. I forgot. Posadas John, you do a good job, okay? Keep it up, all right? I know you guys do. I know you guys are genuine. I know that you, Mythaldu, all of them, I know you all do great. I'm sorry if I forgot. I just totally forgot that you got that promotion. I know you guys do a good job. I know it. I've seen it. There are, by the way, just real quick, there is a community. There are communities online that don't try to police harassment at all. VeganGains is a great example of that. For example, that's what we're talking about next. What we're talking about next is the VeganGains drama. We have to talk about that before I go on to everything else. VeganGains' community, They banned Gayfesh because Gayfesh reported that a bunch of people were being openly transphobic, and they banned Gayfesh instead of banning the transphobes. So there are communities that don't do it. And no matter what I feel about the way that the Vaush community engages with me now, that I feel like they really don't like me, and that sucks. Because I've been a part of the Vaush community for fucking ever. Even with all that aside, I would not be willing to say that Vaush's community is one of the communities that engages in that negative type of stuff. Vaush's community and his mod team are very good about addressing reports of harassment. Unfortunately, when communities get to a certain size, there's just no possible way you can get all of it. However, the precedent is set and people know what's acceptable. So seriously credit where credit is due on that. Now, I see what you're saying, Sparklecat. Is this the vegan that was comparing cannibalism to eating animal meat? Yes. And we will talk about that. Now, real quick, you said fun today. Yes, lots of fun. We have lots of fun to do. Talking about my debates is fun. And we're going to do that. So, real quick, though, I have to go to the bathroom. You are not going to go anywhere because we're about to talk about a bunch of other stuff. First, we're going to talk about my VeganGains situation. Then we're going to do the Christian cult shit. And that shit is going to be fun. If you're here right now, you guys don't know what's in store for you. I'm telling you. Let me just give you a little teaser, okay? You don't want to go anywhere. First of all, like the stream. Second of all, subscribe and ring the bell. And third, later, I am going to show you a cringe beyond belief Christian anthropomorphic fish shonen live action TV show produced by a Catholic cult. Now, those words might make your brain shut down, but I'm telling you, you must see it. So if you want to see some fucking silly ass, hilarious shit, stick around because we have a couple more things to do and all of them are funny. Yeah, so VeganGains, then Christian stuff, and then Cooking Mama, hopefully. I will be right back. I'm going to play the bathroom song. I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I get back, I want more likes on the video, and then we'll do more content to keep you all happy and entertained. All right? Here comes the bathroom song. Enjoy. Oh, and Will Smith.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break.
This is awesome. Excuse me.
Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door
Just
when
in
she
time,
uses it.
everyone.
But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is
No,
weak enough to break.
I wasn't pooping. Pooping is gross. Poop is disgusting. I was not pooping. I was peeing. And pee is significantly less gross, or at least some say. This is such a good song. God damn it, Gayfesh.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
All right, everybody. Now, we just had an interesting conversation about people setting narratives. And, I think that's a good time for us to acknowledge and address another narratives. So some of you may know I had a debate with a content creator by the name of VeganGains. Now, VeganGains is an interesting fellow. I knew a lot less about VeganGains than I thought. When I first heard of VeganGains, I knew of him as a aggressive vegan on the internet who had had some debates with a bunch of other people. I vaguely remember him having a debate with Vaush. I vaguely remembered that a clip of Vaush that has haunted him for a long time was created out of context from the conversation that he had with VeganGains. But to my knowledge, I didn't know if it was VeganGains that propagated that clip. I always thought it was right-wingers, like far right-wingers, that propagated that clip. So all I knew was that VeganGains was an aggressive vegan who has talked with a lot of other people. I did not know that VeganGains was so aggressive such as to not actually be able to have a meaningful conversation with him. VeganGains came into my chat. What a lot of people who have now seen this debate don't realize is that VeganGains showed up randomly while I was doing totally unrelated stuff. We were not talking about veganism. I was literally talking about, I think it was Will Smith at the time. And VeganGains showed up in my YouTube chat asking to debate me. You all know I rarely ever turn down debates. If somebody shows up and wants to debate me, if they have a topic, I am almost always willing to sit down and have a conversation. I'm a bit of a debate bro like that. You know? Sucks. It's a vice, I know. And so VeganGains showed up. Now, it was an odd conversation from the get-go. VeganGains came in and asked me my opinion, or actually he opened the conversation by asking me whether or not I was a vegan. And I said, well, I guess it depends on what you mean by vegan. Do I believe that vegans are correct on things? That I said, yes, I think that vegan ethics and the general arguments for animal liberation and for the well-being and good treatment of animals that vegans put out, I believe those things are important. But I don't abstain entirely from meat. And there's a number of reasons for that. I don't really care to have to explain my diet to every single vegan that I talk to. But that happens all the time. Almost every conversation I have with a vegan ends with that vegan interrogating me about why I'm not at the same level of veganism as they are, why I haven't completely stopped eating meat, and then usually devolves into insults. And so I told him, I said, no, I still eat meat occasionally. You know, I've cut down my meat intake quite a lot. So I don't think that I would be qualified as a vegan, but I certainly am very, very favorable to vegan arguments, and I advocate for us moving to a meat-free world. And that was not good enough for him. So what happened after he asked me that is he began to get extremely agitated. And again, no context. I don't know who this guy is. He barely knows who I am. He starts accusing me of avoiding questions. And that makes me really annoyed because when somebody comes on my show, specifically to talk to me about things, I assume that they're interested in actually hearing my opinion. So when he asks me a question and I answer with my genuine thoughts, and then the response to that is, you're dodging the question, that really frustrates me. And it makes me start to feel like I'm dealing with a cop instead of another person. Yeah, Hattie Likes Horses in the chat brings up a great point, which is that very quickly, this conversation turned into VeganGains shouting at me to answer yes or no questions. Now, for those of you who don't know, trying to force yes or no questions is it is a literal rhetorical tactic. It is a quote-unquote sneaky debate tactic. If you want to make someone look bad, you create a false dichotomy, and then you ask them a yes or no question, which forces them to answer either yes and look bad or no and look bad. This is how you can abuse framing. And the funny thing is that in a normal human conversation, in a healthy communication between humans, if somebody goes, I'm asking you a yes or no question, answer yes or no, most of the time, the other person would go, I don't agree with the premise of that question. Can I answer the question as I see fit? And then if it's a cop, if you're talking to a literal policeman, that person will then, you know, put you in prison because, you know, they didn't like that you were talking back to them. Or they'll hit you maybe if you live in like a country where the cops go a little more ham. They might hit you with something and go, what? Tell us the answer, you know? But healthy conversations with other people will go, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to force you to answer a question. Go ahead. And then they'll hear your opinion, and then they will respond to your opinion. But that's not what happened with VeganGains. VeganGains came in, and he came in with a bunch of preloaded, almost like NPC-like questions that he demanded a yes or no answer for. And when I said, I don't think that that's a yes or no question, I don't think that question is fair, he would accuse me of dodging. Now, I talked, according to his fans, and according to him, I talked a lot during this debate, but also apparently they didn't listen to anything that I said. They just accused me of dodging every question, even though I gave direct answers to all of his questions. They were just not the answers he wanted. So it became a very awkward and weird conversation. And if you watch it, you will see that he gets increasingly agitated as the conversation goes on until he's at a point where he is then asking me about cannibalism. Now, there was a little silly part in the beginning where he asked me what I consider to be a somewhat ridiculous hypothetical, and then I asked him an equally ridiculous hypothetical in response. Some people accuse that of being bad faith. I don't think that was bad faith. I was just responding to his hypothetical with an equally silly hypothetical. Is that bad faith? I don't think so. I think that's just bantering. I think it's fair grounds if somebody gives me a ridiculous hypothetical to respond with my own. Yeah, hell yeah. Chud Logic had some serious fun with your debate, and Imp chatted you for poking fun at him at the end. Yes, at the very end of the conversation, I accused him of supporting child abuse, which that was a dirty debate tactic. It was. I believe it was justified completely. By the point that I was at that point, he was trying to accuse me of being a cannibal. He was trying to accuse me of being a murderer when I was being genuinely honest in my responses to him, trying to explain what my views on veganism are. He was trying to set up a rhetorical trap to make me apparently admit to cannibalism, but it didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work is because I've had conversations with people like him before, and he apparently didn't know that or care. Yeah, he did say, yeah, he said I oppose human rights. That's how these people operate. And if you go and watch that back, it's really obvious to see how he's trying to set up things. They're literally rhetorical traps. It's an attempt to try and get you to say a yes or no question so that after the fact, he can be like, look at this. And this is literally what they'll say. Look at this carnist sophist. Look at this murderous carnist sophist. The comments are full of people calling me a carnist sophist. Very weird. Really culty, weird personality cult shit. Yes, I only used that dirty debate tactic after I literally couldn't engage with him anymore and after he was accusing me of not supporting human rights because I didn't want to answer his fake hypothetical. Not even a hypothetical. I didn't want to answer his fake yes or no question, which I don't believe was valid. So it's really funny. If you go to the comments, you will see that there are just fuckloads of VeganGains fans and also a bunch of other interesting new converts to veganism. You see, I just so happen to know that a particularly large conservative content creator reacted to my debate. Now, of course, as usual, they always leave out the details of the fact that he came to debate me. You know, remember we were just talking about how people do the narrative control thing? Conveniently left out the detail that VeganGains sought an argument with me. Now, some people watched that, and they came away feeling, ooh, they're very, very, very on board with veganism. And it's really interesting to me because, you know, to my knowledge, you know, veganism is still a relatively small movement, all things considered, and the percentage of people who are actually vegans is pretty low. So it was pretty weird to me that a large like conservative internet community was so full of concerned vegans. A lot of concerned trolls. And yeah, here's an interesting fact. Oh yeah. See, I love it. Amazing. Absolutely fucking incredible. These people soy facing. And by the way, if you go down here, you will just see all of a Hey, here's Hunter Avalone. Yeah, Hunter Avalone blocked me because I pointed out that he was fucking lying. That's why he blocked me, by the way. Also, all of a sudden, tons and tons of fucking suddenly very concerned vegans. Super concerned vegans. Oh, it's just so funny. Oh my God, it's so funny. So yeah, there's a bunch of people who are new converts. They're really super into the veganism thing now, and they all came to my comments to tell me such amazing comments. Now, I read one of the comments to you, but let me tell you, there were a lot of essays left on my post. Now, the conversation itself was like an hour, maybe. I think it was like an hour long, if that. It might have been less. It might have been just like 30 minutes or something. And it was a really short conversation, and the amount of oh my God, the amount of essays that I got in response was wild. I never expected a 30-minute conversation to prompt fucking posts, to prompt these fucking enormous posts. Just essays. Here's a great example. Like, look at this shit. Here's an example of one of these fucking posts. Here, I'll chop this out. It doesn't really matter. This is the 100,000th time I've seen this, so I can't help but try my best to give you advice. Fuckloads of random things about 10 minutes micro critiquing me, and then down here, it's like, in your own slime-ridden words, this isn't how normal people have conversations. This is how somebody desperately looking to have a rhetorically argument fails to keep pace in an argument. Just, I hope one day you can have conversations at a level higher than what I expect from middle schoolers. So, and there was a lot of comments like these, which, when I look at that, I go, damn. Thanks for writing literal essays in response to my 30-minute conversation. I'm happy that I inspired you all to think so much. But interestingly, it spilled far beyond that. And in fact, very weird, fuckloads, absolute fuckloads of transphobia has been pouring into all of my videos. Not just the one with VeganGains either. All of a sudden, immediately after debating VeganGains and people literally screenshotting hundreds of transphobic comments from his chat, all of a sudden my comments are just totally jam-packed with open transphobia. Very weird. Now, I don't know. I don't know about you, but when I go into a comment section and I see the same 3 comments 100 times, almost exactly like what we were talking about. Remember, we were just talking about this in reviewing that Noah Samsen video. In the Noah Samsen video, I pointed out that one of the things that Noah was totally right about is the fact that some communities will generate people who copy paste word for word what their favorite content creator said, and then just spam it at you over and over and over again, and you will get hundreds of comments that are more or less the exact same words. Holy shit, did that happen here? Oh my God. The amount of comments that were just like, you refuse to answer any questions. You dodged all of his questions. You are a carnist sophist. You don't support human rights. You are bad faith. And it was just that. People repeating bump, 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 that exact same lines, all of those points. I'm talking just, oh my God, tens of comments that are identical. Literal Oblivion NPC shit like, nasty little things, mud crabs. Oh my God, it's wild, and it's demented when you it's dementing when you come across a community that has that they toe the line so hard that they use verbatim the words that their favorite content creator says in the video. It is wild. So so it's been really funny to see VeganGains try to like jump on board to the Demon Mama hate train, and it's also been really funny to watch all of the Demon Mama haters try to jump on this one. Oh my God, is it hilarious to me to see all of those people pretending to be concerned vegans. Literally amazing. People who just fucking every other day of the week would be chomping down meat. All of a sudden, I'm really concerned about Demon Mama's veganism. Do you really think this is the way to go about veganism? Huh? Do you? Listen, as a concerned citizen, oh, amazing. Sound Judgment says, there has been no bigger sign than people just hate you no matter what you do or say than the VeganGains debate. No one unbiased can possibly have watched that debate and think you look bad compared to him. No way, no how. Zero zilch. That's the thing. They did. The VeganGains community literally thinks first of all, they made up a lot of stuff. They accused me of baiting out the debate in the first place. They accused me of making accusations against VeganGains. VeganGains himself repeated this, and then when I asked him for a clip, he could not provide it because it does not exist. Interesting how that works out. You know, you just make something up, and then your fans start repeating it, and they reinforce each other. Weird. Cotton D-Pad says, I was debating one of the people in one of the Twitter threads on this topic, and he even admitted he's not vegan. Yeah, interesting how that works. A lot of concerned non-vegans very worried about the vegan stuff. So yeah, there are a bunch of people who straight up just did not listen. They don't care. They live in a fantasy world. There were people who straight up tried to tell me I didn't answer any of the questions. You can watch the VOD. I directly answer his questions. It isn't until the end when he's asserting at my face that I'm not answering questions. And I'm like, I just answered your question. You didn't like my answer. And he goes, no, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't. And I'm like, dude, I don't know how to tell you that it's on video. The evidence is right there that I answered these goddamn questions. And so there's just fuckloads of people who just keep reasserting this. And it is hilarious. Okay. So, the VeganGains debate has, like, let me just show you something real quick. This is wild, okay? So, now I will note, none of this is from VeganGains community, oddly enough, because all of it happened at a very specific time in which another streamer was, when another streamer was restreaming my stream. But, let's just say a community on the internet got so mad about this that let me just show you real quick like what we're talking. Hold on, let me just show you. Here we go. Take a look at this. Right here. 960 comments. 10,146 views, which is above average, but not unheard of. But 960 comments on a VOD. On a fucking VOD. So, needless to say, and if you go into these comments, you will just see, here you go. Look, here's an example. This one was posted 44 seconds ago. Guys, you don't understand. It's really hard for her to answer simple questions. You don't get it. I answered every single question. Dude, I don't know how anyone could watch this and think VeganGains is the one who looked bad. It doesn't help that she kicked VeganGains off and then lied about it, claiming he got disconnected. Here, let me show you guys something. You guys want to see something? Watch this. I'm about to blow all of your minds and every VeganGains viewer and every DGG viewer's minds. Are you ready? Bum, bum, bum. Hold on. Bum, bum. Give me a second. Wait, where's this one? How do I do it here? Hold on, I have to search this one. It was... Wait, I can get this. Dun, dun, dun. Has to... Oh, fuck, I have to go back a couple days. Here we go. His name was... What was his name? Horse something? Horse guy? Mr. Horse? Mr. Horse. Bum, bum, bum. Now let's find out. Hold on. Bum, bum, bum. Let me find the log. We're going to show you the log. Let me find it. Here we go. Do. Member left. Mr. Horse joined 7 minutes and 30 seconds ago. Rolls imp. This is a Carlbot log showing that he was auto-kicked by the bot for not verifying his alt-dentifier. Here we go. Here's a timestamp from Gayfesh from our chat, which you can verify right now. Heads up, he didn't do the alt-dentifier verification, so he's going to get booted from the Discord in like 18 minutes. You might want to switch to a direct call. At that point, I sent him a friend request. It's very interesting. I believe... Oh, hey, take a look at this. Watch this, everybody. Ready? Duh. What's this right here? Pending. Mr. Horse outgoing friend request. Does it say when I sent it? Oh, does it say when I sent it? That's VeganGains right there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Looks like they were making up everything! Isn't that incredible? Isn't it amazing when a bunch of people spam your comments to say that you made up shit when they're literally the ones making up shit? It's wild! And by the way, just so that you know that I always have the receipts. If fucking Demon Mama is gonna set a narrative, Demon Mama's gonna have the receipts. Let's just take a look here. Hold on. Oh? 15 minutes ago, 44 seconds ago, VeganGains was the most monotone, calm person I've ever heard in an online debate. Demon Mama talked 10 times as long as him and spent 90% of her words wrongly repeating points made prior in the conversation. Most egregious, the idea that VeganGains entered and immediately started screaming when when she was the one seething and raising her voice the moment the conversation started not going her way. Weird. I wonder if we could watch the video. This was like watching an angry 13-year-old screech at a parent. I feel so bad for VeganGains getting tricked into thinking he could have a productive conversation. Remember, VeganGains came to me. VeganGains came to me in my chat. Isn't that interesting? It's weird how he could get tricked into a fight that he literally picked. Almost like they have a fantasy world in their head that does not have any connection with reality, and all that matters is supporting their favorite content creator. Isn't that fucking toxic? Isn't that fucking weird? Anyway, hats off to the new vegans. Hats off to those who are very concerned about veganism, even though they've never thought about it until they saw a conservative streamer talking about me talking about it. Now they care. Now they're really, really good. Congratulations on your new path to veganism. I invite you to pursue veganism much deeper than you think. So yeah, congratulations. Oh yeah. Also, fun fact for those of you who didn't know this, did you know that VeganGains once recorded his grandfather dying of a heart attack, then uploaded it to his channel to try and show people what happens if you eat meat? Yeah, that happened. VeganGains literally filmed his grandfather dying, filmed the EMTs taking him away while he was having a stroke and or a heart attack. I can't remember if it was a stroke or a heart attack. His grandfather died, and he put the video up on his YouTube channel, at which point he was petitioned by his family to take it down. So, yeah, for all of the very, very morally superior people in the comments, it's super interesting. The guy that you all stand, that you all of a sudden really like, you know, maybe you didn't look into his past particularly well enough. Yeah, and he never apologized. He just blamed his family for it. He just said, oh, my family made me take that down. So, yeah, VeganGains, not feeling particularly bad about my conversation with him. And by the way, just so you all know, I'm correct. By his logic, he does support child abuse. By his own logic, he is a child abuser. Just so you know. If you can't just have it, you can't just be consumer focused on one thing and then ignore all the others. That's called a giant double standard and a huge hypocrisy. See, I don't judge other people based on their consumptive decisions only. I think that there are ways in which you can be more irresponsible or less responsible, or more responsible or less responsible, but I don't think that people's morality is determined by consumer decisions that they have almost no say in. Keep in mind, we don't get to choose what products go on the shelves. We only get to buy what's there. Other people choose what products are on the shelves. It's very difficult to enact a change via a personal boycott of any product. But by VeganGains' own logic, he is a child abuser. He is a child slaver. And I want you all to know that. If we hold VeganGains to his own standards, the man is a child slaver. The man is a child rapist. So, you know, I just wanted to make sure we got that clear. I, of course, have a very different view on things. But by his own view, he would condemn himself as a child abuser. So, you know, maybe he should just vote with his wallet a little more. Now, for those of you who are interested in understanding the argument that I'm making here, I can explain it for you, because it's actually super easy to understand. In capitalism, we have very little control over what things are put in front of us. We can do that. It is absolutely a very good thing to reduce meat consumption for a number of reasons. It's good for your health. It's cheaper. By and large, it's good for your health. Depends on your situation, of course, but by and large, it's good for your health. It's cheaper. It is less cruel to animals than contributing to consumer demand. But there is no one-to-one relationship between a consumer and a product. It is just, I mean, there are in some cases. For example, if I go and commission something, that is a one-to-one relationship. If I go to an artist and I say, create me this thing, here's the money to create the thing. That is a one-to-one relationship between the person who wants the thing and the person producing the thing. But let me ask you this. If you stop buying Coke, is Coke going anywhere? If you stop buying Coke, are any new Coke alternatives going to appear? Maybe if you get enough people all together to stop buying Coke and instead buy Pepsi, well, maybe then you'll get a third competitor. Maybe Coke will make a Pepsi alike to bring you back to Coke. But the reality is, consumers have a very indirect relation. Individual consumers don't matter. Individual consumers aren't real. Companies calculate their product decisions based on aggregates of data. And that aggregate of data is really hard to impact. And that aggregate of data is even more difficult to impact when there is a ideological bent to it. Sorry, I was stumbling on the word there a little bit. So, for example, let me give you a great example of this, okay? Do we all recognize that climate change is going to kill like a lot of animals, possibly every animal on the planet? Do we realize that? Everybody here can acknowledge that, right? That climate change is like so bad. And I would assume that everyone in this chat would also agree that climate change is man-made. So lots of humans, lots of animals will be done, and climate change is man-made through our factory emissions, through our car emissions, all kinds of things, okay? Are you a murderer if you buy a 10 gallons of gas for your car to go to work every day? Are you a murderer? Is it rational to condemn you as a murderer because you're purchasing gas to go to your job? Maybe some people, maybe Christians, some people would come to that conclusion. I would not. I don't think that if you live in a world that necessitates you using gas to go somewhere, that you're like a murderer because you bought gas so you can go to work, so that your family doesn't starve. I think that that's a systemic issue, and that systemic issues have to be addressed beyond the personal. Whether or not one person is able to completely eliminate meat from their diet is irrelevant if the government is subsidizing meat production and meat sales. Likewise, whether one person buys 1 gallon doesn't buy a gallon of gas so that they can go to work means nothing if the rest of the system is propped up by petroleum. Do you see what I mean? I think that that advocacy becomes weak when morality is so distanced from the impact that people have. In fact, it's a major part of criticizing capitalism to recognize the alienation that people have from the products of their labor and from their society at large. Do I think it's a good thing if people stop using gas? Yes, absolutely. Do I think it's a good thing if people stop eating meat? Absolutely. But guess what? A lot of people have to use gas because they don't have any other option. Maybe the only way they're even able to get to work in any reasonable manner, a lot of people can only get to work with a car. There are so many people who literally cannot live their life without using a car. In rural areas of America, you can't ride your bike to places. You can't take a bus to places because everything's too far apart and the bus lines don't exist. Taco Bell time! Oh my God. How exciting. Anyway, the whole point is, my argument is that it isn't very, just to summarize, my argument is it's not very helpful to go around condemning people's morality, calling them murderers, or saying that they're a cannibal because they happen to belong and participate in a society that has huge problems with it. I don't think every individual person who eats meat in a culture that is utterly saturated to every corner with meat is a murderer. I don't think they are. I think perhaps they are an uninformed consumer. I think that they should think about these things, but I think it literally doesn't make any sense to call that person a murderer. It doesn't. That means everyone on Earth is a murderer. So why would you bother calling? Why would you bother calling people murderers if they're not doing it? And there is an equivalent to be drawn to other examples like slavery. So a lot of times vegans will attempt to draw a direct line to slavery, and they'll go, what, you think it's okay to own slaves just because slavery was okay at the time? And I always respond, that's not a parallel. You're talking about, I don't murder animals. I don't know anybody who murders animals. I go to a grocery store where there is literally thousands of pounds of animals that were slaughtered days ago, that were bred years ago, and I pick up some meat if I need it. Nobody in the modern world like very few people actually have to kill the animals. And those people who do kill the animals don't own the factories. The people who kill the animals are the owners of the factories, the owners of the meat packing industry. So if you're going to draw to slavery, the average person would be, it like, say you live in the South in slavery times. If you want to draw an actual parallel, would every person who lived in the South and ever bought anything that is the product of slavery, would that person be should they be considered a slaver? By VeganGains logic, by lots of vegans logic, yes. Every person in the South should be considered a slaver if they ever buy anything or use anything that was produced with slavery. I think that's ridiculous. I think it would be better to call the slavers who are doing the slaving, who are choosing to build the system of slavery for their own profit, calling them the slavers. Does that make sense? I don't think my logic is that out there. It's pretty straightforward. The British also bought a lot of slave cotton. Yeah, I know. That's consumer supply chains are fucked up. And by the way, none of this is inconsistent with saying that you think it's a good thing to not eat meat. Yeah. None of that is in a conflict at whatever. I think it is a good thing. I think there are lots of good things that you can do that are not necessarily morally obligatory. And in fact, I don't think it's realistic. And I think that's something that holds veganism back. One of the most important part of the argument that always gets buried because of stupid vegans like VeganGains is the fact that no, actually, I do think that veganism is a good end goal, but you're negatively impacting veganism if all you do is fixate on whether or not every individual has eliminated meat to the greatest amount that they can, and instead of banding together and meeting people where they're at. Vegans love to say that it's easy to become a vegan, but it is not. Even I know a lot of vegans. Half of them claim that it's easy to become a vegan. The other half are telling the truth. I know that it's not easy to become a vegan. And I know that a lot of Americans have an even harder time than I do becoming a vegan. And you want to know why? Because I've lived the poor life. Okay? And so have a lot of people in my audience, and so have a lot of people in America. There are a lot of poor people in America. And if you've ever lived in a food desert, you can't find a vegan product unless you literally just eat rice and beans every day, which is a miserable existence. You will never be able to be vegan. And even then, you can't be sure, because a lot of those cans, a lot of those vegetables, a lot of those things are tied to the same companies that are also doing harm to animals. It is not easy. It's possible, but it's not easy. I've talked about on my stream multiple times a positive vision for what I think would be good vegan activism. And it's really funny. Another one of those things that people love to say about me is that I never offer any solutions, which is of course completely absurd for anybody who actually watches my content. I talk about possible solutions more than anything else on my channel. But let's be clear, I've offered one, which is I think that with all those millionaire and billionaire vegans out there, if they came together and they made a cookbook. They took some time. Here, I'll just put it out. I'll lay it out to you. Here's the sales pitch for what I think would be effective American vegan activism. You ready? Here we go. All you millionaire and billionaire vegans out there, hire a team of university researchers to go out and travel across America and poll all kinds of American households. Find out what the most popular dishes in America are. Then then take that research and give it to a team of culinary people and have them make the cheapest, most flavorful, most realistic version of all of the most popular American meat dishes. all of those, figure out the best recipe you can, the one that tastes the best and is the cheapest to the best of your ability. Put them all in one cookbook, release it free online, put QR codes for it everywhere, run an ad campaign on YouTube advertising the easiest vegan cookbook you can possibly imagine. Anyone can become vegan or reduce their meat consumption today. Plaster it everywhere. Just dump some donation money into that, make it happen. I guarantee you would double your fucking vegan activism than anything else that vegans have done for the last fucking 20 years. I'm telling you, most Americans don't have the time to relearn all of their diet. They don't have the time to change their pantry. They don't have the money to change their diet. They don't know where to find this shit out, and they don't even know what the benefits of veganism are. You give them those things and stop fucking preaching to them about how they're a cannibalistic murderer because they eat the same food that every fucking buddy else does, you're gonna have a lot more success. Ah, yes, as Striped Kidder says, but if they do that, they can't pretend that they're better than everyone else. And that's why I say that a lot of vegan activists are not, they're not in it because they care about animals. They're in it because they want to feel better than everyone else, and they found a way to do that by talking about animals. Exactly. Mellow Anarchist brings up, I can buy 5 things of tofu for $10 that will last months versus 5 chicken breasts from $15 to $20 that will expire in days. Yes, vegan cooking is not only, it's super cheap and it's super good for you, but I don't know if you know this, but in America, meat is literally a part of pop culture. Meat eating is a part of pop culture. Meat is subsidized. People can't even escape meat even if they want to. We have to start by meeting people where they're at, or it will never make any progress. It's really funny because from a leftist perspective, the whole vegan situation is extra doom-pilled. Because from a leftist perspective, what I see is that vegans, genuine vegan activists, have been tricked into becoming a consumer market. I mean this. Think about it this way. Vegans who really care about animal rights have now been placated and contained. Now there's a vegan section in every grocery store. Hooray, progress. Still just as many animals being killed. In fact, maybe more. Just as much subsidies going to meat, but guess what? You got a new flavor of vegan ice cream. Congratulations. Isn't that sad? Isn't it sad to see actual activism just get filtered into being a fucking consumer demographic? Hey, there you go. Fuck yeah, vegan barbecue recipes. That sounds sick. Yeah, the fact that there are these is great, but people got to get this shit out there. I bet they already exist. Anyway. That is true. Chaotica says some meat companies own meat replacements as subsidiaries. There's an animated music video about veganism from a leftist band. I made English subtitles to post in your Discord. Maybe it's relevant to take a look. Oh, this is cool. Oh, all right. All right, let's take a look at this. You know what? Let's watch this. Let's see what the fuck this is. I don't know what the hell this is. Let's check it out. How long is this? 5 minutes? All right, we're watching a vegan animation recommended by a viewer. Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Let's find out. Whoa! Wait, is this copyrighted? Okay, we're gonna keep playing. We'll see if it's copyrighted. Hopefully I don't get murked.
En el futuro, tras una catástrofe natural, la población humana perdió sus privilegios como especie. Las hormigas se rebelaron, dando lugar a un nuevo programa llamado El Humanero. La estatua del cuerpo mutilado de José Tomás expuesto en la Plaza Mayor nos recuerda una cosa ahora.
Oh, this is a
Los
banger!
dinosaurios mandan. No sabemos muy bien cómo ni por qué, pero yo qué sé, mandan.
Bienvenidos al mundo salvaje. La piel humana quedó relegada para diseñar lujosos trajes, platos cotidianos, restaurantes, mollejado occidental humano.
Wait a minute, this is just Elden Ring. People walking around wearing human skin? This is just fucking Elden Ring. You didn't tell me we were watching an Elden Ring lore video. This is spoilers.
como entrante.
Hombres y mujeres, estabulados, plazas de toros donde el toro es quien torea al humano. El presidente Koala ha decretado que comer carne humana es un hábito de lo más sano. Y en la carnicería la oferta del día es el costillar de un pavo que antes decía ser policía. ¿Qué vueltas da la vida? ¿No les va mal? Somos sus mascotas y su plato principal.
Velociraptor, la fuerza estatal. Intirex, la empresa global de pantalón y abrigos. José Raptor, un simple mendigo. Joserra para amigos, para enemigos.
Han convertido el mundo en un circo de horrores. En estos días no hay principios ni valores. Solo querían que inclinara la balanza. No por la igualdad, sino por ansias de venganza. Por las autopistas veo camiones repletos de hombres y mujeres con sus hijas asustadas. En el horizonte hay montañas de esqueletos. Y en la basura carne humana caducada. Yo soy José, repito guerra por aquellos que acaban en jaulas con las voces silenciadas. Demostremos que no somos como ellos. Y es que siguen siendo vidas aunque vengan envasadas.
Pobre José Raptor, nadie lo comprende. No sabe que la carne humana es lo que vende.
Que hay del dolor, que hay de la empatía.
Nos puedes
This is
encontrar en
a
miles
fucking
de días.
banger.
Pobre José Raptor es todo puto pervierte. Es necesario alimentarse de su muerte.
Habéis cambiado el mundo, pero no el sistema.
Cállate, José, recómete la cena. Velociraptor vegano. Velociraptor vegano. Y este Velociraptor no quiere comer humanos. Velociraptor vegano. No reniega, protesta como puede. Por más que lo intenta, su discurso no conmueve. Su mente no cede, su gente le acosa. Es que la carne de humano es muy sabrosa.
El mundo no lo entiende, no está preparado. Le lanzan humanos precocinados, pterodáctilos buscan su rastro. Es un desastre, José Ras un lastre. Para este mundo nefasto no hay ni rastro. El koala contrata rebaños, cazar al extraño siempre otorga escaños. Pero mírame, yo no hago daño, hipócrita. Además tú eras herbívoro hace más de 2000 años.
Y no te faltan vitaminas, no te hace daño echar de menos esos nuggets bañados en niños de 3 años. Argumentos de mierda. Si no quieren ser comidos, pues que se defiendan.
Vienen con discursos siempre de la clase obrera. Hay incongruencia en cada una de sus neveras.
¡Compra carne!
Esta noche hay parrilla.
¡Mátalos tú mismo para que veas cómo chillan!
En cada casa hay un holocausto caníbal. Lorzas en la orza y deditos en el almíbar.
La lucha moral sin quitarte privilegios.
¿Quién eres tú para ponerle un buen precio?
Pobre José Raptor, nadie lo comprende. No sabe que la carne humana es lo que vende.
Que hay del dolor, que hay de la empatía.
Los puedes encontrar en mi menú del día. Pobre José Raptor es todo puto pervierte. Es necesario alimentarse de su muerte.
Habéis cambiado el mundo, pero no el sistema.
Cállate, José, recómete la cena. Velociraptor vegano. Velociraptor vegano. Y este Velociraptor no quiere comer humanos. Velociraptor vegano.
¿Cómo vas a sobrevivir sin los nutrientes de un humano? Cuando entenderás que no puedes vivir comiendo las mierdas de un vegano.
Si no comiésemos humanos, se extinguirían. Si no comiésemos humanos, se extinguirían. Come Velociraptor, come Velociraptor. Deja el puto Satan y come Velociraptor. Y es la venganza del reino animal. Y es la venganza del reino animal. La vaca hace. El perro hace. El cerdo hace. El humano hace.
Damn! Damn! Now that's what I call fucking metal. See, if you're gonna do fucking vegan propaganda, give me that shit. Holy shit. That's fucking poggers. Hold on. I gotta give, hold on a second here. Wait, hold on. Who did this? Cotton D-pad? Cotton D-pad? Fucking, I owe you something. DM me, Cotton D-pad. I owe you something. That's fucking sick. Anyway, you know what's interesting about that one? Do you notice how much time is devoted to fixating on the CEOs and decision makers and the culture as opposed to random people who eat meat? Did you notice how all of the messages are the propaganda of meat companies and not just like calling random people murderers? There's the original video. Everybody, real quick, right here. Here's the original video. We raid with love. This is our chance. Everybody, here we go. I'm posting it. I'm not doing any more content until we raid with love. Go raid with love. Here we go. Go positive comments. Come on. Likes. This has got 13K likes. I want to see more. Here we go. Say, we watched a translated version of this on Demon Mama's stream. It's poggers. We praise this. There we go. Bam. All right, everybody. Let's go fucking smack some love on this shit. All right? Everybody, did you go do it? Did you go raid with love? Did you go leave a comment and press like? You should. Why, hello there. How are you doing, Doe? You want to say hi to the stream? Want to say hi?
Hi, stream.
You gotta come up here.
Hi, stream.
Yeah, we knocked it up to 14K. Fuck yeah. I know we didn't get 1,000, but it must have been close to tipping over. Good job, everybody. Return YouTube dislike.com. Oh, okay. I should check that out. Dohet says hello. Bye. See y'all soon. The chicken is Colonel Sanders. Yeah, notice that they fixate on the people who are actually fucking responsible for building meat culture. Yes, every person contributes to a certain degree, but there is a very, very, very uneven amount of contribution. The families. You guys realize that the meat industry is like dynastic, right? Like one of the biggest meat packing factory companies, Tyson, is literally owned by one family. You realize that, right? Like it's like basically royalty. And it has to be treated like that. Going and screaming at random people who are just living their lives and happen to eat a sandwich or eat some meat in their daily lives is not going to do anything. It won't stop. It won't win. A consumer-based approach will never succeed. Yes, it's super great if you can get meat out of your diet. That does help, but that's hardly the main thing. Understood? Yeah. Oh yeah, and libs want to tell you still don't live in a monarchy. They just rebranded monarchy. Guys, the biggest fucking swindle of all of history is the fact that fucking liberals figured out how to rebrand monarchy into fucking capitalism, where the same fucking people still have the same money, and then they shuttled it off to a handful of other people. Now there's like 400 kings as opposed to 3 kings. It's not very good. Not much of a change. If you're watching this, you have the time and resources on how to become a vegan. That is not true. That is literally not true. Please. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why do people do this? Why are vegans like this? No matter how much concession you give them, they never do it. Oh my God. Judas says, one of the things is that a lot of diet vegans on YouTube are extreme raw diet people, which just kills you. The raw diet shit is just a miserable existence that isn't good for you. Fucking fad diets will fucking hurt you. Can we make fun of Milo now? First, we have to talk about Will Smith. We have to talk about Will Smith. This has been a very fun little VeganGains segment. I had a great time talking about this. But we have to talk about Will Smith real quick. This is just going to be a real quick one, okay? This is a little quick thing, little quick segment. Yeah, true. This is mostly unrelated to being against capitalism, but have you seen Adam Something's video series about anarcho-capitalism? I'd be interested in seeing it. I haven't seen it. All right, everybody. Here we go. Let's talk about the Will Smith situation. We're going to change gears a little bit. I just laid out everything about VeganGains. We ended it with some sick-ass music. We had a fun little love raid. Have you cleaned your room? Have you oriented yourself to become the woman you want to be for tomorrow? Yes. Many times. Oh, I got a dono? Did I miss a dono? Where did I miss a dono? I got a donation? Oh, wait. Holy shit. Are my alerts not working? What the hell? Oh my God. What did I miss? Let me double check. Sorry about that. If I missed a dono, I'm really sorry about that. Hold on. I've been trying to do good, but I don't know what I missed. Hold on. Let's find out. Oh shit, no way. Hold on a second. Give me just a minute here. Wait. Why can't I get in on this? This is so fucking annoying. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. I just want to get my donos. I want to see if I missed a dono. It's loading really slowly right now. You're hot. I'm hot. Thank you. Thank you very much, I'm hot. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry I missed that. I apologize about that. I think there might have been one on the website, too. Let me just double check real quick. Hold on. Also, Socialist Potato. Saw the new Sonic movie today, and it was fucking good. Plus, tell Zan to get ready for it when it hits Paramount Plus. Will do. I will try to tell Zan to be ready for it. I heard the new Sonic movie was good. I heard the new Sonic movie was really good, believe it or not. I haven't seen it. I'm not a big Sonic fan. I've played some of the games, but yeah. All right, everybody. Let's talk real quick, okay? Let's fucking talk real quick, okay? Will Smith. For those of you who don't know, very recently, Will Smith slapped comedian Chris Rock on the stage, live TV at the Oscars. It was some people called it the slap heard around the world. Some people called it the 9/11 for comedians, which, you know, I think that's reasonable. I think it was the 9/11 for comedians. I think 3,000 comedians died that night. As we know, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock so hard that his neck snapped 14 times. No, that's made up. I made that up. Obviously, there was a lot of hyperbole going around. For some people, the Will Smith slap was the deciding moment of social justice for the last century. That was Will Smith standing up on behalf of oppressed people everywhere to slap Chris Rock, who is the embodiment of all oppressors everywhere. For other people, Chris Rock was a stand-in for all of comedy, and Will Smith represented God himself smiting comedians. And then for even other people, we had the very interesting experience of going, okay, two guys just sort of slapped each other. Now, some of you may know that there was, I talked about this in a previous episode. It will probably be able to appear up on the screen here. That is my full drama mama about the entire slap situation. So if you want to hear the most based take about it, the most accurate one, it'll be up here or something. However, wherever it goes, here, something. Anyway, yeah, there's a link right there, but also I'll have it go on the screen. So I talked about this, and I had the most base take ever. As we all know, it was a fucking fantastic video. I spent a lot of time talking about all the different things, put a lot of work into it. There was a bunch of apologies back and forth, but it all came to a conclusion today. Finally, we can have peace. A decision has been reached by the Academy, by the Film Academy, the Academy of Film Arts and Sciences. I think it's Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, okay? They've come to a decision. And that means that finally we can all rest safely. Will Smith has been banned from the Academy for 10 years. Holy shit. It's a lot. It's a lot of years. Now, you might say, well, didn't Will Smith already resign from the Academy? Yes, he did, but he also left the server and has also been banned now. I'll have you know. He's not allowed back in the Discord, okay? Now 10 years is a long time. But let's talk about this real quick. There's two things to discuss here. On one hand, there's the 10 years is a long time, and it's very weird that a lot of other people who did way more heinous things than Will Smith have not been banned from the Academy Awards. And so that's the first thing we're going to talk about. 10 years is a long time to get banned from the Academy over a minor altercation. Okay? A slap, people get into minor altercations all the time. Celebrities get into fights all the time. And so it seems like 10 years is a long time. And it is, but we will talk about why that's not the end of that conversation. So don't think I'm like downplaying the slap. Give me a minute, okay? Just let me talk about it. But it is weird that Will Smith gets issued a 10-year ban from the Oscars. A 10-year ban from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, while fucking Harvey Weinstein is not. While fucking Louis C.K. is not. While people who harmed other actors, other members of the Academy, and did way, way, way more damage to the reputation of the Academy than a slap ever could. Roman Polanski got an Oscar in absentia because he fled to Europe to avoid being jailed for being convicted of being a nonce. Yes, yeah, literally. Roman Polanski fled the country and they still gave him an Oscar and they didn't ban him from the Oscars. So there is something a little weird about all of these heinous people not being punished and Will Smith being given a 10-year ban from the Motion Picture Academy. How long did it take them to ban? He is banned now. Yeah, sorry. He's banned now. But how long did it take exactly? Fucking forever. And then there's the other side. Okay? There's the other side. Which is that Will Smith slapped the guest, the literal host of the Oscars in the face on live TV, which was broadcasted to the entire world. And I gotta say, guys, that's actually a pretty big fuck up. Okay, we talked about this in my last video, but as it turns out, you know, it would have been a totally different situation if it had been an off-screen slap, if it had been an off-stage slap, if it had been a fight. I'm pretty sure they could have fought in the dressing room and beaten the literal shit out of each other, and it wouldn't have been as big of a deal as this. Because at the end of the day, Will Smith chose to slap Chris Rock in the most visible way he possibly could. I can't think of any other event outside of like the Super Bowl that has more eyes on it than the Academy Awards. Worldwide live viewers, every single major news entertainment source in the entire world covering the Oscars. And Will Smith decided to slap the guy hosting the event on live TV. Oh my God. So on one hand, it does seem weird that the Academy is so willing to go so hard on him. But on the other hand, he literally slapped the host of the Oscars on live TV on the stage in front of everybody. Thank you, Socialist Potato, for the $5. Don't forget that the Oscars don't consider animation art, but just for kids. That is fucked up, and I don't like that. But that's a different issue altogether. So, a lot of people are asking, does Will Smith deserve the 10-year ban? And, you know, I don't really know. I don't really know how you would determine that. Personally, I think a 10-year ban makes sense to me, given that he slapped the host of the Oscars on live TV, and everybody in the world saw it at once. I do think that the Academy has a right to be very angry about that, and I also understand why the Academy would need to take severe action to directly protect their guest. Remember, Chris Rock was a guest. He was invited to host the show, and on the watch of the Academy, he got physically assaulted. That's a big deal. That's actually a really big fuck up. And that means that the Academy Awards is in a position, or the Academy is in a position where they have to take action, and it has to be strong. And I think maybe the angle or the takeaway here is not really about so much whether Will Smith deserved it or not. He slapped a guy at the height of the ceremony, the host of the ceremony, on the grounds while the cameras were rolling. I think it makes sense he gets in some trouble. I think the real takeaway, though, is why are they so hesitant to issue punishment when it doesn't directly, immediately affect their show? So all of these people who have done heinous acts to other members of the Academy, even people who use their position in the Academy to harm other people, I think that's the bigger question. Because I do think that 10 years is a heavy ban, but I also completely understand where the Academy is coming from, given that this was literally televised. Yeah, they're all about protecting their bottom line, of course. Well, I mean, that's true in all things capitalist, but we still can point out that, like, there is some pretty obvious things here, right? For example, Chronic Cine in chat brings up this great example. 1973, John Wayne had to be held back from physically assaulting Native American actor Sacheen Littlefeather, who was booed and then mocked by Clint Eastwood when she simply asked that Indigenous people not be dehumanized in film during her speech at the Oscars. So, the Academy has taken a pretty weak hand in other cases, and it does seem really weird that they're so severe in this one case when there are outstanding members of the Academy who have done far more heinous things than slap everyone. But remember, they weren't televised. And that... what it indicates is that the Academy, like everything else, is a product of capital, that it ultimately will do whatever it needs to do to protect its bottom line and very little else. Now, on an individual level, it's probably just for them to ban Will Smith for a considerable amount of time. Maybe 10 years is too long. Maybe 5 years would have been more fair. But you can understand why when one of their guests is physically assaulted during a ceremony on TV, they have to take firm action. I just wonder why. I just wonder what's stopping them from taking action on more problematic members. And I think that people should be thinking about that. And I think people should be asking that because the answer is money. The answer is money. The answer is that it's inconvenient to piss off powerful and rich members of the Academy when their stuff can be buried or hidden or ignored. Gayfesh says, the funniest shit, though, is that he's still eligible for awards. If he gets one, he just can't be there to accept it. What? What? That's so funny. What the fuck? I didn't know that. That seems ridiculous. That's so unfair to the other people, too. Oh, well, I guess it would be unfair to the people who work on his movies. I guess it would make it difficult, right? Because if they banned the films of the filmmaker, then it would fuck over all the other people who work on it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense then. I take it back. That seems silly, but actually it does make sense. It actually does make sense. Because if they banned like one producer, then they would have to, if they didn't let them accept any award, or if they didn't let them win any awards, that would mean entire films, like entire companies would be knocked out of the runnings because of one guy. That also would make sense. Why not just, yeah, exactly. Jada could accept it on his behalf. Oh my God. Kanye West is banned from the Grammys even though he won like 4 Grammys this year. Yeah. Oh God. Does Will Smith still star in films? Yeah, he does. Occasionally. Wow. That would be ridiculous. I mean, it would be a, I don't know. Would that be, I don't even know what that would be. Would it be fun? It would be funny. I'll say that. That would be funny. Okay? Since they aren't screening all the awards anymore anyway. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's an interesting situation. And my end takeaway is that I really think that people should question the Academy as to why they are so severe on Will Smith and why they're not severe on other members who have been engaged in much worse behavior. I don't think that like fixating on Will Smith, whether it was just or not, is helpful. I think it makes sense that they would have to take punitive action given the circumstances, but I do think it's worthwhile to take the time to illustrate that they do this because of money, that it's only because this was such a high profile thing that they have to hand out a punishment, and they wouldn't if it wasn't for that. So, yeah. Bold of you to assume that liberals actually care about systemic analysis. Okay, true, but what are you going to do? Yeah, film is a collaborative art. The Academy sucks so hard at honoring that factor, says Chronic Cine. It's all about capital and views. Of course it is. I mean, obviously, the entertainment industry is the most like that. But yeah, it is. The collaborative effort of film is often overlooked. Holy shit. Yeah, look at this. See, what the fuck? Wait, is this for real? Like, look at this. This is a great example. Here, let's look at this. If Hollywood punishes Will Smith, why not these famous white men? People on social media are listing other men long embraced by Hollywood despite bad behavior. Harvey Weinstein, great example. Woody Allen, Roman Polanski, Mel Gibson, Alec Baldwin. Here we go. Will Smith faces disciplinary proceedings over slapping Chris Rock. People on Twitter wondered if Smith faces the possibility of having to return the Best Actor Academy Award. Why hasn't Harvey Weinstein, who has been convicted of rape and other crimes? They also ask, why did the Academy give a Best Director to Roman Polanski in 2003 when the auteur couldn't be present because he had fled the United States after pleading guilty to unlawful sexual intercourse with an underage girl? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? Mel Gibson engaged publicly in anti-Semitism and racism against other members of the Academy. It is odd, and I do think that's an avenue to pursue, and I do think people should criticize the Academy for that. Jim Carrey's unconsensual kiss. Was it Jim Carrey? Holy shit. Oh, and Adrian Brody also. Holy fuck. Yeah, how is Mel Gibson? There's a lot of questions like this. You see what I mean? There's obviously an unfair standard being set here. And I just think that, you know what? If you know what? It's perfectly fine if they want to punish Will Smith, but they should punish all these other heinous persons as well. This is what I talked about in my other video, which was basically, it frustrates me that all of this is just more or less advertisement spectacle. There are important things to be talked about. Nobody's actually talking about them. They all just want to talk about the slap. So, you know, two rich guys slapped each other. There you go. Wait, what? No, Killjoy. All right, end of that section. Boom, we're done on that. Next, we will be doing React. But first, what the fuck do you mean? Killjoy, what do you mean? You can't just say that. What are you talking about? It's not even, we're not even close to, it's not June. It can't be Kink at Pride yet. We can't be discussing it this year yet. Oh no. Please God, no, not again. Okay, Gayfish, that was good. All right, that was good. Hold on, I'll show you the Gayfish tweet. Oh God, is Kink at Pride discourse coming back? I swear to God, for every one of you who says no Kink at Pride, I will literally take another dick in my ass simultaneously on the main parade float. Based. It can't be. It's fucking April. We have months to go before June. It can't be. We can't be having Kink at Pride shit again. I can't do it. You can't keep doing this to me. No. No. Okay. Oh. Yeah, great. Well, okay. I'll be ready, I guess. And by that, I mean I will be drunk for the entirety of June. Oh my God. Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. I think I have it on my watch list. Thank you. Oh boy. All right, everybody. You know what time it is? It's time for us to laugh at some Christians. Who's ready to laugh at some evil, really over the top, fundamental? Why do I keep getting the hiccups? Let's try this again. Are you all ready to laugh at some absolutely evil fundamentalist Christian cults? Because I have content just for you. Some of you may know of an individual by the name of Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos. Now, if you were around in the last 10 years on the internet at all or paying attention to the news, Milo Yiannopoulos was this alt-right guy whose face was all over the news all the time. He was always talking about cancel culture. He was always talking about how gay people are just way too PC these days. He was going over and doing, he had a tour that was called Canceled, I think, where he had tape over his mouth. This guy was all the fuck over the place. He was a gay guy, openly gay, conservative, made lots of homophobic jokes, lots of transphobic jokes, lots of racist jokes, and all of it was he was the based right-wing gay guy. Well, it's not very surprising to most people who are familiar with this type of cycle, but Milo Yiannopoulos ain't doing so hot these days. See, Milo Yiannopoulos had a bit of a cancellation of himself from his own people. Turns out that the right-wingers found a whole bunch of videos of Milo going on television shows, including, I believe it was the Joe Rogan. No, it wasn't Joe Rogan. Actually, yes, I do believe he talked about it on Joe Rogan, but he also talked about it on another right-wing podcast where he advocated, and I'm not kidding you, he advocated that he thought it was a good thing that he was sexually abused as a child, and that he actually would advocate for it because he thought it taught him a lot. And that's a pretty fucked up thing to say. And as it turns out, it was across the line for the right-wingers as well. So he got canceled. He got turbo canceled. And Milo disappeared. Or so we all thought. But in this meantime, while he disappeared out of the public eye, he's been up to some things. Oh, it was the Drunken Peasants. There you go. Yeah, that was on Drunken Peasants that he said that. Yeah, exactly. Vermin says the right-wingers got mad for him saying the quiet part out loud. Yes, literally. Even though right-wing Christians are the ones who perpetrated the child abuse in the Catholic Church, it was right-wingers who canceled him over this. It's an interesting whole thing. Now, for a lot of people, Milo Yiannopoulos sort of disappeared out of the public eye. But for the rest of us savvy viewers, we know what Milo's been up to. See, Milo has been on a new grift, and his new grift is the ex-sodomite grift. About a year or a year and a half ago, Milo had a big interview where he came out as no longer gay. So he's given up the gay, so to say. Maya Major, thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes, Milo Yiannopoulos came out as no longer gay. It's like that image where it's like, I am no longer mentally ill, except I am no longer homosexual. And it was wild, okay? It was a wild ride. We watched it on my channel. If you search Demon Mama Milo Yiannopoulos, you will see our coverage of those interviews. It was hilarious. Milo Yiannopoulos is the least convincing former gay possible. And interestingly, he's had an increasingly strong relationship with a Catholic cult leader by the name of Michael Vaush. A lot of my viewers already know this, but some of my newcomers do not. So this is for you all. Michael Vaush runs a Catholic splinter group, which online is known as the Church Militant. Okay? That name, straight out of fucking Game of Thrones, straight out of the fucking Crusades. It's a very extreme group that pushes conversion therapy, explicit transphobia, explicit homophobia. He brands himself as a former homosexual who found God and now lives a good life. And interestingly, him and Milo make a lot of content together now, and the sexual tension is fucking unbelievable. Now, we all know these guys are fucking. I don't feel bad about speculating about that at all. Both of them are fucking conversion therapy grifters. They are the definition of the grifteriest grifters ever, literally making a Catholic splinter group cult to just gather money for free from faithful people. The oldest grift in the book, the church grift. You want to rewatch the originals? Maybe another time. Maybe another time. By the way, thank you very much, King Fluffy. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you. These two have the wildest dynamic. But the real fun, well, that is all fun. But the fun that we're going to be having today is the fact that now that Milo has been canceled, got involved in the little cult thing, he's now been relegated to making infomercials, which is like the funniest shit you can possibly imagine. If you know Milo Yiannopoulos is the smarmiest, smuggest. Everything he talked about when he was the big right-wing guy was how he lived a great life, how he lived a ritzy life, and now he wears fucking Christmas sweaters and works Christian infomercials, and it is the funniest shit ever, and we've got some to watch today. That was a long wind-up to get us here, but I want you to be in the know. All of you newcomers who weren't here the last time we watched this shit, I want you to know what we're doing. Today, we're watching Milo Yiannopoulos infomercials with Christ, and it's amazing. Oh, hey, thank you. I can take it. Yeah, Yo, thank you so much. No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. So, let's enjoy. I got tacos. I'm happy. Let's fucking jump into it, okay? Here we go. So, this is the channel in question, okay? This is the one we're talking about. The Church Militant, okay? It's got to be Catholic. The Vortex. Horror in DC. No trust. Young conservative Catholics. Black trads matter. Oh my God. That sounds... Oh, we can't get distracted, everybody. We can't fucking get distracted. We can't. We have to go to the stuff we came here for, which is the Church Militant Store Show. So we have the Christmas special was the last one that we watched. We did not watch episode 2, and we did not watch episode 3, which means we have 2 fucking episodes to watch. The last one we watched was this one. Let's jump into it.
Hello.
Very not gay. We open it right up. Fucking
Bazinga.
definitely not fucking gay. Absolutely not gay. Never been gay. This out. What the hell? The most ungay. This is the straightest man I've ever seen.
Again, and welcome to the Church Militant Shop. I'm Milo Yiannopoulos, and this is Deborah Vaughan. How are you doing, Deborah?
Good. How are you?
I'm well.
You've been very busy.
I have been busy today. That's right. But I've saved the best for last. I'm not just flattering you, Deborah. I'm not. This is my favorite assignment of the day.
Well,
Now, this is something that happens in every episode. They always are super passive-aggressive to one another. Like, it's bad. Now, Milo is good at being passive-aggressive. Deb, however, is not. Okay? I'm just telling you, Deb tries to be, like, passive-aggressive and catty, and she can't. She just fails. So Milo's always running circles around her. Also, Deb is a terrible saleswoman. Just, holy shit. She can't sell one of these products for the life. It makes sense why they needed Milo to sell these things.
I'm so glad that you're here.
Thank you.
And this is a lot of fun.
Well, let's
Do you believe her? This is a lot of fun.
get to it. We've got 3 beautiful selections today, which you've put together for us. And we're going to start. I know that the viewers' eyes will be wandering to this magnificent piece in the middle, but we're going to make you wait for it.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And we're going to
Are
start
you excited,
instead,
everybody?
With a wonderful crucifix, which I own. We always say that, don't they? They're going to stop believing us after
I
a while.
know,
aren't they? They're
but
going to say,
it's so
oh, yeah,
true.
you always say that. I've got one at home. If I showed you my house, well, first of all, you'd be very upset by the mess. But second of all, you would finally believe me. All these things we say we have at home, we do indeed have at home. This is a beautiful crucifix. Why don't you talk us a little bit through it?
I know you're a former saleswoman. Mama, do you think he's better at salesmanship than you? Well, he has an advantage, which is that he's a man. Men are, and this is going to sound like the most sexist thing I've ever said. In America, men are always better at sales. And it's not because women are better salespeople or men are better salespeople. It's just because fucking Americans hate women. You don't understand it. They fucking hate women. So in sales, if you're a guy, it doesn't matter. You're going to do better. Unless you are literally the scariest, most unskilled man in the world. Yeah. It's literally because customers are sexist. I know, it sucks, but it's true. It's literally fucking true. And by the way, you're going to get like incel cope who are like, oh yeah, well, you know, beautiful women, people will buy stuff from a beautiful woman. No, like one dumb coomer will buy something from a woman versus every single dude that walks in all day and every single dude's wife that walks in every day and will not buy anything from a woman. So no, actually, no. Didn't you do well? Yeah, I still did well. Like, you can do well as a saleswoman. There are successful saleswomen, but what I'm saying is that if you are a man, you will just do you will just succeed more in sales. It really is that bad. Yeah, I still did good, but it's just how it goes. It's really bad. Anyway, let's continue.
So it's from our Veronese collection, and it's got two different medias again. It's got the bronze background. It's got the pewter crucifix. So you have a lot of I want to say depth, but
do you see what I'm saying though about Deb? If this show was just Deb, it would be the most desperate shit ever. She's like, it has a lot of has a whole lot of it looks deep is what I'm saying. It's very deep. It has a lot of depth to it.
I really think it's interesting to have both mediums.
How many views does this have? This has 8,851. Now, to be fair, it's a bit of an older video, but we're watching cult content. Come on.
There.
It's the dimension of it, isn't it? This is an interesting piece because it's got the two different finishes together in the same.
Finishes. That's what I was trying to say.
Right. So we have these lovely pewter finishes, the bronze finishes. Mm-hmm. This is one of those pieces that mixes the two with the effect that Jesus really stands out.
Right.
And also because he's in silver, the contours and everything, you get a real sense of what I like about this one is you get a real sense of the flesh and blood of a person, of the human figure. Because so often with these...
he says a version of this every single episode. Every single episode we've watched, he always says it looks so real, unlike most other ones. Every episode. How many can you say just look real, unlike every other one, until we've seen every Jesus statue in existence?
With crucifixes that don't have that contrast, he sort of fades into the cross, doesn't he? And you
Right.
don't manage to pick out some of the details.
Right.
Let's just pick this up for a second. Now, the advantage of this one, I actually don't have this hanging. It does come with a hook in the back. You've got a little brass hook. It's one of those serrated hooks, so you can pretty much hang it on anything if you're brave enough. He can hang off the edge of just about anything. I actually have this on top of a stack of books.
Oh, nice.
Because I've got a big brass one, and then I have him on top of a pile of prayer books and other sort of books of meditations and things like that.
So what you're saying is that Jesus is a paperweight, is what you're saying. This makes a great $42 paperweight. Nice.
Blessed?
I haven't yet. I haven't. I think we have a couple of priests who are in and out of Church Middleton. I think I picked him up on a day we didn't have anybody in. So I do have that yet to do.
Okay.
I have to admit, but
he said all this about the Virgin Mary statue. Don't worry, when we get to this Virgin Mary statue, he'll say it all again. This cult is Catholic, right? The whole Jesus on the cross? Yes. This is a Catholic cult, by the way, just so you know. They are a Catholic splinter group. They do not believe that, like, the current pope is good. They think the current pope is like a liberal pussy. I'm not kidding you. I know that's going to get some people to respond and be like, no. They literally think the current pope is like a gay pussy. That's what they say. They're just like, yeah, he's gay as fuck. We don't like him. It's so fucking weird. These guys are weird.
One of the things that's lovely about this bronzed finish that we noticed on previous products is they're able to pick things out, like here, for instance.
Right.
Which is lovely. Where in the home would you recommend that people have this?
I love what you're doing with it. I mean, anywhere that I think once you bring it into your home, you're going to find the perfect place.
I love that you're using it as a paperweight. Oh my God. What a great idea. Who would have ever thought of using Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, as a fucking paperweight? Wow.
For it, and it's very portable, so you could move it around at different times. The other thing I like about it is his
it's portable, huh?
You can
love it.
It's really detailed. It's in gold. I don't know if the camera can see that.
I think we can. We film here. Like everything we do here at Church Middleton, it is of the highest production quality, and we are filming in 4K, which means that we will be able to, as you're watching.
Rode says, I find it so hard not to root for Milo in the endless battle against Deb. I do root for Milo. It is a bias. Listen, everybody, I will admit, even this is me being, here you go. It's the cancelable moment. Ready? Wait, that's not the right one. Time. It's time for for a Demon Mama cancellation moment. I like him more because he's gay. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's right. If I had to choose between a white conservative woman and a white conservative gay man, I'm going to choose the gay guy. Oh! Yeah, that's right. That's the benefit you get.
Have a little bit of a zoom in.
Okay.
You carry on describing, and I'm sure that
I
that
just
will happen in
love that
post-production.
attention to detail in that, because
wow.
I'm ashamed to say I never noticed that on mine at home.
Okay.
But I can see it now. You said it.
Whoops.
The crown of thorns is in that bronzed color, isn't it?
right, and
As are the nails.
yes.
What is Veronese style? Let's find out what that means. Veronese. Oh. Veronese, it refers to Paolo Veronese, a supreme colorist from fucking 1528. He was born in 1528, and they're calling this a Veronese style hand-painted pewter. That feels like a real stretch. Yeah, the guy was like a Jesus painter in 1528. I just looked him up on Wikipedia. So apparently this is what he did? I don't fucking know. This guy does look like Joe Exotic. Like, I like this little crown of thorns he's got here. That's wild.
Both sides and in the feet.
Right. And it's just having a crucifix is it helps with the devotion. I don't always think of that when I look at it, but a lot of times when I look at a crucifix, I think, in my daily life and struggles and things that are going on personally, I think of what he went through, and I'm like, are you kidding me? How can I possibly, have a pity party?
It puts your own challenges in perspective, doesn't it?
Exactly. It
and
sure
the same
does.
with Mary when we...
Yeah, that happens to me when I watch Game of Thrones. Whenever I watch Game of Thrones and I see Ned, get his head cut off, I'm just like, wow, thank God that's not me. Thank God. It took a religious experience, I'm just like, wow. I'm really happy my head isn't cut off. I would fucking hate to be crucified today. Thank goodness. Oh, I would fucking hate that. God. Guys, can we just take a moment and be thankful for not getting crucified today?
Think about the statues of Mary, and we're going to move on to another
Right.
statuette shortly with that happening as well. I'm frightened of traveling with him because I don't want to break him, and I don't want him to be sort of tumbling underneath things and getting messy, whatever. But I have to say, I have traveled with him in the past. I do sometimes put him in my briefcase. And the thing about this is, as you mentioned, it is portable.
You put
and if
you put a fucking metal Christ in your briefcase? I don't buy it. Nope. Lying. Totally lying. Completely lying. There is no fucking way this guy flew across America with a metal fucking cross in his briefcase. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one.
Careful. This is the crucifix that you could take with you
Well-
when you travel. You could put it up in a hotel room, for instance.
Well, to that, the box that it comes in, it's in like
In case you go into any demonically possessed motels, you can put it up in your fucking motel room. Guys, when you check into the motel, do you go, sorry, do you guys have any demon problems? I need to know whether to bring in my crucifix.
in styrofoam. So if you kept the box,
No. Vermin says it's fucking bronze, which means it's heavy as fuck. See, you've made a mistake. It's bronze, duh. Bronze, duh. Bronze, duh. As in, they put bronze color on it. It's not made of bronze. For $42? No. It's hand-painted pewter. It's painted bronze.
Comes to you in.
You could pop it in a suitcase.
It's right there, and that it's that big, and you could put it in there, and then it would be safe.
Right. If you're the kind of person who travels with suitcases often,
Right.
he could potentially...
He could come with.
He could come with you, and you could put him up in hotel rooms. If you are visiting and staying with friends who aren't particularly
the travel
pious,
Christ,
as so many people aren't these days, you could spruce up the bedroom a bit and sleep with some grace in the room.
And I think it's a great size for a bedroom. I really do.
This is, I did hang this crucifix once when I was ill with COVID, and
Yeah. Pewter is what like old shitty toys are made out of. Yeah, it's cheap ass metal. Yeah. Yeah, Vermin says, I see. God, pewter sucks so much. It's so fucking soft. Yeah, you can indent it really easily. It's super shitty. Is hanging a crucifix in your friend's house without their permission cringe? Yes, it is. But if they have a demon problem, are you going to let a demon get in the way of your sleepover? No. You're going to pop out your fucking portable Christ right now for just $25 a day. Sorry, I mean, $25 a week. You can subscribe to my Christ crucifix service, and you can have the portable Christ to take with you to all of your sleepovers so that you won't get attacked by demons at most of them. We cannot promise that the crucifix will always drive away demons, but it will most of the time. You would be a fool and a sinner to not buy into my crucifix membership.
And a combination of that and the ivermectin, the various other things. As soon as I, like a typical man, I refused to admit that I was sick for a really long time.
Did he just say, did he just say ivermectin? Oh my God.
Of that and the ivermectin, the various other things. As soon as I, like a typical man.
Yes. It's time for me to travel. What do I need to pack? Yes. Underwear. Yes. Socks. Yes. Giant Christ. Yes. Ivermectin powder. How fantastic.
Refused to admit that I was sick for a really long time. And then when I finally admitted it, because I was laying on the bathroom floor because it was the coldest bit of the house, in a really bad way, just like, please, I thought, okay, I gotta do something about this. So I called the doctor, I got some medications, and I started rearranging my bedroom so that I was surrounded by things that would comfort me.
It does help.
And things that would help. And so that was the time I managed, in my stupor and blurriness and dizziness, to get a nail in the wall. One of those little picture hooks,
right.
Which is just the perfect size for this.
Right.
And so I had him above the bed.
Damn, I didn't know you would need all that holy backup for a fucking cold. So what I'm getting here is that Milo got COVID and had such a bad time that he nailed himself into his bedroom surrounded by crucifixes. Guys, I think that might have been, I don't know if that was actually COVID. I don't know if that was actually COVID.
And, it's the first thing you see when you wake up, and I like to think so.
Wait a minute, you caught him! He's lying! You said, Alley Cat points out, wait a minute, he said he didn't hang it up, that this was his Christ paperweight. He's lying! We caught him! You're right! He said he didn't hang it up. He explicitly said he didn't hang it up and that he used it as a paperweight. We caught him! Fucking salesman moment! Fucking busted!
A few days off my recovery.
Fucking
We
liar.
do offer this in the bronze crucifix too.
So that's the all bronze.
The all bronze. So the crucifix himself, he is in bronze and the background is bronze. So the whole thing is, it's a matter of, decor, what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I can get that and sometimes I can't. That's a little tricky, but nonetheless, just so you know that there are options, and that we do have larger ones. We have a lot of statues. And we do offer a larger statue if that's, you could go online and see that.
Yeah,
too.
as always, everything is on churchmilitant.shop,
Yes.
which is the website. Now, this medium crucifix is priced at $42.50, and if you are a premium member with Church Militant, you will get 10% off that. Is that on this item?
I don't know if it's on this item. It's certain items, and I.
They never know what their sales are on. It's super funny. They always pitch their sales, and they always forget which items are covered by the sale. It's so fucking funny. I love it. Oh my God.
Don't
well, you'll have to
know,
have a check.
Because I don't want to say something that isn't.
It's where we try to be strictly and ruthlessly accurate, don't
Right.
we? So you'll have to check on the website about that. I'm sorry to tell you.
There are a lot of items that you can use.
It's at a 50-50, I think, on the website,
Yeah.
isn't it? And I couldn't remember this one exactly. So it's $42.50 for the medium-sized crucifix, and perhaps in other
Hard to
shows
argue
we'll,
with that.
we'll show the larger sizes. And we do. And
Did you know, for like 4 times that price, you can get a giant, really good-looking, hand-painted plastic statuette of Melania from Elden Ring? Did you know that? Wow. Just so you know, just in case you wanted something else to spend your money. It's not as cheap as the crucifix, I will say, but it looks better.
we do have the all bronze. Now this again is that poly resin, so it's got the look and the luster, the patina, the sheen of a lovely aged metallic object.
Yes.
But it's not. It doesn't weigh a ton.
Wait
It's
a
not gonna
minute!
fall off.
It's not actually metal! It's resin! Only the Jesus is metal! Oh my god, it's so cheap! It's a fucking plastic cross with a little metal Jesus on it! Oh! That is so fucking cheesy!
Off the wall and break because
And
of
it
its own
doesn't
weight.
cost a ton.
And it also doesn't cost a ton. That's also true. If it were bronze,
cheap.
we wouldn't be able to offer you it for $42.50.
Yeah, look, Milo's like, don't say it's fucking cheap. She says that all the time. She's like, it's so cheap. We mask, Mama. We mask. Oh my god.
Yes,
And of course, this is a beautiful gift to give someone, you know.
You mentioned
Varnish Eater brings up an important question. Varnish Eater asks, why would you buy this garbage? Christianity and Christian cults like this are the ultimate grift. They convince people that it is literally God's will that they purchase these shitty knickknacks and fill their house to every corner with Christian imagery. It's religion. They do this shit all the time. Do you know there are literally stores, Christian bookstores all across the nation that specifically design unique Christian tchotchkes and fucking knickknacks that no one would ever buy except for to stuff fucking Easter baskets on alternative, because you can't do the Easter basket. It's got to be a Easter donkey with all kinds of Jesus action figure, alternative Pokemon cards that have Jesus characters on them, fucking statuettes like you wouldn't believe, 100,000 plagiarized prayer books. You wouldn't even believe it. What I'm saying is, the original grifters are the fucking religious people. They're like, God wants you to have this fucking book, and some people are just vulnerable to that sort of thing. Jesus Pokemon is racist? You don't remember. You don't know. When I was a fucking kid, I remember when my parents were threatening to take away my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and we went to the Christian bookstore, and they had a Jesus Christ Bible card battle game. And my parents were thinking about giving us that as the alternative to Yu-Gi-Oh. You just don't understand. You don't fucking understand. Do you know how traumatizing that is as a child? To hang on the balance between getting crappy Jesus battle cards and getting to keep your Yu-Gi-Oh collection? You don't understand. You don't understand how bad the Christian nonsense product world goes.
it was from the Veronese collection, and I
Yes.
noticed the design is that's the design of the cross is especially lovely. Maybe you could talk a little bit about just how the cross is behind him, because it's very unusual.
Mm-hmm. It's almost it's almost like a fleur de lis at the top.
Yeah, it does look like that.
The cross in the bottom, and just the style of it is very, very nice.
Big Orange Jew asks, did you ever watch Bible Man? I did watch Bible Man. My brother was so fucking into Bible Man that we got fucking Bible Man merch, okay? Bible Man is atrocious, by the way. It is the most painful thing. Bible Man we gotta watch Bible Man on stream sometime. It is fucking wild. Okay, Bible Man is absurd. There's an episode of Bible Man where he kills people for being vain. Like, he kills people with a laser gun because they were too vain. It's so messed up. By comparison, Salty was super good. Oh, and VeggieTales is wholesome as hell. I did watch Salty. I saw Salty live. That's right. I did. I got to meet Salty. Let me show you what Salty looked like. Let me show you the horror that is Salty. Can I just demonstrate this? Okay, prepare to scream. All of you are going to be horrified now. This is fucking Salty. Get it? He's a book of Psalms. Salty. Get it? That's him. I met a Salty cosplayer at a Salty event. He's a salter. Yeah, he what do you think he does? He salts people. There's nothing. Why are you reacting like that? I just said he salts people, as in he gives them psalms.
It's
quite
like
lavish,
I say,
isn't it?
It's quite lavish. It has so much
In the scale of my life, that is not scary. I'm very sorry for you.
detail for the money you're paying. To be honest, you know,
Right.
and I have such success with people coming back and saying we just love it, you know, and we.
Wait, you mean the sexiest book of the Bible? Wrong. The sexiest book of the Bible is Song of Solomon.
We have a lot in the Veronese.
Wait, did I just miss something? Hold on, let's try this again.
You know, and I have such success with people coming back and saying we just love it, you know, and we have a lot in the Veronese line. That's
This
what
is
all our
wonderful.
statues are, because they're just the best.
And I notice also, as with the Mary statues, and as with so many of the other statues you can find on the website and in the store here at Church Militant HQ, the faces are good on these, aren't they?
Yes.
They've really paid such close and careful attention to making sure there's this serenity, the
Right.
beatitude. You know, it's very calming and
It's
prayerful.
something you can look at and connect with.
Yeah.
And that's important. Yeah.
Yeah. I noticed also here it's got that.
Wait. Okay, this is a really minor nitpick. I know these two are really struggling to sell these Christian things, but it's kind of weird to say that you can connect to it when her earlier sales point was that you can't imagine the pain that Jesus went to. So how the fuck do you connect with him if you literally can't imagine the pain that he went through?
Slight green of aged bronze, as though it were one of those big statues out in the thing. They've
Right.
really made an effort
They
to make
really,
this
really
look.
have.
It's quite an extraordinary effect, the way that they've managed to make this look like aged bronze.
Yes.
Okay. This part of his hair, straight up, just looks like egg whites. I don't know what Milo was thinking with this hairdo. I think he had it all the way until the platinum blonde tips, which unironically just looks like spare cotton or egg whites or something. Yeah, dry ramen. I don't get it. This part looks good. I can even dig the weird fucking Joe Dirt shit, but the blonde tips is a little much.
And I have aged bronze, you know, in the house, and sometimes the metal doesn't quite look as nice, particularly in photographs. If you're somebody who likes to take photographs of your sacred objects and if you know and things that you have that are blessed in the house, sometimes these look a bit better than the metal ones because they've done all this lovely detail and sort of
See, that's good sales right there. Oh yeah. These are. It's not fake. It's not cheap plastic. It looks better than metal. See, this is why I say Milo is a good salesman. He always sells the negatives. He goes, no. It's not unfortunately made of resin. It is resin. It's light. You can carry it with you on the plane. You can. It looks better in photos than metal. Salesman shit.
aged it. It's wonderful. You know what? I'm glad you pointed this out to me, the crown of thorns. I'd never noticed that before.
True, Sparkle Cat.
You've been around these things a lot longer than me in the store here.
It's fun.
It's lovely. Now, the treat for you. I'm going to move on to... Is this your favorite item that we have?
It is one of my favorite items. Yes.
No, Deb. He set you up. Is this your favorite item? Well, it's one of my favorite items. No, you're selling it. No, you say yes. This is my favorite item. What are you talking about? Oh, God damn it, Deb. Constantly.
Tell us about it.
Well, you know, I'm a revert into Catholicism. And my background, I was brought
Cold cast polyresin in bronze. It's literally plastic painted the color of bronze. The Michelangelo fake Pieta. It's plastic colored bronze. I love it. I fucking love the jargon. Cold cast polyresin in bronze, as in not cast in bronze, but rather it's in the color bronze. Do you see this? It's oh my God. This is why we watch this, folks. This is why. And yes, $87.50. They couldn't even give you the $50 off, 50 cents off.
up Catholic, but it was the Church of
Nisrathi points out this is as expensive as a silicone monster cock. No, not just, this isn't just as expensive as a silicone monster cock. This is as expensive as an insertable, strap-on, wearable monster cock. Don't ask me why I know that price. Let's continue.
Nice that I
Right.
was brought up in.
Right.
And so when I came back in, there's just so much I wanted to know. I'd never really heard of the Pieta, and I wanted to know more about it because, excuse me, when you look at the statue, it's like, what exactly is that? So I did research, and I looked at what it was all about. And when you bring the story into what's happening, I'm very sorry, but
Oh, interesting. If it's actually cast, then no, 2-part resin is actually relatively expensive right now since COVID and the supply line issues, just for the record. Ooh. But what is it actually? We'll never know, will we?
I'm better. It is so moving. You know, I am a mother, so I know that when my son is hurting or has hard times, you know, it's
He's dead. He's fucking dead. He's not hurting. He's fucking dead. The Pietas is about when Mary had to carry her dead son. He's dead. He's not hurting. He's fucking dead. What are you fucking talking about, Deb?
part of my heart, and
Right.
and you feel that, you know. And so the fact is that this is Mary, and this is when
The ultimate dead. The ultimate hurt.
Jesus has come down.
True
off of the
striped
cross,
kidder.
and his dead body is laid into her lap, and this is what this is all about.
It's the apex of heartbreak in the biblical stories, isn't it? It's the
One just can't even imagine the grief.
of having to see your own son in that way. And most people will at some point in their life experience that with their parents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unless they're estranged or whatever, at some point most people will have that terrible experience with their parents. I wasn't there when my father passed, but I was in the room when my grandmother passed, who pretty much raised me. And although it's a very different kind of dynamic, even just the closeness of that, it's one of those,
It's family.
it's the moment that can shape the rest.
It's family. That's what Deb's great takeaway. We're discussing a replica, of course, of one of the greatest works of art, and Deb's takeaway is, well, it's family. Family, 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 family. Yeah, it's fucking Fast and the Furious up in here. Jesus Christ. But, you know, it's family, right, guys?
Of your life,
Right.
you can realize, I've got to fix some things. I've got to take better care of the people who I have now. You know, I've got to make sure that everything that she did for me and everything that she told me that I do. the best
Jesus
job I
is a
can
part
my
of the Fast and Furious
you know?
family, of
Right.
course.
And so that's the closest reference.
Come on, do you
point
even
I
have to ask?
as a guy who doesn't have kids yet. That's the closest reference point I have to this. But why don't you talk us through the statue itself of this moment? It's also, I think non-Catholics will sometimes ask, well, why don't you have something uplifting in the house? Why don't you have something inspiring? Why must it be an image or a statue of such a moment of heartbreak?
Oh, okay. Listen. So, what you just heard, you will not know this unless you're a Christian. Unless you're a fucking Christian, you won't realize Catholics and Protestants make fun of each other all the time. And one of the things that Catholics get made fun of all the time for is being depressing. Because Catholics have images of people dying and getting tortured. They have dead bodies everywhere. Catholicism really is a very grim religion. It's very dark in a lot of ways. It's very, I mean, it has Dark Souls energy. Let's just put it that way, okay? There's skeletons, relics, dead bodies. They keep corpses in their basement, all kinds of wild shit. So Protestants make fun of Catholics all the time for saying, why are you so grim and dark? What you're hearing right now is Catholics being sensitive about getting made fun of. Listen to it back. I'm telling you. Listen.
Well, why don't you have something uplifting in the house? Why don't you have something inspiring? Why must it be an image or
now
a statue?
Now you know. Now you have the knowledge.
A moment of heartbreak. Maybe you could to help to explain, because there are going to be people at home who are like, I must have this. Like this is right up my street, and there are going to be people at home who don't understand perhaps why you might have this.
Well, I'll tell you, the reason I have it is because it's part of my shrine, my small little shrine.
Polare says, yes, my friend who's non-Christian wanted to go to all the cathedrals when we went to Portugal, and I warned her she's going to see a lot of suffering Jesuses. My God, it was more dead Jesus than even I expected. Death imagery, death masks. There are churches that display the skulls of saints and the teeth and fingers of saints. Catholicism is some dark-ass shit at times. And so Protestants who tend to focus on the more positive, I say that in quotes, they tend to focus on the more positive aspects of Christianity, always make fun of Catholics about this, and a lot of Catholics are super insecure about it.
At my house, and I love to reflect on the crucifix and what it means, and then to come to this.
Of course, yes.
Because this is what happened immediately afterward. Mm-hmm. And the feeling that, she had to feel hopeless. It was like, she saw the pain that her son went through. She watched and endured that till his last breath. And now they bring him down and put him on her lap, and everyone would be mortified, and in the realness of that, the realness of a real person like you and I experiencing this, is just beyond belief, and yet it really happened.
And it helps to make the stories in the Bible, the history of that, and everything that it has created in the beautiful faith that we now follow, more visceral and more real, I think.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
You were mentioning the Church of Nice earlier on. They like some bits of the story, but they shy away from the rest.
Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, Mads. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you. You make this show happen. Thank you.
Right.
Like Luther when he wants to do his Protestant Bible, it's like, well, we do the Bible and blah, blah, but not those books. They don't for some reason feel comfortable in experiencing and thinking about and meditating on the whole story.
On the whole story.
They even take Christ off the cross. Let's remember, right?
Absolutely.
When you walk into a church that is not Catholic, very often you'll just see 2 planks of wood together, and they've robbed that symbol of what it really stands for.
Exactly.
Which is,
this is more anti-Protestant stuff. Right here, he's like, 2 planks of wood. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but like Jesus wasn't first of all, he wasn't crucified on an ornate cross. He was crucified on 2 shitty pieces of wood. This is one of the areas where I think we got to give the Protestants a few points. The Protestants often point out that Catholics coat everything in fucking gold and gems, and that gold and gems could be better put elsewhere. And they're kind of right about that. The Catholics say they do it to remind you of the importance, but There is a lot of vanity involved in coating your entire existence in gold and gems. There's also something weirdly even more ahistorical than religion in like portraying Christ as being like crucified on like a golden gem encrusted conveniently provides value to the church by having gems and gold that you have in your possession. Interestingly, you build wealth that way, but that's neither here nor there. Isn't it a bit odd? I mean, do you really think that it's communicating the truth? Yeah, we have to send in Bible Man, everybody. Yep. Protestant churches are more bland than Catholic. Yeah. Gayfesh says, Louis C.K. sucks, but there was a really great episode of his show where he's sent to Catholic school as a kid, and after he learns about the Passion, he freaks out and tears Jesus off the church crucifix. The episode ends with a handyman literally nailing Jesus back onto the crucifix. Okay, that is pretty funny. Now that you mention it, it does seem weird to decorate a cross if you hate a dude enough to kill him. Yeah, he was crucified on a shitty piece of wood. Jesus was a prisoner being executed. He wasn't put up on like a golden thing. Catholics do that to enhance the viscerality of it, but you can hear here he's kind of coping a little bit. There's a little bit of Catholic cope going on here. I'm just gonna say.
Suffering.
Which is suffering.
and the redemption, and what he atonement, redemption, absolution, all things that Jesus Christ died for us.
For us.
Don't exist where if he's not on there,
Right.
And this is an extension, I suppose, of that.
Yes.
Isn't it?
And the thing of it is they were both people on earth. He was divine and she was
They were both people on earth, which is why you need this polyresin miniature recreation of Michelangelo's depiction of his imagined version of these real people. That's what you should take away from all of this.
Blessed, but they were walking the earth just like you and I, and they believed. I mean, well, of course, he was God.
Miss Nibiru says, Jesus didn't die to be turned into a mini polyresin statue. No. Jesus died to be turned into a marketable Funko Pop. That's right. Coming to stores near you, the Jesus Christ Funko Pop.
But she believed in him.
Yes.
I mean, she believed that this was for a reason and the cause, and they were right here, and we need to live that and know why and what happened.
It's another dimension of it as well, isn't it? Just while you were talking, I was thinking the fact that she believed in her son. Lots of parents don't believe in their kids.
Right.
They don't have confidence and faith in what their children are doing, but she had absolute certainty.
Yes, without a question.
What came out of his mouth, she could rely on, which is a lovely thing to remember as well. So there's so much to unpack when you're meditating in front of this.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the heavier items in the store because it's solid. This is the kind of centerpiece, isn't it, of something in your home, of one of your arrangements, your shrine, your altar, whatever. Talk us through the statue itself. He's quite buff, isn't he? Jesus is
not bad.
Jesus has been lifting.
Yes.
You have to be kidding me. This has to be fake. This is queso and chips. This has to be fake. This is fake. This is fake. This is Funko Pop news. This is fucking fake. There's no way this is real. Nope. Nope. It's fake. No, wait! It's a real product, but it's not made by Funko Pop. It's made by a company called Joy Pop. It's a Christian Funko Pop alike. Oh, no! Wait, it's here!
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Boom 4 Figures. The hottest craze in the street, the delivery person.
It's real! It's a real bootleg! A Christian bootleg! Ah! I need this! If somebody sends me The Jesus Joy Funko Pop, the knockoff. If somebody can source me one of these and send it to me, I will put it in my backdrop. This is the only Funko Pop I will ever go for, but I need this. Holy shit. This is incredible. The knockoff joysrus.com. Oh my god, it's even like completely operated out of a fucking PO box. This is such classic. Oh, this is such classic Christian bootlegging. Okay, guys. A lot of you don't know this, but Christian bootlegging is like a huge thing. There are a fuckload of Christian bootleg products where they obviously couldn't get the rights to make their own version of it, so they just bootleg them. It's wild. There is an entire black market of Christian bootlegs. In fact, there's been books written about Christian bootleg video games that were not approved by Nintendo, but that nonetheless were sold all over America. Holy shit, that's wild. Christian Harry Potter. Oh, I'm sure they have their own little versions. I'm sure it's very interesting. Anyway, let's continue, everybody. Aw, that's unfortunate. If anybody can source me one of those Jesus Christ figures, holy shit, I will put that Funko Pop up in the background. Oh my god.
Agony in his face.
Yes.
You can just feel, you can see that he's just like a puddle, because you would be, after what he just.
Don't you feel like it's a little sacrilegious to describe the dead body of Jesus as a puddle? I know they don't mean it, but like he's just a puddle. Well, he's actually very artfully depicted here. I don't think he looks like a puddle at all. Oh my god.
Endured on the cross. And just the way he's lying, he's just yeah.
There's something about them on the jagged rocks as well, isn't there? That
Right.
on this particular base.
Let's turn it around, because it's just, again, the detail. You can see the back. It's just they're sitting on a rock, and
the detail. It's a reproduction of the Michelangelo Pieta, one of the most famous sculptures of all history. I should hope that it's like at least reproduced accurately. I don't feel like it's fair to really praise this thing alone when it's like literally imitating Michelangelo. Oh, come on.
Blowing up the garments.
Oh shit, $350. It's absurd.
Yeah, it's that same
That's off
thing.
the rails.
So is this the Veronese collection as well?
Yes, it is.
So
all our statues.
So that same thing that's incredibly gifted. I don't know who has done this, or whether it's a replica of a larger one, or
They do. Oh yes, this is from the Michelangelo, the real deal. They tried to depict.
Right.
They finally did.
So this
They
is
just
one of the
did
slightly
now.
more expensive statues, but it's still $87.50. So it's not in the giant territory. Sometimes people like to have these 6-foot things.
Right.
It's $87.50.
Who has a 6-foot statue recreation of Michelangelo's Pieta in their house? What are you talking about, Milo? Who the fuck has a 6-foot What?
And this again is in the same, what we call cold cast.
Come on!
It's that same. This is a little heavy, so this
Bullshit.
one I would suggest that you don't take to your hotel room. This is one
Yeah,
to.
that'd be a bit much.
This is one to stay at home. Although the way I travel, I have to tell you, I do take quite a lot with me when I go away.
Well,
I believe
you admitted to taking a
But I
fucking
really
crucifix.
think that if it's ever possible, a candle burning near it, because it's got so many shades and depths to it that it just highlights it even more.
And because because it's two people on this road, there are all these different nooks and crannies of it that you can take time to explore.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I'm Joker pieing. Yes, you could take time exploring all of Jesus's nooks and crannies, all of Mary's nooks and crannies. You can take all the time you want to explore them. Come on.
I love the idea of putting a candle next
Oh,
to it.
he does this every time, by the way. Every episode, there's a fuckload of innuendo that he drops in. He read, oh my God, in one of the episodes, he reads from the prayer book, and he reads a book about submitting to your man, unironically. and he just looks dead in the camera and reads this long passage about submitting to your man. It's supposed to be from, it's a prayer for women that he reads. It is amazing.
It's wonderful.
And they have the candles that are flameless now, that would do this. Well, some people just want to be careful.
Deborah,
I know. I like the real thing, but,
Oh, getting wrecked.
Well, maybe you're in an environment where you can't light a flame.
Exactly.
It's possible. You could be for instance, let's be honest, you could be in a hospital. You could be in a nursing home. You could be in a school or in a dorm. There are all kinds of places where you're not able to have a real candle out there. But I love that idea. So because the light sort of flickering and catching different bits of it every time, because with the flame moving, that must be lovely. Is that what you do at home?
Yes.
Yeah.
The other thing about it that I haven't mentioned is just the pure love.
Oh, 100%. Sparkle Cat says, I'm convinced he's doing this on purpose to make Deborah mildly uncomfortable because his innuendo has just enough plausible deniability that she can't say anything. 100,000%. Yes. He did this. He does this way, way more when he's on screen with Michael Voris. Both him, but especially Milo, is flirting with Michael the entire time, but just enough plausible deniability that the Christians don't call it out.
That she had for him and he for her, but it has to go. It has to be said because you just feel her pain, her love, her emotion, the emotion of it all, and it's quite stunning.
Yeah, the emotion of it all. I'm really moved by the emotion of it all.
It's beautiful.
It's a very nice thing to reflect on.
It is. Well, the Pietà is 8750 in the cold cast bronze. It's 6 1/4 inches tall.
Nah, cold cast bronze. That's polyresin painted bronze. Don't fucking mislead people. Oh no. I gotta see this. What's this? All right, let's watch this.
I will never do a
Whoa, hold on. Let's turn this
live review with my cousin again.
What I do? Do I take a bath in it? I think you put that. That shit stink. It do. That shit don't smell good at all. That one ain't it. She should sent you a different one. Oh, is she on there? Oh, I'm so sorry. It smells good. I actually like it. I do. You like it, Joe? I ain't say that shit stink. I said it smells good.
Uh-oh.
It really does. I use that every day if she sent me one. I wouldn't be able to keep my hands off of it.
Deb moment. When you have a Deb moment. The sister up front is Milo, and the sister in the back is fucking Deb. 100%. Oh, that shit stinks. Wait, no, it doesn't. No, you're live right now? Oh, no, it's great. Oh, it smells awesome. Fuck yeah. Oh, it looks very Jesus-y. This is a very Jesus-y. It makes you feel Jesus-y.
So a little shorter than the crucifix. I don't think I mentioned how tall the crucifix was.
It's 9.
This is 9 inches.
Yeah, I don't know if that helps the viewer, but
yeah, maybe we'll just, if you are thinking about picking it up as a pair or a set or anything, since they do go so beautifully together, those are the relative sizes for you. Should be able to.
They do not look good together. Neither of these are not complementary. The color, the shade is not even the same. The Jesus is a different style and a different color, and the entire style is totally different. This is hyper ornate. This is hyper simplistic. God damn it. God damn it. I keep hiccuping.
Or a set or anything, since they do go so beautifully together. Those are the relative sizes for you. Should be able to tell with us what kind of sizes they are. Let's move on to our third item.
Okay.
It's a book, and we sometimes like to finish these shows with a little reading, so I'm happy to do that. You've selected.
Oh, yes. Please let the reading be horny. Oh, please let the reading be horny.
The Imitation of Christ by Thomas à Kempis. Now, this is one of the books. Let's talk about the how it's presented first, and then we'll talk a little bit about what it is.
Okay.
So this is actually, we should do it the other way around, shouldn't we? That's more important. So this is this is one of those very, very famous meditations on how to live a more pious life, how to live a life more according to the
very
example
Catholic.
set down by Christ. And so there are all kinds of suggestions, instructions, recommendations in this book, which is one of the, I would say, the most famous books in Christianity that isn't the Bible, that isn't the Catechism, written by an iconic Catholic author, and we'll talk a little bit more about who he was in a minute. Again, with illustrations very much in line with what we've been talking about today, and there are. I'll read you the table of contents. It'll give you a little bit of a sense of what kind of advice that's given. Of the imitation of Christ and the contempt of all the vanities of the world. Of having a humble opinion of oneself.
Contempt of all the vanities of the world, they say in a $30 gold painted fake leather bound book. Yeah. Okay.
Of reading the Holy Scriptures.
Come on.
Of flying vain hope and
Christians. God damn it. God damn it, Christians.
My copy's quite dog-eared on those pages, Deborah, I have to tell you. Of obedience and subjection, of avoiding the superfluity of words, of the utility of adversity. And that's from a section on useful admonitions for a spiritual life. There's also admonitions concerning interior things like a good conscience. There's internal consolation. So that's the spiritual life and contemplation, reflection. And then I think
I am so excited to see what he has set out.
There's another book or two, isn't there? Yes, another one of the Blessed Sacrament. So talking about the sacrament, this is about how to acquire grace, whether through devotion or whatnot.
Adoration.
Adoration. You have selected for me a little passage to read.
Oh no, Deb picked it. God damn it, Deb picked the one. Oh, they figured it out. They took away his verse choosing things because he kept picking horny ones. God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Tell us what you've chosen for me.
Well, I wanted to go in the theme of what we were talking about. So I went through there and it's like Christ. I believe it's the time when right before he gets crucified, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And I just thought it reads beautifully. And this book is a spiritual guide. You know, we're on our phones, we're on YouTube, we're all over the place. But you sit, you know, unzip this leather book, and you get yourself, you know, in a place. You could certainly take this on the road. I think I'm going to buy this for you, Milo. I think you need that.
I love that. I think maybe I do.
But yes.
He already said he had a copy. Deb, you're not fucking listening. He already said he has a copy of this exact one. He just said he has one that's dog-eared. God damn it, Deb! Deb! Jesus Christ!
To be reflective and try it and use these beautiful words, and it's so well illustrated to try to walk in the path of God.
What's nice about this edition, as you say, is it's a good thing to travel with. And because it's a sort of pocket guide to, really, it covers almost all of the different, what would you say, all the different characteristics, personality traits of a good, humble, pious person.
Right.
And walks you through how you ought to behave in your dealings with others, and how you ought to regulate your own thinking and gives you
your
some
interior spirituality.
Right.
It starts there, and then you know, you exude from that.
What's lovely about this, we have some products that are in what we call our ultra soft cover, which are designed to be sort of, you know, put in a handbag and all the rest of it. This is leather, but it's not really a book with a cover. It's more like a book with a case, isn't it? Almost like a handbag, because once you've zipped it up, it is impossible for you to have any accidents with it.
Right.
You can't accidentally tear the pages out. You can't get them dog-eared. You can't, have the pen in your bag, start doodling on it by accident. You can't have orange juice spilled on it. Well, maybe if it was really sitting in it for a long time. But
right.
So long as you rescue it quick, it probably wouldn't get in there. This becomes a sort of battle-worthy...
Lady Hopium says, Milo sure likes his handbags. That's something that Milo can't suppress. He tries really hard in a lot of cases to like downplay his gayness, but his affinity for accessories, he cannot downplay. He is way too much of a queen. He is way, way, way too much of a princess. He just can't.
Roadworthy
right.
guide to living a good life. And so
it's quite beautiful.
Even the see, you've chosen beautifully, Deborah, because even the zip matches the it's got an aged process, but this is real leather.
I love
so you can...
Wait, don't get me wrong. I fucking love being gay. I would never be like I would fail at pretending to not be gay. I would totally, if there was like a person that was like pretend to be straight or you die, I would die. It's just how it goes.
You can smell pages. Well, this smells more like new book than leather, but I'm sure you'll get both of it. With also notice.
Listen, he just really likes the smell of leather. Yep.
It's got a lovely sort of laminated interior, and the pages. This is very much like the pages that you would get in a larger Bible. That kind of paper, but not thin like that. It's a little bit more substantial, and of course, it does have the lovely gilded edges. I've lost my place that you found for me, so you must tell me where it was again.
Oh, you took. Well, it's in the back somewhere.
I have to tell you. I'm sorry. I have to take the bookmark out. So let's find. I think I found it again. There we go.
Okay, good.
So it's chapter 58. Is there anything else that you want to share? Oh, we should tell people how much it is, shouldn't we? We should. Tell us the other details.
So it's $22.99.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yes, this is the one. This is me trying to not be gay. Okay, everybody. This was me trying really hard. Okay, attention.
Bazinga.
Attention, everybody. I'm here to tell you that the transsexual allegations are false. Okay, I can't. I can't even tell you why I would ever need to address such ridiculous claims. But let me tell you, I am not gay. I am really not gay. I don't love coochie. I don't love cunts. I don't love dicks. I don't love none of that. I am not gay. It was all made up. It was all made up. It was all made up. Fuck me.
Should generally not.
Did you guys, were you convinced, everyone? Yeah, see, this is why I would die if anybody told me I had to pretend to not be gay. Yeah, failing. Just absolutely failing. I would get owned. Let's just hope that it never comes to that, because I'll be the first to be done. They'll get me.
$95.
Fuck the closet.
It is a zippered cover, as we said, and it's gold stamped, bonded leather case, zipper,
Nice.
gilded pages.
Okay. You're reading off a product
The Life
description,
of
yep.
Christ.
They're quite classic, quite well-known images, I meant to say, by a very well-known artist. And I notice also, and you can read more about this on the website, this is a book that Saint Therese of Lisieux knew by heart.
Right.
Oh, yeah. By the way, one thing I do unironically feel bad for Milo about is that Milo literally has to carry this show 100%. Like, Deb literally can't do one thing. Every single time he tries to pass the mic to Deb to, like, be like, so what do you think, Deb? He has to rescue her. It's so unfortunate. He's carrying it so hard.
He knew the whole thing by heart.
I just wrote, like, this is what our world needs today, and
Nice.
it entails the beauty and wisdom of the divine will, something that we all need to look at, and as I go deeper into the faith, I love these things that go into the interior and really, because that's where it starts, You got to have God in your heart, and these types of things just help.
Yeah. The
What?
I think if you were to do the same
Nonsense. I just really like the will of the divine, you know, this interiority. It becomes externalized. You externalize it, and you know, it's just I just feel the interiority of Jesus, you know? It's really, I'm really feeling it, guys. Guys, you know, yeah, I've been feeling a lot of some fucking Jesus shit. You know, there's a lot of interiority to this whole thing. It's like, oh, Jesus comes inside of you and helps you fucking, you know, all of a sudden you're putting out all the grace and glory, and His glory coming all over, everybody fucking covered in grace and glory. You wouldn't believe it. Anyway, back to you, Milo.
as Saint Therese of Lisieux, and you were to memorize this, I think we'd be well on your way to a first-class ticket upstairs, wouldn't you?
Thank you, Spaghetti Snakes.
What a party trick!
Deeply
Do you imagine her friend?
appreciate it. Thank you.
Imagine her friend said, "Do chapter 52." She'd just go.
That's pretty funny. On demand.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Ada Stardust says she hallucinated a marriage ring to Jesus Christ made of his own foreskin, hallucinated a mass, making her the patron saint of the internet, TV, and streaming. What? What are you talking about? Saint Tara? Teresa? What? Uh-oh. Is this real? I can't tell. Where can I find out more about this? I feel like I'm being bullshitted. Can I find this? That's wild. The hell? Saint Teresa of the Roses? Is that the one? Saint Teresa. I don't know what you're talking about. What is this shit? Saint Teresa of the Cadbury eggs. Okay, all right. All right, you're fucking with me. You all are fucking with me. Listen, just because I was a Christian doesn't mean that I can have encyclopedic knowledge of every crazy Christian bullshit that has ever come up, okay? Christians have done the wildest shit. Christians have, like, the fucking left toe of fucking Peter that they're like, yeah, this guy's left toe is imbued with divine energy. If you smell it, you'll be blessed for 100 years. And you guys are expecting me to take every fucking link seriously? Sorry if I don't always trust it and think you're just making it up. Yeah, and yes, I was raised Protestant, not Catholic. Catholics have all kinds of other fucking bullshit. Literally, learning about Catholicism is like studying the fucking Prima strategy guide for the game Blasphemous. And yes, I know Blasphemous is literally drawing directly from Catholic myth, but it's just more accurate. If you just read that fucking strategy guide for the fucking game, you'll know more about Catholicism than you would from actually studying Catholicism. I swear to God. My family raised me Catholic and they didn't want me to be a pansexual taxidermist? Okay. True! Catholics had it coming. They knew what they were getting into. Let's continue.
Well, you will get a little on demand too. I'll read a little until we run out of time. But here's chapter 58, and this is from the book about internal consolation, and it's titled "Of Not Searching into High Matters, Nor into the Secret Judgments of God." I see. You've picked me something about staying on, planting your feet on the earth, haven't
Yes.
you? Staying grounded.
We're gonna whip you into shape. Good luck.
Thanks, Deborah. You know, I keep forgetting my pass for the church militant for the main building. And there's a lovely man here called Mike who is in charge of keeping us all on the straight and narrow with our pass.
He's referring to the leader of the cult, Michael Voris.
He keeps threatening to fine me $5 every time I forget it. I told him, good job. Good luck collecting. Good luck collecting. Anyway, let's finish in a more elevated place with just a few paragraphs from
the guy he flirts with. The guy he is absolutely fucking.
I think it's fair to say, maybe aside from Holy Scripture and missals and possibly the Catechism, perhaps the best loved book.
Look up Catherine of Siena. All right, let's do it. Catherine of Siena, a lay member of the Dominican order, was a mystic, activist, and author who had a great influence on Italian literature and on the Catholic Church. Canonized in 1461, she is also a doctor of the Church. Born and raised in Siena, she wanted from an early age to devote herself to God against the will of her parents. She joined the Mantellate, a group of pious women, primarily widows, informally devoted to the Dominican spirituality. Her influence with Pope Gregory played a role in his decision to leave Avignon for Rome. The Pope then sent Catherine to negotiate a peace with Florence. After Gregory's death and the conclusion of the peace, she returned to Siena. She dictated to secretaries her set of spiritual treatises, the Dialogues of Divine Providence. The Great Schism of the West led Catherine of Siena to go to Rome with the Pope. She sent numerous letters to princes and cardinals to promote obedience to Pope Urban VI and to defend what she called the vessel of the Church. She died exhausted by rigorous fasting. She starved herself to death? She was the second woman to be declared a doctor of the Church, followed by Teresa of Avila. The people of Siena wished to have Catherine's body, but a story is told of a miracle whereby they were partially successful. Knowing they could not smuggle her whole body out of Rome, they decided to take only her head, which they placed in a bag. When stopped by Roman guards, they prayed to Catherine to help them, confident she would rather have her body in Siena. When they opened a bag to show the guards, it appeared to no longer hold her head, but instead was full of rose petals. So wait, is this the Teresa that you were talking about before? Teresa of Avila? Oh boy. Patroness of Spain. I don't think this is the same one. Anyway, that's interesting. The fourth, devotion of ecstasy, is where the consciousness of being in the body disappears. Sensory faculties cease to operate. Memory and imagination also become absorbed in God, as though intoxicated. Body and spirit dwell in the throes of exquisite pain, alternating between a fearful, fiery glow in complete unconscious helplessness and periods of apparent strangulation. Sometimes such ecstatic transports literally cause the body to be lifted into space. This state may last as long as half an hour and tends to be followed by relaxation of a few hours of swoon-like weakness, attended by the absence of all faculties while in union with God. The subject awakens from this trance state in tears. It may be regarded as the culmination of a mystical experience. Indeed, Teresa was said to have been observed levitating during Mass on more than one occasion. Yeah, I was going to say, that's some BDSM subspace things. Well, this is real interesting. Okay. Let's continue, everybody. Let's not get too lost, okay? We got to finish this.
For Catholics in history. This wonderfully concise...
I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Keep watching.
How to live a good life. Son, see thou dispute not of high matters, nor of the hidden judgments of God. Why this man is left thus, and this other is raised to so great a grace, or why this person is so much afflicted, and that other so highly exalted. These things are above the reach of man. Neither can any reason or discourse penetrate into the judgments of God. When, therefore, the enemy suggests to thee such things as these, or thou hearest curious men inquiring into them, then answer with the prophet, Thou art just, O Lord, and thy judgment is right. And again, the judgments of the Lord are true, justified in themselves. My judgments are to be feared, not to be searched into, for they are incomprehensible to human understanding. a nice reminder to be humble in the face of God's judgment, and not always to seek to understand, but to accept.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
Absolutely.
We'll be back again, won't we?
You read beautifully.
Well, thanks. We've got. I'm working on a secret project.
Oh, nice.
Up that alley, which I can't tell our viewers about just yet. But if you enjoy me reading, then you might enjoy my secret project. We'll be back soon. We're in the the Church Militant. I keep doing that. You know, my first job was on the Catholic Herald, where I was a reporter on a British newspaper, the Catholic Herald. And now I've come full circle in my life and come to work at Church Militant. My brain keeps skipping the track between the two because I feel like I've come home, and my brain keeps wanting me to say the Catholic Herald, but no, wrong publication. Churchmilitant.shop for these and other beautiful items. And in the course of this show, you may have seen a special offer pop up on your screens, and if you did, you best snip off to the shop quick, because they're only going to appear sometimes on some videos. For instance, occasionally we'll give you a discount code, a coupon code, where if you decide to take all 3 items from today's...
That's so manipulative. I can't believe churches engage in that type of manipulative advertising. Everybody, just so you know, it's time. We enjoyed watching episode 2. We have another episode to do in the future. Wait, is this the one? Oh boy. All right, we're watching this one. Fuck it.
I wanted to try something a little different today by sharing my love for the macabre delights of the medieval.
This is The Foreskin Wedding Ring of St. Catherine by Ask a Mortician. All right, we're going to react to this. Let's do it.
The Middle Ages were magic. Let's go back to the 13th century. Okay, we're here. The 13th century saw the rise of the female mystic, women who experienced direct religious visions that were, at times, highly erotic. Gertrude the Great, for instance, described Jesus Christ as a delicate caresser and an ardent lover.
Didn't know that about Jesus.
The mystics went into trances, complete with alleged levitation and stigmata, all while engaging in what they believed to be visions from God. Catherine of Siena, or Saint Catherine to you, was born in the 1300s while the Black Plague ravaged Italy. She was the 23rd of 25 children, half of whom were already dead by the time she was born. Catherine had a twin, Giovanna, who also died. The Middle Ages. What are you gonna do? From a very young age, Catherine claimed to have ecstatic visions of Jesus, to whom she vowed her chastity. When her family attempted to have her married, she cut off all her hair and sealed herself off from any human contact until her parents finally relented and let her stay single. By the time she was 19, she had visions of her being in a mystical marriage with Jesus himself at a ceremony witnessed by the Virgin Mary, the approving mother of the groom.
Nice.
Sometimes
Love it.
Christian art depicts her as marrying adult Jesus, and sometimes baby Jesus. Instead of the usual gold ring that a husband would give a bride, Jesus slid his foreskin around her finger, which Catherine
That is fucked.
claimed she could see for the remainder of her life. Looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby. Catherine became well known in her time for her devotion to the sick, drinking the pus and eating scabs and lice from their bodies. She was not
I thought we weren't doing Cooking Mama, but we are.
not alone in her saintly habit of eating and licking the stuff of nightmares. St. Veronica Giuliani licked latrines with her tongue and ate spiders and cat vomit. I'm I'm sorry. Did you think being a saint was easy? Catherine died in her early 30s after long stretches of extreme fasting and eating only Eucharist wafers, the symbolic body of Christ. This anorexia mirabilis, or miraculous lack of appetite, is what some medieval scholars believe was a very real way for Catherine, as a mystic and ascetic, to commune with Jesus, her perceived partner. Catherine died in Rome, but by the time of her death, she had many devotees who didn't want to see her buried anywhere but in Siena. So they came and stole her head and her thumb. As they were leaving, the guards said, "It looks like you got a head in that there bag." So her followers prayed to Catherine, and miraculously, allegedly, the head and thumb turned into rose petals and only reassembled when back in Siena. But, of course, that's just a myth. But why, then, in the Basilica of San Domenico in Siena, is there a glass reliquary case with the disembodied mummified head of St. Catherine with her thumb nearby, as if to say, "Good job, medieval grave robbers"?
The Middle Ages were magic.
Brought to you with support from People's Memorial Association and the Co-op Funeral Home, and donations from viewers.
Guys, religion is a little fucked up sometimes, especially Catholicism, okay? It's just really fucked up, all right? Yeah, drinking fucking pus and licking wounds. Nah. Yeah, by the way, here's the link to Ask a Mortician. This video is fantastic. If you want to watch more like it, there you go. There's the link. Please leave some love, leave some comments, some love from Demon Mama. Obviously, this channel is fucking huge. They don't really need any help, but just so you know, 1.7 million subscribers. Holy shit. You've been to your house. What's the difference? Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll have you know, never once in the entire history of my life has anyone drank any pus. I'll have you know. Okay? Maybe somebody might have licked blood once. But no pus. Okay? Fuck off. Jesus. Fucking pus? Are you for real? That's disgusting. Piss is better than pus. Okay? We're gonna have to make a tier list of disgustingness of body fluids. Anyway, we have one more thing to do, everybody. My head is starting to hurt very bad, but I'm not done. As you fucking know, I always deliver. And so that means we have one more thing to do before the end, and that is, of course, holy mackerel. Holy motherfucking mackerel. So that's what's next, everybody. We have to watch Holy Mackerel. And what is the best way to start except with a little bit of a fucking recap? So, first off, everyone, this is the homepage of Church Militant, okay? This is the fucking Church Militant website. A Catholic cult. Here you see worse than Nazis, with a picture of Joe Biden and, Kamala Harris. As you can see here, it's definitely the lefties who always call everyone Nazis. Here you have Cardinal Errors eminently pro-homosexual eminences. Here's another one making fun of gay people again. This is apparently something about NAMBLA. Leftist rag pokes Mama Grizzly. Fancies there's no evidence. What? Here we go. Bishop-elect challenges gays in seminaries. So as you can see, what is a woman? Biden's full tilt to the trans side. Woke Disney claps back at Florida. Almost everything they talk about is like anti-gay shit. Mind raping? part of mind raping? What? Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Oh, no! Look at this. This is just someone talking about they're writing their abuse story, and then they're connecting their abuse story to apparently the fact that there's a trans person in Biden's administration. Just like an abuser, the mainstream media is lying to us. Lightfoot is mind raping hundreds of victims. The Wuhan virus. From the onset, the globalists sought to alter the virus's name so as not to offend the Chinese Communist Party. This is one of the first times in history a disease wasn't named after either its area of origin or the person who just identified it. Wrong. That's a lie. But whatever. This is fucking off the rails, by the way. So anyway, the reason why I showed you this is because we are about to watch a very silly Christian sketch comedy show. And I want you to remember that it is published ultimately by this fucking horrible cult. And the reason why it's interesting to keep that in mind is because it just goes to show you that even in the most repugnant places of Earth, occasionally something funny and human can happen. And that even if something funny and human can happen at a place like a cult, that doesn't mean you don't fucking criticize the cult. Okay? So there you go. That's the wind-up. This is Holy Mackerel. Join the Holy Mackerel, mercenary canon lawgiver, on his self-appointed quest to ensure compliance with Canon 1251. Canon 1251 is the rule, the Catholic rule that says you're not supposed to eat meat on Fridays. Okay? Canon 1251. This man right here that you see, this fish, is the Holy Mackerel. We have watched almost all of these seasons, and there's a new season. So, One Smack Mac, The Way of the Mackerel. We watched all of these. Quality Catering, The Final Smackdown. These are all of the ones, we've fucking watched so many of these. Now, a lot of these, this was season 7, and the last time we watched this, our takeaway was that they were starting to fall off. You see, in season 6, they had one of the best fucking episodes we've ever seen, which is what we're going to watch right now. The season 6 finale. Okay? This is one of the best episodes they've ever done. Okay? And now we're gonna watch season 6, and then we're gonna skip forward to season 8 because we're gonna skip season 7 because season 7 was kind of lame, and we're gonna jump to season 8 to catch on the new stuff. But first, we're gonna spend some time together in the world of nostalgia, watching the season finale that was one of the best Christian media we've ever seen. Let's fucking go. Oh, the nostalgia, it's coming back. Everybody. Yeah, look, it's our boy. It's our fucking boy, K Cosmonaut. K fucking Cosmonaut. Our boy K Cosmonaut. Oh, god damn it.
Hey, Charlie.
Oh, whoa. Hey, JP, what's up?
Chronic Cine, thank you very much for the gifted 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you. Perfectly, your generosity has come just in time for us to leap into the exciting season finale of Holy Mackerel.
What are you working on?
Nothing.
I see. So you're not working on finishing season 6?
season 6. Oh, holy
Now wait, look here. This is what we spotted last time. Everyone, behold the trans flag rosary. Now that's very strange. Now I don't know what this is supposed to mean, but rosaries generally don't come in that color. I'll have you know.
Oh boy.
Just something we spotted.
I thought people would forget about that with everything going on in 2020.
Mm-hmm. So, are you gonna finish it? I mean, you promised the people a proper ending.
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
So,
Darn.
how you gonna do that?
Well, if you insist, I do it. If you insist, we finish season 6. There's only one way. Yeah. Yeah, we.
Yes.
Yeah. Follow me.
Oh, now I'm involved.
So, since it's 2021 and the season we left off in 2020, we can't really do like a smooth continuation.
Right.
So, you know.
I get that. So, where are you going? What now?
We got to do a what if episode.
Okay, so why don't you start writing it at your computer?
JP, we can't do a what if at the computer because we don't have enough time to. And plus, we already started the what if.
What?
Yeah, JP, don't you understand?
No, I don't understand.
This is the prologue. You'll soon understand, JP. You'll understand.
Wait for me. Charlie, wait up. Wait, the alley? Okay, the storage unit?
We've arrived.
Well, what's in here? Did you put something in here that I don't know about? Charlie, I keep all the inventory lists.
Sorry about it, but you know
Come.
what? You'll soon find out, JP. You'll soon find out.
Okay, so, what's in here? Are you gonna do a bottle episode?
No, but that's a really good idea. Maybe I'll do that for season 7. You know what? It's not a matter of where we do the episode. It's a matter of when.
When?
2020.
What are you doing? Whoa.
Is that a Fortnite reference?
GP, you didn't choose this burden. In fact, I chose it for you. But you're gonna have to bear it with me.
Wait, we're literally going back to 2020.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlie, 2020 was the worst.
That's why I was saying that the okay, anyway, let's just go, alright? Let's just do it, okay? So, come with me.
Jeez. Yeah.
Their teleporting effects broke their own video. Are you lost? Don't worry. Just embrace the madness. Don't worry, okay? I'm telling you, you don't have to worry about it. It will never make sense. Just I'm serious. It's good. Trust me.
Wait a minute. Charlie, why does the portal lead to the bathroom?
You know, space-time, quantum.
Hey, their website's breaking. We're at 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Their fucking website is breaking.
You know, space-time, quantum, parallel, mumbo-jumbo stuff, you know, usual. Anyway, we wouldn't want anybody stinking up 2021 now, would we?
Get it? They would poop into the time portal.
Yeah. Someone at home thought it was funny. Anyway, we Have to get to work.
Bazinga!
Dun 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 dun.
Step 1. Get the meat food from the Vega market, enough for all the newbies. Step 2. Put the meat food in the fridge marked with directions for the newbies to eat at the exact same time and date. That way, the holy mackerel has a situation on his hands, and whatever we do, we cannot run into our past selves.
To avoid.
So see, they've seen their past selves here. If you're having trouble following the plot, that's because it's nonsensical. What they're telling you is they're going to attempt to use time travel to bait holy mackerel into attacking them.
A universe-ending space-time paradox?
No, trust me, it's just weird to bump into your past self.
Oh, okay. And step 3?
There is no step 3. The newbies, they see the dates and times on the food packaging and they follow the directions and try to eat the meat food.
Wait, we're trying to get the newbies to all eat meat on a Friday?
JP, don't worry about it.
Worry? Holy mackerel can stop one newbie from eating meat, but multiple
newbies are trying to consume meat. We don't have a protocol for this.
JP, I think you're really underestimating the holy mackerel.
Even if my past self, Danny, B, Adrian...
Football tray, Dan, we don't have the resources to deal with this kind of breach in security. We don't have anything to stop this.
Shh. The holy mackerel is the most powerful enforcer of Canon 1251.
No, it is.
Do you see that? He has the Chaos Emeralds.
Too much.
Did he do it?
Yes.
At what cost?
About like $12.
I'm so wicked smart. Wait, what? Wait, no, my sandwich, no!
That's Holy Cow. If you're confused, that's the character whose name is Holy Cow. It's just a pun. He's just a cow.
A gambling ring has emerged at Church Militant Studio on Beyblade Wars. On Friday, Church Militant producer Joseph Entes was caught organizing bets on whose early 2000s battle top was the most based.
They don't even stand a chance. Not even a little.
This crouching cycle was to break up thousands of confidence games. These have been your target.
We better get back to 2020.
The ends don't justify the
He killed the cow.
means.
What?
The ends don't justify the means.
JP, have you been talking to Brad about theology again?
You know, JP's right.
Brad, didn't you see the sign? What are you doing in there?
Nature called.
Oh, no. Oh, we're gonna be stuck. Oh, wait, you know what? If we rebuild the portal back in its original spot in the storage unit, I think we're gonna be okay. All right, let's go.
Charlie, I think we gotta go undo what we did.
Too late.
What do you mean, too late? We have a time machine.
JP, This is not a time machine. It is a time portal. Two totally different things. Different set of rules.
Yeah, rules you wrote when you made this episode.
Hey, only I can break the fourth wall. And yeah, I wrote it that way because the plot needs to move on. Plus, if you want to help out, do the right thing, you know, be a good Christian, help Holy Mackerel and Foreskin in 1251 in 2021. Not 2020. We gotta go.
Uh-oh.
Okay, alright. That was a fun mission, alright. Just waiting on JP. Okay, alright. It's taking him so long. JP? Oh, you can't hear me. Silly. Uh-oh. JP? I can't believe JP is lost in 2020. I would never wish that on my worst enemy.
Congratulations. Did you enjoy the season finale? So then season 7 happened, okay? And should we watch Way of the Mackerel just for fun? We're watching Way of the Mackerel! Oh, wait, no, wait, we gotta watch One Smack Mac first. One Smack Mac. One Smack Mac. By the way, One Smack Mac is a One Punch Man parody. Let's go! Christian Fish One Punch Man parody, let's go!
And if so, were they, you know, publicly affectionate?
I'm on the edge of my seat. This is the by the way, this is the season opener for the next season, so it's a direct continuation of the last one. Let's go.
A meat delivery for St. Michael's Media.
Holy shit, I did not know that was going to be that loud. I'm very sorry, that hurt my ears.
You and Foreskin in 1251? Such a lame job. My job is far superior. I am Delivery Man. I come to deliver delicious, meaty delectables. 7 days a week. Meat is so tasty and wonderful to eat. I desire to share these protein treats with everyone I can as much as possible, which means deliveries all days of the week. Monday through Friday and the weekend too. And if you think your silly Friday fast can stalk me, you're sadly mistaken! I need a vacation.
Thanks for taking care of that guy. See you later.
Well, that was uneventful. Today I stopped a delivery man from delivering meat to my air-breathing friends at the studio. It is my job to protect them. Sometimes even from themselves. I used to feel excitement from smacking burgers and hot dogs from their hands. But I have become too good at my job. I always succeed at enforcing Canon 1251. Nobody ever bests me. Nobody ever gets away with it anymore. Not that I want that. I do not wish that they disobey the church's teachings. It's just that there used to be a struggle. Tension. A hurdle that I would manage to overcome. Now,
So as you can see, at this current moment, Holy Mac is suffering from success. He's gotten so good at slapping food out of people's hands thanks to his attainment of the Infinity Gauntlet that he no longer has a reason for living. So Season 7 is about him finding the reason to live again.
I can stop any potential Friday meat eater with just one smack. Maybe it's better this way. Nobody will break the Friday fast. Maybe this is my cross to bear. To be bored.
See, he's bored now.
And then the guy powers up for like the whole episode. I don't get it. And the other guy just lets him do it. Like he just stands there while he powers up.
Like, why would you let your enemy power up? That's not tactical.
Not tactical at all. Anyway, thanks for helping me lift this thing. It's back there.
All right, no problem. How heavy is it?
We'll be able to handle it.
Should we, power up first?
Yeah, we should.
Holy cow. That is exhilarating.
Normally when they say holy cow will appear. But look, there's consistency. Holy cow is gone now. Holy cow got Thanos snapped out of existence. You don't feel so fucking cool now, do you?
Also kind of weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's kind of cold. Let's get this thing.
All right.
Well, hello, Charlie.
JP? Have you been here since
2020?
You must be hungry.
Yeah, I am starving. Let's go get some food.
Fucking punish JP! He's back! All right, everybody, we're going to jump ahead one episode. We're going to jump ahead 2 episodes to the Way of the Mackerel. This is so you can understand the depth of lore before we jump into the new season. The rest of the episodes are kind of meaningless, but Way of the Mackerel is very important, okay? Nisrathi, we did watch these before. This is just, we're doing a recap so that all of the new viewers of my show can be up to date. Don't worry.
Thank you again for agreeing to train me, Master. Now, what is my first lesson? But if I am your apprentice, then you are...
Hey, stop. Reload. No, you bastard.
Thank you again for agreeing to train me, Master. Now your apprentice, then you are my master. Okay, Master. I will call you teacher. So, what is my first lesson, Teach? Oh, teacher.
Get ready. Get ready to get amped because you are about to watch 6 minutes and 20 seconds of the most epic Christian television you've ever fucking seen. Let's fucking hear it for Way of the Mackerel.
I don't understand. What is this? Yes, it does sound like it's straight from the 80s, but I still don't understand what it's for.
Clearly for an 80s training montage, duh.
Teacher.
Way of the mackerel.
Teacher, how can I learn if you're just lounging around?
Let's get to work, JP.
Way of the Mackerel. 100 Hail Marys. 100 Our Fathers. And a Divine Mercy Chaplet.
Get it? He's slapping them. No, it's not Deb. No, this lady is way cooler than Deb. Deb is not in these.
Take cold showers. And don't eat sweets. When kneeling in prayer. Don't use a cushion for your knees.
JP, you failed. You didn't hit that last burger. You gotta start all over again.
Still good, still good. Get it? Well done, JP. Well done. Whoa, that's a lot of salt, bro.
JP, no time for eating. Get training.
He's slapping that meat.
Eat broccoli and smash burgers.
Try to go to daily mass. And definitely do a holy hour. Don't listen to music when driving in your car.
He's not ready. He's resisting the bacon. No, JP, no!
When you fall, get back up. Go to confession. When you're strong, get humble. Strive for perfection.
Get it? It's a dragon. It's a fucking. He made a Dragon Ball Z fucking joke. Oh, I love it.
You float like a buoy and sting like a stingray.
You've fought the good fight. You've finished the race. Just don't smack a burger directly at your boss's face.
That's Michael Voris, by the way. This is the guy. This is the cult leader guy. Way of the mackerel. So, do you feel like you know the way of the mackerel yet? Because guess what? We are going into the new season. You've seen the best of season 7, the finale of season 6, and now it's time for us to begin season 8. Oh boy. Let's take a look. So, we have Cathedrals and Catholics, which appears to be a D&D based episode. No Day to Dine, Broccoli Wars, The Cross Country Quest, Despite Its Power, It Cannot Save, and Something Original. So let's start with Season 8, Episode 1. Let's begin. We'll go for a couple episodes, and then we'll continue on another Friday. Let's do it. Something Original. Let's see. Oh, no. Okay. This is a 14-minute episode, which means one of two things. It's either going to be the worst episode ever or the best episode ever. Traditionally, the long episodes of Holy Mac are either unbearable or hilarious. Let's find out which.
Yeah, Charlie, can I write an episode of Holy Mackerel?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure. What were you thinking of writing about?
I don't really know yet, but I was told Holy Mackerel is trying out different hobbies, and one of them script writing, so I was going to sort of bounce some ideas off of him and see what he thought.
Cool.
Cool. Cool, cool, cool.
Oh, yeah. So that's a weird thing about this universe. In this universe, Holy Mackerel is both a character and a person. So when they make an episode of Holy Mackerel acts in the episodes, but he's also playing himself. It's a very strange thing.
Hey, Holy Mackerel. Charlie just gave me the go-ahead. We've got the green light. Okay, get this. You, the Holy Mackerel, go on a long, long journey. You join a ragtag group of underwater sea creatures. You go on this journey to cast the one onion ring into the depths of an underwater volcanic seamount. Great, super. I'm gonna get writing it right now, Holy. I was just going down the street to the deli, and this half fish, half man knocked my sandwich right out of my hands. Oh no, Barry, that's not a fish guy. It's the Holy Mackerel.
I think that was a Seinfeld reference. I think that was
Quite frankly, the people at Church Militant, terrific people, great guys, great people. Michael Vaush, terrific guy. But quite frankly, Holy Mackerel's above them all. He's a cut above all of them. Quite frankly, quite terrific people. I love Holy, great guy, terrific guy, great work ethic, terrific guy, great branding.
Oh yeah, they love Trump. I forgot about
he's a
that.
good guy, terrific people over there at Church Militant. Hey Churchill, what'd you do during last summer again? I told you I spent it working with my cousin helping Holy Mackerel and forcing Cannon 1251. Did you stop any? Yes, like 50 of them. They kept trying to eat meat on a Friday. What would you do in a situation like that? What kind of technique did you use? The way of the mackerel. What do you think?
That was Napoleon Dynamite, just so you all know. Way of the Mackerel! Yeah, I know. Napoleon Dynamite. Fucking dated.
I want these 2 vortexes on the site by the end of business today. But I was going to go to the Vega Market to get some energy drinks. You can have your sugary drinks after you've done your editing.
I don't know that one. I don't know that one. What's a Vegamart?
Hey, Shane.
Wait, is a Vegamart a thing? Hold on, what's that? Is that a thing? Is that from a TV show or something? It's from Star Wars? Oh, I was going to Toshi Station. Oh, I get it. Okay.
Started converting those graphics. We are way behind on evening news.
Oh, it's JP!
Yeah, I'll get those done in a second here. But I've been working on this Holy Mackerel script. Could I get your opinions? Run some stuff by you?
Oh, sure. What you got?
Okay, well, I was thinking of putting in some cutaway gags, you know, to sort of add some humor to the episode.
No. Shane, cutaways are just lazy writing that are used to fill for time, and they usually have nothing to do with the main story.
I've seen this coming.
Hey! Hey! No! What are you doing out here, Fried? What are you doing? It's Friday! No meat! No! No! What are you doing out here, Fried? It's Friday! No meat! No meat, Fried! No meat, Fried! You're just a chicken!
Plus, we're gonna have to come in on a Saturday to shoot it, and I really don't want to do that.
Yeah, okay, that's a pretty good point. What about this? There's this one scene I'm writing. Can I show it to you here? I'll be me, and you'll be Holy.
Okay.
So my character says to
That's an I Am Legend reference? Oh.
you, that food has been grilled. That food has been grilled. It's called Shane. See, I cooked all the meat, so naturally I get the fats that melt underneath it.
But there's no charcoal there. This is a movie scene. Do you understand?
You understand, Holy. That's more to the point. Do you understand? I drink your water. I drink it up. Every day I drink the lemonade from Minute Maid.
Oh no.
Come sit down again.
Okay, Shane, seriously, this is just a scene from There Will Be Blood. I mean, do you not realize that you're taking an entire movie scene and pretending it's yours?
I don't think so. I've never heard of that.
You got anything else?
Yeah. So this scene is with Holy Cow, and he's on the phone, but the audience doesn't know it yet.
Oh yeah, they brought back Holy Cow.
The scene kind of goes like this. I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ingredients, I can tell you I don't have honey. But what I do have are a very particular set of grills. Grills I have acquired over a very long career. Grills that make me a nightmare for chefs like you. If you let my recipe book go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will grill you.
Taken, 2008. There Will Be Blood, 2007. Napoleon Dynamite, 2004. Lord of the Rings, early 2000s. 2001. So all of these references are just dated 2000s movies. Literally, specifically, the aughts. From 2000 to 2010. All of them.
And then Holy Cow goes, pot luck. And then you hear like a phone breaking in the background because he doesn't want to get caught, you know?
That's Taken.
Oh, I Am Legend. That's right.
By who?
Pierre Morel, the director
2007
of Taken.
2007, by the way.
Taken. It's kind of a dumb title. Uninspired, if you ask me.
Oh, boy.
Well, I do have one other idea. It'd be the climax of the episode. So my character, right, would say, "This is St. Mike's!" And then he fights a bunch of, like, sandwich-wielding bad guys, but he does it all in slow motion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm not sure if you're referencing 300, the Holy Mackerel episode, where we referenced 300,
2006,
or if you're just making fun of me at this point.
If you're just going to shoot down my ideas, maybe you should be able to take a little bit of criticism yourself.
What do you mean?
Last season you referenced One Punch Man, Rocky Balboa.
That is totally different. We were telling a story that shared themes with those other stories.
Like a shot-for-shot remake of a Simpsons meme? Steamed Sam's?
Okay.
Really?
Okay, you know what? I am just trying to help here. You know, give some constructive criticism.
You don't have to shoot down all my ideas. You know what? Thanks anyway, but I don't need your help.
Oh my god, I forgot about the Steamed Sam's! Oh, it was so bad!
Holy Mackerel understands my ideas. Thanks anyway.
Fine by me. Everyone loves steamed hams.
Oh no, they're falling out.
How could he think my ideas are bad? This is my script.
It's not that
That's Dire Docs. That's a remix of Dire Docs.
Shane's ideas are bad. I just think he needs some original writing to balance out the memes.
Everyone loves my impressions. They say imitation is the most sincere form of flattery.
There was so much storytelling last season. We even added a new character to the HMCU.
Well, sometimes shows change things up to keep it fresh and interesting. Maybe I should do something that hasn't really been done before.
That's it! You heard it! The riff! I'm sorry! That is literally a Dire Docs remix. It's been pitch shifted. Listen!
Fresh and interesting. Maybe I should do something that hasn't really been done before.
Sure, we started with the One Punch Man homage, and then I became Holy Mackerel's disciple. And then there was the Rocky training montage, and we finished the season with a 300 slow-mo action sequence.
Yeah, I guess original writing just isn't my strong suit. I should probably be more open to suggestions and criticisms.
Oh no. He's right.
Damn. I wasn't expecting this.
Hey, Shane. I was just come to see how the script writing was going.
Yeah, you know, JP, not so great. I think you were right. I was relying too heavily on references and impressions, and I really shouldn't have shot down your advice so quickly, so I'm sorry.
Well, thanks, but, you know, I think you were right too. The last season, it had a lot more references than I first realized, but, you know, overall it was still a good season, so I don't think original writing is necessarily the key to good storytelling, so I'm sorry too.
You know what? I don't think Charlie's ready for this yet. Besides, I know I can do way better. Which is why I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm gonna bury this.
You know you could just delete it.
No. This is something I gotta do. It's gotta be done.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, so, let me know if you need any help with that.
So, cool beans?
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
I'm gonna die.
Cool beans.
I'm gonna die.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
Cool.
Bean. Bean.
Cool.
Beans.
Cool. Cool.
Bean. Bean.
Cool.
Beans.
Cool. Cool.
Beans. Bean.
Cool. Cool.
Cool beans.
Cool. Cool.
Beans. Bean.
Cool. Cool.
Cool beans. Cool beans. Wait, what are we doing?
Yeah, that was weird. And why are all these jokes from the mid to late aughts?
Wrecked.
Yeah, we probably should broaden our horizons just a little bit.
Yeah, just
Guys, where are we with evening news graphics? I mean, we're way behind.
Gonna get 'em.
Yeah.
Come on, we gotta put 2 steps into one, guys.
Okay.
Wait, is this a new PTZ camera? He's like a little droid. Aww. We're gonna name him CM77. Oh, yeah. We're gonna do a Star Wars episode.
Okay.
Recording and action.
Hello, I'm a weird.
I am so here for it! I'm so here for season 8! It's a back to the originals. It's beautiful! Everything I wanted about a comeback to the Holy Mac is here! Yes, was it cringe? It was. Was it self-aware? Painfully so. It was. Did they do a shot-for-shot remake of the Cool Bean scene from Hot Rod, a movie that almost nobody saw, but everybody knows the Cool Beans scene from? Yes, they did. And that is exactly what I want. And that's why you all are getting an extra bonus tonight, which is one more episode before I have to go do life. Okay? I am so here for this. It really sounds like they're ready to make a truly worthy episode. A truly worthy season. Let's do it. Next episode. Remember how I told you it was either going to be the worst episode ever or one of the best episodes? I gotta say, one of the best. It's heartwarming. There is homosexual tension. There's dated references. Incredible.
He gazes on all the dwellers on the earth, he who shapes the hearts of them all, and considers all their deeds. A king is not saved by his army, nor a warrior preserved by his strength. A vain hope for safety is the horse. Despite its power, it cannot
Oh, shit's
stay.
gonna get weird.
It's an hour for this to stop, because this will not end only in Ukraine. This will go above and beyond.
You think that this is just the beginning?
Yeah, it's really Oh, I definitely do, yes. Because of the bombing of civilians in multiple cities across the country, this is not going to end here. We're dealing with a delusional man that has been lost in his own world. We just decided that the biggest nuclear plant in Europe was struggling because they were bombing it. So nobody is safe. It's not a battle of...
What's up, Charlie?
Hey, Alex. We still working out at lunchtime at the Fortress?
Yeah, why wouldn't we be?
You know, yeah, I was just...
I was not expecting this guy to have a voice like that.
Hi, Charlie. How's it going, Charlie?
Making sure, confirming.
Yeah, of course we are. I was going to ask Mac if he wanted to join us.
Mac?
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, apparently he's trying out new hobbies, and I heard he was interested in bulking up, so I wanted to help him out with that.
Sounds great. But I was wondering, what are we doing today?
It's leg day. I'm just kidding. Nobody does leg day anymore. We're doing chest and arms, obviously.
Obviously, duh. You almost had me there. Okay, well, see you at lunchtime.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
See, they got you with the switcheroo. You thought they were going to do a skipping leg day joke, and then they literally did a skipping leg day joke.
Hey, Matt. Charlie and I are going to the Vorch's basement at lunch to work out. You want to come with us? Yeah, you know, pump iron, bulk up, that type of stuff.
They're going to Michael Voris's basement to work out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, you already have a trainer? Okay, no worries. It's no biggie.
Whoa!
All right, full set. Ah! What's going on, Alex? You've been unfocused all day.
Do you ever just get tired of where you are, Charlie?
What do you mean? I like it here. We got a nice workout space. It's nice.
I mean in life, man. Where you are in life.
What's going on?
It's holy mackerel, man. I'm the whole reason he got inspired to work out, and then he just goes and pays a bunch of money for some trainer? Like, what's the deal with that?
Alex, we're here in the basement of the Fortress with all this new workout setup where any of us CM bros can blow off some steam, pump some iron, you know, reduce that stress from work. And so my suggestion to you is you forget about Mac, you forget about his trainer, whoever that guy is, probably overcharging holy mackerel by a large margin.
Yeah, well, he's missing out on learning from the best.
Well, speaking of that, maybe you can show me that form that you were talking about.
Right, okay. We're going to start with a moderate weight here. Why don't you just lay down on the bench?
All right, where do I want to put my hands?
Yeah, so you're going to put your hands here and here.
All right, like that?
Yeah. You want to inhale as the bar is coming down, exhale as you're pushing out.
All right, and you got me, right?
Right, yeah. Let's go. Let's get 10 reps out of this.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
What? Yes! 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 Strong horse! Yeah, strong horse! New character! I told you this season was gonna be sick!
All right, I think I got it. I don't got it.
horse guy doesn't even have good form. I mean, what use is all that brute strength if you can't even use it efficiently?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I see the lack of technique, I guess.
I could outlift him on technique alone.
Well, arm wrestle him.
What?
Arm wrestle him. You know, like two guys just having a friendly little competition of arm wrestling. What could go wrong? Plus, isn't it more about like the form and technique than anything else?
Nah, that's not a good idea.
Hey, let me tell you something. This guy right here, he's the strongest guy that I know. And he could beat anyone in an arm wrestle.
Nah.
Alex, I am your boss. And as your boss, I order you to arm wrestle me.
Oh my God! We're getting boss-employer relations commentary! Oh!
All right, if you insist.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1. Whoa! What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? Now go. Challenge that guy. Challenge Strong Horse.
All right. Strong Horse, I challenge you to an arm wrestle match. What, you got nothing to say to that?
Sorry to break it to you guys, but lunch is over. We gotta get back to work.
Looks like you're saved by the bell. I'll see you after work.
You're so torn, you can't decide whether to cringe, laugh, or root for the repressed queerness? Root for the queerness, always. I want all of these people to find themselves free, to be as gay as they want to be. We've already shipped them. Our community is the only community where gay fan art of the characters of this show exist.
Oh, you already have a trainer. Okay, no worries.
How did I find this? Well, a long time ago, a viewer by the name of Snips, who used to be here, I haven't seen Snips in a long time, but a long time ago, Snips told me about the church militant, and by pure chance, I happened to come across this cartoon after looking into other stuff by the church militant, and to date, this has been one of my favorite discoveries ever. And now, that's right, all of you, all 200 of you, now know as well. Welcome. Welcome. Just welcome. You stick with me, you get to see crazy shit like this. See? This is what true imps get. You stick around, you watch the stream, you hang out, you get the cool shit. Oh yes, we also have a donation image. Like, we literally have a hold on, I can show you this. I have it in here. Hold on, let me bring it up. 1 second. It's hold on, where is it here? Wait, oh wait, this is one of them. This was the one from Max. Hold on, look! This is one of them. This is not Mixed Dizzy's. This is Max Sips's. And this is Dizzy's one. So we have this one, which is the gay art, and then we have the amazing, absolutely incredible donation art of the Holy Mac and the blushing loan shark. Amazing. I have this saved as well on my computer, but better see this one. Look at this. You all know. Look at this. Dizzy fucking made this fucking sick ass shit. Anyway, let's continue. The Holy Mac fandom is dying. Retweet gay art of Holy Mac in order to bring the Holy Mac fandom back to life. He's scared. He's worried that the horse is going to beat his ass.
Alex, it's time.
It's fucking time, bro.
Let's do this.
All right, gentlemen and horse people. You know the rules. Arm wrestling on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Motherfucking got dabbed on!
What are you so upset about? You look like you just lost a bet.
That's because I did lose a bet. I'm sorry, man. This is really not cool, but I bet against you.
Wait, what?
Yeah. You see, I bet that you would lose within like 1 second, and Holy Mackerel thought that Strong Horse wouldn't beat you for at least 5 seconds. Now I'm gonna have to pony up.
Well, Charlie, a vain hope for safety is the horse.
Everybody, give Punky Gal a hug. Punky Gal, get everybody shoot some hugs at Punky Gal.
In a world where people are eating meat on Fridays of Lent, some wonder if there is anybody out there to save the people from themselves. Wonder no longer, for there is a team of surf and turf heroes, the Lenten Rangers. Holy Mackerel, the team leader. Lone Shark, the team treasurer. Holy Cow, the team, cow. Strong Horse, the team muscle. And the heart and soul of the team, Fried Chicken. Join them on their adventures to battle fasting defiance as they enforce
Surfin' Turfin' Lenten Rangers.
Yeah, what do you think?
Charlie's gonna love it.
Nice.
Okay, guys. Okay, ready? All right, listen. We can't do any more episodes because my head hurts and I need to go do things. However, I think I'm ready to say I am so here for the Sean and JP arc. Sean and JP might bring us the best season of Holy Mac ever. And you all are going to get to be here to see it because there's more episodes, which means every Friday we'll have a new episode to react to. Which means we got to catch up next stream. We'll have to watch the rest of season 8. So far, season 8's been sick. What do you guys think? I think it was sick. Do you feel like, how many of you now know the wonder of Holy Mac? And now whenever we say things like Thinky Fish, and when we say things like K Cosmonaut, you'll understand. Sorry, listen, everyone, I really love like weird Christian content. Holy shit, this has been fun. Today has been so much fucking fun. Holy moly. Cooking Mama, next stream, I know I have a bunch of Cooking Mama videos stacking up. We just did a lot today, and I'm really tired. Everyone, thank you all very, very much for your support, your love, your laughter, your fun, your emotes today. It's been amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I will be back very soon. We have a lot of news to go over on Monday, and then I have there's just a lot to do. So I will see you all very soon. I will see you all in the Discord and on Twitter posting about be cool, be good to one another, do not fucking die. And I'll see you all very soon. Also, OmniLiberal deletes. I'm working on a secret project that goes live soon. Ha! How interesting. That's an interesting little thing. Thank you, OmniLiberal deletes. I think that will be a very, very helpful account for keeping track of the deleted tweets of a ridiculous conservative streamer. Anyway, love you all. See you all soon. Much non-parasocial communal love to each of you, and I'll see you all very soon. Mwah. Bye-bye.